as well. Nixie Ryan, she's the leader right now of the Australia Oceania qualifying series in the women's division. Back-to-back event wins up in Port Stephens and also at Boomerang Beach, the first two stops of the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series. And we've seen a few early rides. Molly Picklum, 5.67 to start her campaign. And Dimity Stoyle, a 5-point ride. Nixie Ryan, 3.83. So all four of the girls taking off on their first wave.
And you, sorry, keep going.
Yeah, I was going to say, advantage Molly to kick it off.
Certainly is the advantage. So off to an early start here, as you mentioned earlier, 25-minute heat, so a lot of time, extra 5 minutes for those competitors in the water. I guess you'd say that Molly Picklum and Dimity Stoyle probably the two veterans in this heat. Molly obviously quite young, but is on the world tour now, and Dimity Stoyle, well, she was on the world tour and unfortunately dropped off, so she's looking to qualify for that world stage again. And then you've got Nixie Ryan and G. Lorenzen coming through the ranks, and well, Nixie Ryan, as you just mentioned, 2 back-to-back wins. She'd never won a QS before, and then all of a sudden won 2 in 2 weeks. And then Gia Lorenzen, I'm pretty sure she had a 3rd place in the Carve Great Lakes Pro as well. So coming into this event with a bit of confidence, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's been a really nice start to the year. Surfing New South Wales doing a great job kicking off this New South Wales Surf Series. A few 1,000 rated events. Everyone's got the cobwebs off, and now we're kicking off the first, let's say, bigger rated event, 3,000 event here at Avoca Beach. We will be heading up to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro on the weekend, or for Monday that'll be kicking off. First 5,000 event, and then finishing off the tour down at Surffest at Newcastle. So big points on offer here, this 3,000 event, and then we're going to finish with a pair of 5,000s, which will really shake up these ratings. But everyone on this tour is fighting for their spot on the Challenger Series, which is the stepping stone onto that World Tour. So the one thing that I'm really excited about, Snapper Rocks, first event of the Challenger Series coming up in May, so just around the corner. So every single surfer in this qualifying regional tour would be itching for a spot to get to surf at Snapper Rocks with just 3 other men or women out.
I mean, like, obviously the World Tour is your dream, Cooper, and you've been competing long enough now. You've been knocking on that door, and, you know, obviously that is the incentive, but then to surf somewhere like Snapper with only a handful of people in the water, what would that mean to you, just to be out there by yourself?
I mean, you don't get to surf Snapper with less than 100 people on an average day, so hopefully there's good conditions. But yeah, it'd just be nice to get to surf some really, really high quality waves. I mean, the waves today are really nice here at Avoca, but anybody who surfs Snapper Rocks knows how unbelievably good it can get out there. If we get a nice swell and we get some long right-handers, it'll really allow this Challenger Series. And I think it's going to be really, really interesting watching a bigger field get to surf. The conditions might get to be a little lower class maybe than the World Tour. We have to get through far more heats than a World Tour event, so we're going to see a lot more surfing done, and I think that's going to really showcase how incredibly talented all of the Challenger Series surfers are, because there's such a massive range of incredible surfers from all around the planet right now, and Snapper Rocks is a perfect place to showcase that talent. I think it's the hardest Challenger Series, well, the hardest tour we've ever had, as we see Molly Picklum up and riding. Nice looking left-hander.
Whips that backhand turn around. So Molly Picklum in the pink. She's already locked in a 5.67. She's looking to back that up or replace it. So off to a great start with still over 17 minutes on the clock. Still a lot of time. Dimity Stoyle's locked in a 5. Nixie Ryan a 3.83. And Gilla Renson just a 0.5 at this stage. So there it is, a 5.33 for last of Molly Picklum. So the one big solid turn, judges rewarding it.
Yeah, judges have definitely been looking for those big critical manoeuvres. I was speaking to Jacob Wilcox out in the water this morning, saying, like, far out, what do we have to do to get big scores? And it's pretty evident we need big turns on big waves. And yeah, we've all been, I was talking to Jacob actually about it out in the surf, and saying because we've been running 20-minute heats, a lot of us more veteran guys, we'll call ourselves, even though we're still quite young, we're talking about the fact that when you're in a 20-minute heat, you have less opportunities, so you kind of need to pull your surfing back maybe 5 to 10% to get completion on waves. And I think the judges were noticing that. So hopefully with these 25-minute heats, it's going to allow us to open up a little bit more, be a little bit more patient, and pick better waves. And yeah, hopefully scores start skyrocketing up into that excellent range a little bit more today.
I'm sure they will, Cooper. I mean, it's the best day of the event that we've had so far. This, of course, is day number 4 of the Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro presented by Mad Mex. We do have the women's QS 3000 in the water. We will have the Vissla Central Coast Pro presented by Mad Mex later today after the women finish up. So moving into that men's QS 3000. But beautiful conditions here today. And we're very lucky. We've been blessed with swell. It's nice and clean here this morning. It's really tidied up as opposed to yesterday morning. I'm sure the surfers will be making the most of that.
Absolutely, and the water quality is a bit cleaner. I was out there this morning. It's been quite brown, all the rain we've obviously had on the east coast of Australia. It's nice that the water's cleared up a little bit. Feels like you're in a nicer environment when you're out there. This is the best day of the forecast, so we're going to maximise it today. Lots of surfing ahead, as you just touched on. We've got the men's division coming up shortly, straight into the juniors to round out the day. As we see Dimity Stoyle up and around, riding, looking left, swinging back right, and that's all she wrote on that right. So quick start for Dimity, 5-point ride on her first one, just a .57 on that last one. She'll be back out there, still plenty of time on the clock, just on 15 minutes remaining. We are going to see coming up in round number 3, heat number 2 for the women in the red, Sophie McCullough. In the black, Kobe Enright. In the white, Zali Kelly. And in the green, Paige Harab. So we're getting very close to the pointy end of this competition. After this round, we will be hitting the quarterfinals. It will go down to man-on-man and women-on-women heats for the quarters. So, yeah, action is definitely heating up. We still have 3 days of competition to get through here. So we're going to pick the best times. We're going to throw the competitors out there when the waves are at the absolute maximum potential. And, yeah, looking forward to it. This is a big guinea pig heat, first heat of the day. The ladies out there are doing quite a good job, I think, for the first heat of the day today.
They are, Cooper. It can be a little bit hard to find your position in the lineup for first heat. Like you go out there for a free surf. You've got a lot of people in the water. It is quite easy to see where the waves are and where people are taking off. I feel like sometimes those early surfs, even if you're not catching waves, it's more of a find your position, be comfortable in the lineup, and it helps you with that contest bank. And for that first heat in the water, now there's no free surfers out there. It can be a little bit trickier to find yourself and find where to sit.
Absolutely, yeah. When you're out there free surfing, there's a lot of people out there. You're just trying to find anyone who's ever competed on the qualifying or the junior tour or been at their local beach when we've come to town and there's been us surfing. I can tell you it is the worst time to go for a surf because you've got hundreds, maybe not hundreds, you've got between 30 and 50 of the best surfers in the country trying to all get their practice wave in about 30 minutes. So it can be quite difficult in that quick free surf. But from the beach, you watch a lot of people catch waves. So it makes you think the waves are really good, generally. And then once you get out there and there's only 4 people, it obviously slows down a little bit. There's not as many waves being ridden and you have to try and find that best part of the lineup. So it can be a little bit tricky, that first heat of the day. But as we go through these heats, we will see the competitors really iron out the best place to sit, as they'll be able to watch the competitors who are scoring the best in the heats previous, and then they'll be sitting on that same spot or changing their game plan to where they think might be the best spot.
And, well, the person who has been in the best spot for this heat so far, Molly Picklum, in the pink with a 5.33 and a 5.67. She is currently on the World Tour. She is a local in the Central Coast region. North Shelley Board Riders, they did actually win the ABB National Final at the start of the year. It's a massive win there for North Shelley. Well, Nixie Ryan looking for a 7.17 at this stage to go into first. So it's more of a battle at this stage for second place between Nixie, Dimity and Gia.
Yeah, as we just go halfway point of this heat, we are running 25-minute heats for both men and women in this QS 3000. This is, of course, the Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro, presented by Mad Mex. Big thanks to all of our supporting sponsors. The Central Coast is such a great region, as here we see Nixie Ryan, current ratings leader. First turn, nice and critical in the pocket. This right's going into this channel quite a bit. I caught a few like this one in the free surf, so a bit of downtime, but we will see a bit of a strong end section if she can link it all the way across. Free surf gets out of the way, tree gets in the way, and there we have it. First decent ride there for Nixie Ryan, and Gia Lawrenson out the back, tying together a few nice turns, really digging into that turn. I remember one turn she did up at Boomerang was so aggressive. So we know Gia has some incredible surfing in her arsenal, and we'll see if she can bring it out to finish up this heat. So nice couple waves there for Nixie Ryan and Gia Lawrenson getting themselves in this heat.
Interesting to watch Nixie go the right and then Gia the left. So yesterday it ended up being more lefts that were scoring the better scores, and, well, this morning, Molly Picklum, those 2 scores were on a backhand. Free surfing out there this morning, Cooper, how did you feel? Was it more predominantly rights or lefts?
It's interesting. The tide, we are looking at a high tide in about 45 minutes. So there's a bit of a rip running out where you saw Nixie catch that right where it's quite deep. Off the top of that rip, there is a left running off it. When the big sets come, there's some really nice left-handers, but you have to be patient and sort of roll the dice and sit out the back and wait for those big lefts, as we saw a few sets before, and the ladies were caught a little bit out of position. So as the day progresses, I think we're going to see people utilise that 25 minutes, sit out a little bit further. I think this next hour might be quite tricky as this tide fills in even more. As we can see, must be a lot of glare. We're picking up a bit of it, and there it is. So makes it quite hard to see the waves coming when you have glare like this. So a little bit tricky these first couple heats. Tide's going to be high. The glare's going to be in their eyes, but I'm sure we're still going to see some incredible surfing. So yeah, I think we're going to see predominantly good scoring lefts, but it was important to note that there was a lot of high score rights yesterday. There was less of them, but if you picked up one of the rare rights, they maybe had more scoring potential than the lefts. The lefts were more consistent, but we had a lot of 5s and 6s on the lefts, but there was a handful of 7s ridden on rights yesterday. So we'll wait and see what today brings, as it is a little bit cleaner today. We have nice offshore winds. Yesterday it was onshore for quite a bit of the day. Only light, but conditions have changed a little bit today, so I'm looking forward to seeing what it brings.
Nixie Ryan, a 4.83 for that last right, and Gia Lorenzen, a 3.9. So at this stage, Nixie Ryan still in second spot, now chasing a 6.17 to go to first. Dimity Stoyle from the Sunshine Coast sitting in third place, only looking for a 3.66. And Gia Lorenzen, also from the Sunshine Coast, looking for a 4.77. So really not much of a requirement for third and fourth at this stage.
Yeah, it's anyone's heat still. No one's run away with this one. Really solid, quick start for Molly. Pocket 5s, just that one turn on her second 5. So she's got some serious firepower on that backside snap, Molly Picklum. But as does Nixie Ryan. Yesterday she had a right-hander, 2 big forehand turns, locked in a 7.33. So very capable ladies out in the water right now. Also, Dimity Stoyle, she had some incredible waves on her backside yesterday. I was really impressed with Dimity's backside surfing. So look for her if she can pick up a solid wave to back up that 5 and put herself back into advancing position. As we see on cue, Dimity Stoyle backside. Nice snap in the pocket. Can she get it straight up? Bang. Vertical on that second turn. Great 2-turn combo. Dimity backside is looking sharp at the moment. I'm liking it. So I think we're going to see maybe her best wave.
Yeah, I think that will be higher than her 5. I feel as though she was a little bit under the lip on that first turn, but then she squared up for that second one and obviously realised she needed that steeper section. So we have the Destination New South Wales wave replay. Talk us through this one, Cooper.
Yeah, so she's a little bit late, comes from behind it, but I like how she goes up real tight in the pocket, snaps it, maintains composure, and this second one puts it nice and high up into the lip, drop down. Couldn't see it from that angle, but it did throw a nice fan of spray, which the judges do love. It means you've timed it right. And there we go, 4.93, backs up her 5, puts her in an advancing position heading into the last 10 minutes of this heat, leaving Nixie Ryan down in third place right now, looking for a 5.1. Gia Lorenzen down in fourth, looking for a 6.03. But yeah, tight heat.
It certainly is close between all 4 surfers, and no one taking off on that one. Absolutely pristine morning here at Avoca Beach. For anyone watching that may not be in Australia, we are on the east coast of Australia in New South Wales, and we do have our sunrises from the east, which is making a massive glare as this surfer here just riding straight into it. Judges on the beach. We may be struggling to figure out what colour that is, but the judges do have spotters down the beach, so they're definitely on to who's doing what. So 7 minutes on the clock. Molly Picklum in the lead, also holding first priority. The 5.33 and a 5.67. So Molly Picklum, she took those 2 waves early and she's remained patient, just looking to improve on those 2 scores.
Yeah, I think we're going to see Molly fire up, find one last one. She's sitting out there with first priority. Right now, second priority is with Nixie Ryan. She's looking for a 5.1, so she's going to be patient. She did have plenty of waves, plenty of heats, dare I say, in the events up at Boomerang and also at Port Stephens, where she fought back right in the last minute that I remember. So she's going to be, I think, comfortable and confident. Even though she's down in a third place right now, I think she understands what she needs to do, and I think she would definitely know that she has the skill to do it.
There were actually quite a few heats where Nixie literally left it until like the last 30 seconds to get through, and that happened multiple times. So Nixie Ryan, she's no stranger to leaving it to that Mad Max minute, and she knows she only needs a 5.1, which realistically she can do with one massive turn. And Gia Lorenzen looking for that 6.03. This is, of course, round 3, heat number 1 of the women's QS 3000. Coming up next, we have heat number 2, Sophie McCulloch, Kobe Enright, Zali Kelly, and Paige Harab.
And that is going to be a cracker of a heat once again. We are down to the last 16 women in this event as we see Gia Lorenzen. Those right-handers going into the channel. Tide is almost high, so not super high scoring potential right now over on the right-handers. So Gia, quick in and out on that one. She's going to need a little bit more than that coming down to this 5-minute mark. We, of course, could not be here with our incredible sponsors. This is the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2022. Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro presented by Mad Max. Right now out in the water, the women's QS 3000 for the Australia Oceania Regional Tour. Big thank you to all of our supporting partners here in this Central Coast region. Of course, the Central Coast Council, also the Avoca Beach Hotel. If you're in the area, come on down to the Avoca Beach Hotel tonight. The Swellians will be doing a live podcast. Always a laugh, always very entertaining, and I'm looking forward to that. Another sponsor, massive one, Destination New South Wales, for making these events happen, showing some incredible footage and bringing us all of the replays as we see. Molly Picklum, quick turn, does well to hold on to that. Straight back up there, solid as ever, and getting a last little foam climb. So nice wave there for Molly. She did very well not to fall on that first turn. And then our last couple sponsors, the World Surf League, of course, the governing body of all these incredible events, and Surfing New South Wales for tying together the best surf series on the planet. And of course the webcast partners, Mad Max, Volkswagen, and KO Sports. So you see this Destination New South Wales replay. Molly Picklum looking sharp. That first turn was crazy. She hit it late, came down with a bit of a bobble, and maintained such composure that she still kept speed and came around that section. And the second turn was the money one. We'll see what the judges think of it. 2 turns on that one. A little bit of a bobble on the first turn, but I really liked the second turn. She waited a long time for that wave too.
She certainly did, like mentioned earlier. Those 2 waves that she's got in those mid-5 ranges were very early in the heat. Here we go. Dimity Stoyle. Great first turn. She always manages to maintain so much speed. She really just holding that second turn, remaining patient. She's hoping for this steeper section on the inside here. She's already locked in a 5 and a 4.93. So a fair bit of downtime in that wave for Dimity. We'll wait and see where that goes into her scoreline.
Yeah, those rights are tricky. That's what I was saying. And the next half an hour, they're only going to get fuller. So see if the competitors can adapt. Realise that the rights are going into a bit of a channel there. I mean, I'm excited to see what score comes in for Dimity there. Very strong opening turn. Both of the turns were cutbacks though. So as we pick up this Destination New South Wales replay, first turn really strong. Comes around this section. Looks like she's going to get a real big one here. And it flattens out mid-turn for her. Judges aren't going to really reward that as a solid turn. And then wraps around a cutback. And then you see that just goes into a big hole there. So we'll wait and see. Judges might love that first turn. It was aggressive. We'll wait and see if it comes in as we see Gia Lorenzen out the back. Wrapping first turn. Up high in the second turn once again. The rights running out a bit of juice.
There we go. We'll wait for those scores. So Gia looking for a 6.03. I don't think that's going to be the one that she's looking for. And, well, I'd be keeping eyes on Nixie Ryan right now in the green. With 2 minutes on the clock, she's sitting out there, but she's holding down at first priority, meaning that she has right of way to any wave that she wants in the lineup. So with 2 minutes remaining, she's only looking for a 5.1. So I feel as though she's kind of in the driver's seat right now.
Yep, absolutely. Nixie, driver's seat?
She's
Maybe not driver. She might be in the passenger seat.
It's completely up to her what she does here.
Here she goes. Last-ditch effort, minute and a half. Big, strong first turn. She's going to need another one, and that's all that it wrote. Think back to Molly Picklum. One big backside turn, 5.33. Was that as aggressive? Was that as solid as Molly's? I don't know. I'll leave that one with the judges. It was a big turn. It was one of the bigger turns of the heat. Was it the biggest turn of the heat? Is it going to be enough? My early prediction, just from first look at it, maybe just under. Hopefully we can pick up a replay of that one of Nixie Ryan, and we can try and break down that one solid turn and see what the judges are going to give her, because we just hit that Mad Max minute. Burrito starts spinning. Time for a breakfast burrito, maybe. And, yeah, let's see if we pick up a replay right now. Looks like Dimity didn't better her score, so Nixie is going to be looking for a 5.1. Judges will be thinking back. This is a very important score right now, so here we go. What do we reckon, Britt?
Yeah, the distance shows he drives hard off the bottom, goes vert, and just absolutely smacks the lip. You could see that she was looking for that second section, just unfortunately not able to get it. It was really solid surfing there from Nixie, so I don't know. A 5.33 was that one for Molly, as you mentioned, on a backhand. 5.1 for Nixie, she's chasing. I feel as though it'll come close.
I think it's going to be close too. It was a really aggressive big turn into the lip, threw a lot of spray, stayed very composed. She didn't overdo it, which I really liked. She came out with more speed than she went into it. The only thing was, coming off the bottom, it was a bit flat and a bit sudsy, so we'll see what the judges think. I'm not a judge. I think it's going to be more than the 383, but we'll wait and see. I think they're breaking it down as that's the heat over. We're going to leave it with the judges, and we'll see if it gets locked in. But as of right now, it looks like Molly Picklum and Dimity Stoyle potentially moving through this one. We'll be right back with heat number 2, and we'll also bring you the results from heat number 1, because that Mad Max minute, as always, was very hot. See you soon. Good morning and welcome back to the Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro presented by Mad Max. This is the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series. Right now, out in the water, women's QS 3000 for the Australia Oceania Regional Qualifying Tour. Round 3, heat number 2. In the red, we have Sophie McCullough. In the black, Kobe Enright. In the white, Zali Kelly. And in the green, from over in New Zealand, the Kiwi, Paige Harab. My name's Cooper Chapman, joined in the booth by the lovely Britt Nicol. Tight first heat, fireworks to finish, and I can tell you the results. Dimity Stoyle did lock in a 5.6 right at the end of the heat. That kept her in a solid second. Unfortunately, Nixie Ryan didn't quite get the score she needed, coming in at a high 3. So judges wanting those critical combinations. So we'll be seeing Molly Picklum and Dimity Stoyle in the quarterfinals coming up either tomorrow or Saturday.
We are now into round 3, heat number 2. Sophie McCullough, Kobe Enright, Zali Kelly, and a Paige Harab. Sophie McCullough actually graced the cover of Surfing Life earlier this year.
She did.
It was amazing to see a woman on that front page.
Absolutely, yeah. She did that board testing tour. She actually rode one of my good human models, and I think she really liked it, which is pretty cool. But yeah, she's been ripping, Soph. I think she's one of the dark horse, like, quiet achievers that deserves a spot on tour. She works so hard. One thing I noticed with Soph, even if she loses an event, she was on the Challenger Series last year, and one thing I really noticed was even if she lost in the event, she'd stick around and she'd be out there for the morning free surf every day, and she was really focused on trying to improve at each location, because she knew, even if I don't make it this year, this isn't a one-year thing. This sometimes takes time, and yeah, I really appreciated watching how Sophie approached that Challenger last year. She was really trying to soak it all in. She was down there supporting all the other women, down there supporting all the men. And yeah, it was a really good showing by the Aussies on that Challenger Series last year, and I think that's really inspired this next crop of young Aussies coming through right now, because there's been some upsets, there's been some shake-ups to start up this year. We saw Matt Banting, Reef Hazelwood lose yesterday in the men's. Actually saw Matt Banting on social media say he's pulling out of these next few events, so he's going to go work on his craft. take a bit of time off, work out what he wants to do in this next stage of his career. And yeah, good luck to Matty with what he decides to do, because we're all rooting for you. I want to see him back on the tour. I think he's one of the greatest surfers on the planet and has been for a very long time. Such an incredible competitor. But yeah, we'll see him back.
We will. He's too good not to.
Absolutely. But right now, out in the water, this heat, stacked one. Bit of a slow start, 3.5 minutes gone. We have bumped up 2 25-minute heats this morning. We are down at the Pines, they like to call it, at Avoca Beach. Just down from Avoca Point, about 200 metres down the beach from the southern end. And waves are really nice today. This is the best day we have forecasted for the whole event. So nice and clean conditions. Tide is high very soon, so we do see it a little bit full out there right now, but as the day progresses, we will be heading in to the men's Vissla Central Coast Pro right after these women's first 4 heats, round of 16 for the men's coming up, and then we're going to be heading straight over to the Junior Series event. I can't wait for that. I haven't really watched too much of the juniors over the last few years. Life's been very busy, and I'm looking forward to that as we see an incredible turn there. That looked like Kobe Enright. Very hard into this glare.
Maybe I feel like that might have been Sophie.
Oh, Sophie, all right.
Looked like her style, but we'll wait and see. Here we go. There's Kobe.
That's nice combination for Kobe. Great flow there, just taking her time and connecting with all 3 turns. So great start there for Kobe. Also one solid turn. I believe it was Sophie. We are looking at the exact same screen as everybody out there in Webland, and it is very glary out there. The Fresh Air broadcast have just been whispering in my ear saying it's tough for the camera crew down on the beach right now because they're looking straight into that glare. So as the morning progresses, the sun will, or let's say the earth will rotate and the sun will be more high in the sky, and we won't have too much glare. But for right now, we're going to deal with it, and we're going to call as best as we can.
Yeah, the judges do have a spotter down the beach, so rest assured they do know what colours are taking off. And there we go, first scores are in. So that opening exchange, Kobe Enright getting the better of that one. A 5.83 for those 2 backhand turns and a 5 for Sophie McCulloch for that one solid turn. So off to an early start with 19.5 minutes on the clock. Here we go, Paige Harrop, the New Zealand competitor, ex-World Tour surfer. Bit of a frothy section, and she'll make her way back out the back. So Paige Harrop, she was actually the first New Zealand woman to qualify for the World Tour back in 2009.
Been around for a while, and she's done some damage on that World Tour too. Yesterday as well, really important to note, she had such a smart heat. 20-minute heat, she only picked 2 waves, but they were very high quality, and she surfed them very well. So look for her to be maybe patient as this back end of this heat goes through. She opened up with a 2.67. She's going to get rid of that one and replace it with 2 better ones if I'm an expert, like I believe I am. Ask anybody else, maybe not, but I'll talk myself up. But yeah, I've watched a lot of surfing, and I think Paige will replace that 2.6 with a few more scores. And yeah, right now, Kobe Enright, that smooth 3-turn combination, like I was saying, the judges really liking how she linked all 3 together, no downtime between turns. It's very hard to do that, especially when conditions are quite high tide. You see surfers tend to pump in between turns to try and maintain or regain speed, whereas Kobe really flowed between turns there, and I think the judges really appreciating that. So 5.83, starting strong for Kobe Enright. What do we got here? A couple sets rolling throughout the back. Sophie McCulloch up and riding.
Great first bottom turn there into the lip, and just unfortunately going down on that one. So Sophie McCulloch, not the wave she was looking for, but she did have a win earlier this year. She actually won the Phillip Island Pro QS 1000 at the very start of the year, so great result there for Sophie. She's finding some momentum and into these bigger events now. So this is, of course, a QS 3000, and following this event we have 2 QS 5000s. Looking for those spots on the Challenger Series, first event being at Snapper Rocks.
Then we'll be heading down to Manly Beach. Good fun down there, as we see up and riding Zali Kelly, one of the most exciting young surfers coming out of Australia. Just the one turn there. She'll be back out there looking for a little bit more. But yeah, as you said, Challenger Series this year. Last year was a bit of an intro to the Challenger Series. Only 4 events last year. US Open, Portugal, Ericeira, France, Hossegor, and finished up at the beautiful Haleiwa in Hawaii. This year, WSL have worked tirelessly to give us a complete tour on that Challenger Series. We will be seeing the bottom 10 on the World Tour falling off the tour, jumping straight over to that Challenger Series, and there's going to be 8 events. So I'm going to do my best to work them all out. So I think we've got kicking off with snapper as we pick up this Destination New South Wales replay real quickly. Zali Kelly, just this one floater. Getting the morning started for herself. Nice composure, but she's going to want more than that. So I think we kick off at snapper. We go to Manly. I don't have it in front of me, so I'm doing my best here. Then I think it goes to Bolito. And then Portugal, France, Hawaii, and I'm missing 2. What are the other 2? I don't even know. I should know this. I should know this as a commentator, but I should probably know this more as a competitor. I'm going to look it up right now and let you all know, because it is exciting. This tour has been made really fun for everyone. They're going to give us every opportunity to have some incredible events this year. So I'm going to look it up right now and tell you, because I'm excited to learn it too. So it'll be kicking off Boost Mobile Pro Gold Coast, May 7 to 15. Straight to the Sydney Surf Pro at Manly, 7 to 14th of May. Bolito, July 3rd to 10th. Oh, of course, I forgot about the US Open. Cannot forget about that. July 30th to August 7th. Then we'll be heading over to Portugal, Ericeira, from October 1st to 9th. France Pro in Hossegor. Great to have a few ex-CT events now for the Challenger. I think they understand how incredible all the CT, how good all the Challenger surfers are now. Then Piha. We missed out on Piha due to COVID back in 2020. Can't wait to get to Piha, New Zealand, such an incredible place. And then finishing off in Haleiwa. So 8 events, stacked tour, a couple new locations. I think we're going to see some really interesting and exciting surfing. But it all starts here, the Stepping Stone Tour, the regional tours all around the world coming together for that Challenger Series. So this is, of course, the Australia Oceania Tour right now, out in the water, the QS 3000 women's event, Sisstrevolution, Central Coast Pro, presented by Mad Mex. Up and riding, Paige Harab. She'll want a spot on that tour. She wants to be competing at Piha. First time we've had an event on the qualifying series in quite some time in New Zealand, not to mention it being a Challenger Series event. So big stakes. I'm sure Paige and all of the Kiwi surfers left in the draw here today would love a spot on that Challenger Series.
And I tell you, who also would love a spot on that Challenger Series, we have Nathan down the beach speaking with Dimity Stoyle. We'll take you to that interview now.
So we're here at the Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro. Beautiful morning for round 3. I'm here with Dimity Stoyle, who's just knocked out Australia Oceania rankings leader in Nixie Ryan. Dimity, well done on getting through. How does it feel?
Yeah, that was really fun. Once again, Avoca is pumping, so happy to have heats when the waves are like that. It's just, yeah, it's so lucky, and I know everyone's surfing so good, so just to make heats feels really good.
Unreal. And sort of what was the tactic going out there? We've got it's sort of been a little bit of a decrease in the swell. It's cleaned up over the last couple of days. What was sort of your tactics going out there?
Well, I woke up and it was pumping this morning. I'm staying lucky just right on the beach here, so just looked out the window and I was like, wow, it's still pumping. We're so lucky. And once we got out there, the tide filled in really quickly, so I kind of knew that was coming, so I kind of adjusted my positioning a little bit just to try and find a few waves that walled up.
Unreal. So Dimity Stoyle moving through with Molly Picklum from that last heat. Back up to you guys.
The shimmy disco. Nice to see her. It's always exciting having Dimity moving on through the ranks. She's such a little firecracker, such a great human, and yeah, it's always nice staying close to an event, being able to wake up, look out the window and see what the waves are doing, and yeah, paying dividends right now for Dimity Stoyle.
Yeah, it certainly does help. You don't have to get in the car, you don't have to pack the car, you don't have to do much other than just roll out of bed, grab your surfboard and go for a wave.
Absolutely. Don't have to pay for any fuel. How's the price of fuel at the moment? Oh my god.
The amount of petrol that I've put in my car just to get here.
I know. Here we go. Destination New South Wales replay. Kobe Enright, nice first turn. Gets it up there for the second. Unable to hold on. We also saw a nice wave. Here's another one. Sophie McCullough, strong backside turn, getting nice release there. We did in that interview. I saw her out of the side of my screen. Also saw Zali Kelly pick up one with 2 strong backside turns. So here she goes again. Nice first turn. Up there for a second. She's been working on her backside a lot. Heard with Stace Galbraith. Unfortunately, unable to stick that one. And Paige Harab. Bit of a sudsy one to finish off this set. Let's see if it stands up for her. Maybe a little bit of out of rhythm right now for Paige Harab. She picked up a 4.43, so she's well and truly in the heat. Just hasn't been able to connect completely with the wave yet. 12 minutes remaining in this one, just over the halfway point as we pick up wave replay here. Here's the wave replay. Kobe Enright, nice patience, real good composure. I love how she's connecting all of her turns together right now, Kobe.
What I love about Kobe's surfing and Kobe's style is she really opens up her shoulders and really widens that wingspan. She doesn't just do it on her forehand. You could see that she was doing it on backhand. And, answering straight back, that was Zali Kelly. And then behind her was Paige Harab. So a flurry of waves being caught here. And just unfortunately here, Paige just looked a little off balance. Almost kind of jumped out of that one rather than going for that section. So there we go, last of Kobe Enright, a 4.83, so she's bumped into first position now. Sophie McCulloch in second, chasing a 5.67 to go to the lead. Zali Kelly only looking for a 4.81 and Paige Harab a 4.48. So nobody's still run away with this heat yet. There's still highly achievable scores to get into first and second with just over 11 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, once again, judges wanting more. The judges keeping everything down under that 6-point scale unless they see something very exciting. So it's going to see the level rise as we continue to march on through this event. We are down to the last 16 men and 16 women. Junior event coming up later today, which should be really fun to see what they can do out there. It's really important to note that a lot of the juniors, now that juniors has changed back to under 20, it used to be under 18. It used to be under 21, and then we went back to 18. Now we're back to under 20. So a lot of the junior surfers are double dipping. Names like Oscar Berry, Marlon Harrison. I'm sure there's plenty of the women as well, as we see up and riding. Kobe Enright, solid first turn. Is she going to get some more? Unfortunately not. So we're going to see, I think Oscar Berry still going in the men's division, and he will be coming up in the junior division as well. So great to see the juniors all stepping up and making a big impact on the qualifying series, as Paige Harab, solid surfing on that one, finishing off clean on her feet. So nice wave there for Paige. But right now, with 10 minutes remaining, it is Kobe Enright out in the lead. Just that one turn on the last wave I don't think is going to replace that 4.83. So sitting on a 5.83, 4.83, nice and comfortable out in the lead. Right now, second place, Sophie McCulloch for that one strong backside turn on her first wave, 5-point ride. And on cue, we see her up and riding here. Taking her time at the start, coming hard off the bottom. Great turn into the lip. Very solid backside surfing there. Combination, two strong turns. I think the judges are going to like that one. So she's looking to replace the 3.9. She wants a 5.67 if she wants to jump up into the lead. Early prediction, I think she's going to get maybe... Oh, it's going to be very close. The surfers are making it very... with this judging, it's like... I like the patience here. Nice and vertical, aggressive, no downtime, straight up. Bit of variety, bit more of a like swoop this second turn. I think it's in that 5-point range once again. There we go, 5.1.
We had a feeling.
Wave. Yeah, smaller wave. I think they're on the money there, 5.1. So secures her second spot a bit more. That leaves Zali Kelly down in third, looking for a 6-point ride. She does have first priority right now. Paige Harab down in fourth, looking for a 5.67, so very achievable scores. But right now, it's a tale of the 4s and 5s, and who can be the first today to break out of those average to good range scores, because very capable. That tide you can see right now getting really full. We are about 15 minutes away from the top of the tide, so for anyone out there who doesn't understand, during the day, due to the moon cycle, the ocean does change from high to low tide. It goes shallower and deeper. Takes about 6 hours to change. So right now we're almost at the very top of the high tide. As the water drains out to God knows where, it will get shallower and the waves will get a little bit steeper, and it'll allow the surfers to have maybe some more opportunities to get some vertical surfing done. That's kind of how I like to look at it. Shallower tide allows you to get a little bit steeper sections. So high tide's going to start draining out once it turns in about 15 minutes, as we see Kobe Enright up and riding.
Current heat leader, nice first turn. Straight onto the face for the second one, so the wave just kind of flattening out at the end there, but Kobe Enright, she's already in first place. She's looking to improve on her scoreline and make that requirement a little harder for second, third and fourth. I actually think we might have had a full moon last night, I think.
I did see that, yeah. I was driving to get pizza last night and the moon was full. It was very bright, and yeah, that's another thing to mention. When the moon's full, the tides generally get even bigger. So right now, we do have a massive full moon, quite a big high tide, and yeah, it's high tide at 8:25 here at Avoca Beach this morning. So as that turns, we're going to see the water drain out, and we're going to see the bank get a little shallower. So still plenty of great waves on offer with this high tide this morning. The ladies making the most of it out there. As we see, two of the women with scores over that 10-point range, which has been pretty good scores at the moment in this event. We will see as we keep moving through quarterfinals over the next few days, and also men's division coming up later today. Some of those scores jumping up into that 6, 7, 8-point range. We haven't seen many, but when we do, it's because we've seen very exciting surfing. So don't go anywhere. As this event goes on, you're going to see some exciting stuff. As we see Sophie McCullough choosing a right this time.
Flying down that one, and just a quick up and out for Sophie. So another wave that she's looking for. Bit of a closeout. She's looking for a 5.57 to take the lead. 6 minutes on the clock. Zali Kelly in third, chasing a 6. She's holding first priority, meaning that she does have right of way to any wave in the lineup. So if you're watching at home, the little P and the 2 and 3 on the screen next to the surfers' names, that is the priority. Paige Harab in fourth position, chasing a 5.67. We have a surfer paddling here. That is Zali Kelly up and riding. A little hung up in the section, so not the wave she's going to be looking for. Bit bumpy on that right still, Cooper.
Yeah, the right is really starting to get eaten up by that channel. I thought that was going to happen. My free surf this morning, I found a few rights, but they were very hard to get critical, and that's why the lefts we have seen a bit more, standing up a bit more. The right is a bit deeper. There's a big channel there. The rights are running into the channel and they're losing energy, whereas the lefts are running from the deep water across to the shallower water, and the end of the lefts are allowing a little bit more of an aggressive end turn, and that's where we've seen the scores come from this morning, as we see Paige Harab up and riding, taking the right, solid first turn. She's found one from a little deeper on the bank where it starts shallow, but as always, these rights disappearing into the channel, so that's not going to do it for Paige. She's going to be back out there as we hit that 5 minutes mark. For anyone who's been to a surf event before, for any competitors out there, for any families out there who watch their children surf or their friends surf, they would know the yellow flag would be going up on the beach. The Surfing New South Wales pit crew would be down there throwing it up, signalling to the athletes there's just 5 minutes remaining. As we see Zali Kelly, 2 nice turns on the backside, maybe not timing them perfectly. Didn't see much of a fan of spray, which generally tells the judges timing is right, bit of power in the turn. She did place them quite nicely, but unfortunately didn't get that spray click, so we'll see what the judges think of that. Nonetheless, 2 nice turns and picking up a wave that had a bit more scoring opportunity for Zali. So first turn up there nicely. Second one turning just under the lip, which just didn't throw that little fan of spray. So we'll see what the judges think. Still got a bit of release, which I did like, but we'll wait and see what the judges thought of it. She's looking for a 6-point ride.
She certainly is looking for a 6, and yeah, as you mentioned, Cooper, I just think the timing was a little bit off on that one, but it will be better than a 4.1, I feel. With 4 minutes on the clock, this is a Destination New South Wales wave replay. Kobe Enright, current heat leader, generating some speed and putting it straight up there, and unfortunately not able to ride out of that one. She's looking to replace a 4.83 to improve her first place position. It is Sophie McCulloch from the Sunshine Coast sitting in second. Paige Harab, the Kiwi, in third, and Zali Kelly in fourth. Kobe Enright, of course, in the lead. A fun fact about Zali Kelly, she's got a shoe collection of like 55 shoes, roughly, and she's got 6 dogs. They're all little chihuahuas.
No way. That's so cool.
I was watching something the other day, and her incentive to do her first air, I think at the age of 12 or whatever it was, if she did an air before she was a teenager, she could get a dog. And she ended up pulling off her air before she turned 13, and now she's got 6 dogs. So I'm not sure what the other 5 incentives were.
She's doing too many airs. Hopefully we can see one of those airs to finish off this heat, because she's going to need it. She is looking for a 6-point ride. It looks like she didn't improve with that last wave. Judges being very harsh on the competitors right now. They want to see exciting, big surfing on big sections, just like we've seen Kobe and Sophie do to kick off this heat. But still very close. Paige Harab down in third, only looking for a 5.67. Azali looking for a 6-point ride. Right now, out in the lead, Kobe Enright with that opening 5.83, proving the difference right now.
It is the ex-World Tour surfer sitting in third place and looking for a score. So Paige Harab, the veteran, you'd say, in this heat. She was the first New Zealand woman to qualify for the World Tour back in 2009. She eventually fell off tour, then got back on, and then fell back off. So Paige Harab, she's looking to qualify again and get back on that world stage. Beautiful left-hander just rolling through with nobody on it.
Yeah, you can see though that tide is very high. I think right as this heat will finish, we'll see the tide turn and yeah, get a little bit shallower. Right now the waves are looking a little bit fat, we like to call it in surfing. Not quite as steep as we'd like it, but still plenty of scoring opportunities. Kobe and Soph have found a few steep sections, and when we find those steep sections, just like Sophie's first wave, her 5-point ride, just one critical turn on it, one of those steeper sections can give us big scores. So coming down to the Mad Max minute and a half remaining in this one. This of course is round 3, heat number 2. We are down to the last 16 women in the draw. Coming up in the next heat, we do have heat number 3. In the red, we're going to see Jasmine Sampson. In the blue, Macy Callahan. In the white, Philippa Anderson. And in the green, Kyla Whitfield. So once again, a stacked heat. Every heat is stacked now. Down to the last 16. We did start with a lot more than 16. So if the competitors lose here, if they pick up a 3rd place, they will get 1,050 points, which is more than winning the first 3 events of the year. So lots of points on offer right now in these events for the competitors. Also, they'll be taking home $750 if they come 3rd. In 4th, a 13th place and 885 points, $550. So important to mention this event, if you have made this round, you've done the exact same points-wise as you have as winning the first 3 events of the year. So super important, the points on offer right now as we see Soph McCullough up and riding. Strong first turn. That's what we like to see. Hard off the bottom. Hits it. I like that. I like that one. I'm going to go out and say maybe her best wave of the heat. As we see a competitor, Dimmy Hennessy just fell into a box.
Too many burritos.
Sitting on a plastic box and he fell into it. I wish I had a camera on that, but what we do have a camera on is Soph McCullough making the most of this Mad Max minute. 2 strong backside turns. That, of course, was the Destination New South Wales replay. We counted down the end of that heat. Best wave of the heat right there for Sophie McCullough, 5.67. That moves her up into the lead. She's going to take it out. We're going to be seeing Sophie McCullough and Kobe Enright coming up in the quarterfinals over the coming days. This is, of course, the Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro presented by Mad Max. We'll be right back after this break.
Welcome back to the live action of day number 4 of the Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro presented by Mad Max. We have the women's QS 3000 in the water, heat number 3 of the round of 16. Jasmine Sampson, Macy Callahan, Philippa Anderson and Kyla Whitfield. My name is Britt Nickel, joined in the booth now with Adam Hennessy. And what an entrance into the booth you just made. You just fell into the box.
Seriously. Do not sit on foreign objects, I say, because that was ridiculous. As we see Pink up and riding, yeah, welcome in. I love the reaction from everyone in the booth. Everyone just looked over and went, you are such a fool.
Sat on a plastic box and fell straight through it.
Anyway, you get that, and that's a good start for Jasmine there with a 3.67. I had a little look before, Britt, out in the lineup, just trying to scope it out for what we have today, and very clean conditions, a lot of glare. How these guys are, doing such a great job on the web, just trying to isolate these surfers in the lineup. But wow, it really pulsed last night. The waves are like 6 foot as we see surfer up and riding, and they look like mace actually, nice and vertical. But yeah, it definitely came up overnight, and the swell seems to be holding up as well. So we're looking forward to a great day, and we're going to welcome in the Pro Junior action a bit later. But today, And this morning, Britt, this is where it's going to get really serious for these surfers as they try to make their way into that important quarterfinals.
Great first turn there from Kyla Whitfield, just unfortunately unable to stick that last turn. And yeah, critical surfing there for the young woman in the green. But yeah, very important day today, Dimmy. Surfers looking to move through into the quarterfinals and boost up those points. So if someone finishes fourth in this round, they're 885 points, a third 1,050, but if you're making the quarters, you're getting 1,500 points. So realistically, you're wanting to make quarters in most of these events at least.
100%. When you think of, I'm pretty sure Ellie Harrison is sitting in second position, and she only has 1,400 and something points overall from 3 events. So as we start to ramp it up when it comes to, you know, the points and the amount of points on offer, it's going to really, you know, as you said, a massive part of your of your combined total overall to get yourself in the challenges. So yeah, if you get through this heat, like 1,500 points, that's huge. That's a great effort. And then you go into the 2 surfer format, and that changes up the mindset as well.
It certainly does. You've not only, you know, you're moving from a 4-person heat to a 2-person, and you can really just sit and wait and be patient. We're now into 25-minute heats. The surfer's getting that extra 5 minutes, to allowing them to pick those best waves. But yeah, as you go to a 2-person heat, you've got a lot more time just to be more selective and really kind of just go wave for wave with your other competitor.
How do you find that? Like, do you, the hustle and bustle of the 4 surfer heats compared to the 2 surfer format, it has to be an adjustment in the way you think about it and the way your strategy is.
It certainly is. Like, I feel as though when you're in a 4-person heat, it's not like you've got a second chance, but you've got a second spot. So if you're not in first and someone's just run away with the heat, you're like, okay, well, I can at least get second still and progress through the heat, because it is a 50% progression. Whereas when you're in a 2-person heat, if the person in first just completely combos you kind of got no chance to come back.
Yeah. As we see, Spilsy up and right in. Look at this. She's got a little inside wedge as well. And Philippa Anderson from Merriweather, one of the stalwarts of the QE. And I don't think there would be a person in the world who would not like to see Philippa get an opportunity to surf at the elite level. She has been so close. An incredible 7 times she's been in the top 15 on the QS, and they only take 10. So I'm pretty sure she's finished 12 3 times or something. So we know she's got the talent, and yeah, it's just about getting it done. And I'm pretty sure 30 these days, but she's still surfing at the peak of her powers. So it'd be good to see Philippa finally get that opportunity. I know she's had a couple of wild cards, but I think that some of those spots on tour, Britt, would really, really, suit her style of surfing as well.
Yeah, I agree with you, Dimmy. And there we go, 4 for the second wave, of Philippa Anderson. So she's off to an early lead. And yeah, as you mentioned, Philippa's just been knocking on that World Tour door for so long now. And it's actually been quite heartbreaking to watch, because there's been years, and a couple of years it came down to Port Stephens, and she literally just needed to make certain heats. And she'd just fall short. And just to see it all unfold was just, it's absolutely heartbreaking. But at the same time for Philippa, she's still here, she's still competing. The resilience that she has just to continue to show up. And she's come so close so many times. I'm hoping that this year's her year.
Yeah, definitely. And I do like the way she composes herself, and she's such a positive individual. So, she's never going to give up the fight. She's got such a solid foundation in her surfing, and yeah, let's hope this year might be the year for Philippa Anderson from the Merriweather Club. And out the back we see a lovely wave, just really well timed, just nice and patient into the pocket. And that is, I'm pretty sure in that glare was the surfer in red.
I think it's Jasmine Sampson.
She said that this is a really good result for her, because her first 3 events this year were 17th and the 25th. So this is a great way to sort of build that confidence as we see surfer up and riding as well with 18 to go. So these extra 5 minutes gives everyone that opportunity to really, really find those 2 gems, because it felt like 20 minutes just races on by. That 25 minutes, that extra 5 minutes doesn't seem a lot, but in the overall scheme of things, I reckon it does change the way these surfers will be thinking about what they want in the ocean.
It does, Dimmy, and it allows the surfers to be a little bit more patient, or if they're kind of on the back half of the the in third and fourth, it gives them that extra time just to go, okay, well, I still need a score, but I've still got time. Whereas with a 20-minute heat, last 5 minutes can be a little bit scratchy sometimes. So we have increased that time for these heats, and on screen there you can see the Mad Mex 2-for-1 burritos. If you scan that,
apparently I'll
get 2 for 1.
Too many.
Yeah, Dimmy's had too many this week after falling through that plastic box. Might have to get you something different for lunch, mate.
It might be a salad for lunch. As we see the surfer up and right in the North Narrabeen surfer, Carla Whitfield, utilising priority and really nice projection into the lip on that turn. Yeah, great to have Mad Mex in for the event.
You were breaking everything this morning.
Seriously.
Just don't touch anything.
I know.
Sit and
Too
put your
much gym
headphones on.
work. Not enough speed work, bro.
Here we have the Destination New South Wales replay. Kyla Whitfield just a straight up and down, and manages to ride out of that one with composure.
Definitely great to see another young surfer coming through the ranks from North Narrabeen. I spoke to Coops about it yesterday, about just what a production line, historic sort of a venue, historic club, and the amount of pro surfers and internationally rated surfers that has come from that beach alone is just incredible. You know, it just blows my mind as we see surfer up and riding. This looks like the surfing pink, just up and into it again. So keep it nice and busy. So Jasmine's found that sort of rhythm early in the heat. We're down to just under 16. Is with Macy Callahan, of course. World Tour surfer, fell off the tour last year, but she was knocking on the door so many times. She had just, I think, 6 round 3s, and that would have been ultra frustrating on tour, because we know she has the ability in the arsenal to really, explode at the highest level.
Yeah, she got a 9th place in every event last year on that World Tour. So just that little 9th place monkey. But Macy Callahan, she finished 2nd in this event last year, so she'd be looking to go one better this year, I feel.
Yeah, she's definitely one of the favourites, but she's got her work cut out. But she knows this wave so well, coming from North Shelley, part of that really strong ABB Champions for 2022 club. And she'd know every piece of land and every piece of water and every bank out here for sure. So she's going to be hard to beat, but with 14.5 to go, she's actually behind the 8 ball. She doesn't need a lot to get it up to first, but right now it is Jasmine taking the reins at the moment with a 5 and a 3.67, and Philippa just locking in those 2 mid-range. So we saw yesterday a lot of scores in this range, and it took, a point of difference for those judges to sort of spread the scale out a little bit and offer up a little bit of a higher score in that good to excellent range. What do you think they were looking for? More depth and just point of difference?
We've noticed it majority of the event, and with the previous events too, like there's been like a lot of kind of mid-range scores, really hard to say crack over a 5.56.
Yep.
So judges are kind of, they're making it known that they're looking for strong, committed surfing. They want those critical turns in those critical sections, bigger turns, bigger reward.
I felt like as the tide dropped out yesterday, that those really below sea level waves were the ones that will jam in those 8s. We've only seen a couple of 8s. I don't even know if we've seen a 9 at the event yet. But I felt like once that tide sort of started to filter on out, we saw a lot better in the scores because of that below sea level and that punchier sections.
Yeah, you can see the waves started to really steepen up and allow those surfers that opportunity to get more square. So we are pretty much on a dead high tide right now. It was a full moon last night, so a lot of water starting to make its way back out.
Out there, did you? Just run around the trees?
I didn't, but you showed up for work this morning.
I've come back with superhuman powers this morning. I'm breaking everything. It's heavy.
Don't know your own strength, Dimmy.
I went and sampled some of the Central Coast yesterday. It's a beautiful area, and it's what a pristine piece of coastline on the eastern seaboard, and we are so blessed to be here. We've got so many great sponsors, of course. Our supporting partners, Central Coast Council, Avoca Beach Hotel. We've had some really good nights up there, and Destinations New South Wales, the World Surf League, and Surfing New South Wales bringing this event to us And yeah, I've had a great time. It's just such a peaceful place, and it's only like an hour and a half out of Sydney. So if you're on the web and you want to come up and taste and sample one of the most beautiful places in the world, come up and check it out, the Central Coast.
It is an absolutely beautiful stretch of coastline. There's so much to do around here too. You're missing out if you don't come and visit this area. With just over 12 minutes on the clock, it is Jasmine Sampson in the lead with a 3.67 and a 5. Philippa Anderson in second. Macy Callahan in third and Kyla Whitfield in fourth. So you could almost say that one of the underdogs at the moment is leading this heat. But with just under 12 minutes on the clock, there's still plenty of time for all competitors to lock in a good score, because if you look at the scoreline, they are extremely close for each other right now.
Yes, there's been no breakaway waves ridden so far, so everyone's still in the mix, and you'd have to say Philippa and Macy would be favoured to get through this heat, but we saw in the men's yesterday, and actually in the women's too, Keely Andrews bowed out. There's just no certainties when it comes to the QS, and you know, these big names, they actually have a target on their back more often than not. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens. I'm sure Mace, Philippa know that these two young guns have a lot of ability, and the one good thing is to see the size of the swirl, the cleanness of the swirl is holding up. This afternoon, did you surf? It was massive.
No, I went home and sat in front of my computer and continued to work and do uni.
Oh, see, that's what happens
Pretty
when
boring.
you're smart.
The juggle, the ultimate juggle.
No, great waves and a great location, and well done to the crew from WSL and Surfing New South Wales for moving it up the beach a little bit on these left and right peaks. Kayla Whitfield there just getting caught behind that section with 10.5 to go. So right now, that priority will switch over to Macy Callahan, and as I said, doesn't need a lot.
She doesn't need a lot at all. Probably a little bit of a priority mistake there for the surfer in green, Kyla Whitfield. She had first priority and just continued to scratch into this one. You could see here she just caught on that bobble behind the section.
It's probably a case of once you have a crack,
You've got to go anyway.
You've got to go anyway, because you're going to lose priority. We saw that quite often yesterday, where surfers were having a look at waves and unable to get into the wave, or the wave just not holding up. And once you sort of commit, you've sort of got to make that decision to go anyway, because the only thing you're going to do is basically lose priority anyway. So with 9 minutes 40 on the clock, yeah, it's interesting times. These are critical points of this event. This is where it goes into a very serious situation for these surfers who are trying to get into that top 7. It's 7 for the girls, isn't it? Plus a wild card. Wow.
Yeah, it sure is.
That is so tough.
It is certainly tight. And well, looking for one of those spots on that Challenger Series is Sophie McCulloch, the winner of that last heat. We have Nathan down there with a post-heat interview. Take it away, Nath.
So we're here with the winner of the last heat, Sophie McCulloch. Congratulations, Sophie. How was it out there?
Thank you. Yeah, it was really fun. It's good to get a couple of reps in the jersey on my backhand, and yeah, you can't really complain. It's like 2 foot, clean, it's sunny, it's all you really want for a surf comp.
Unreal, and you've been in really good form throughout this whole event. Talk us through sort of what your tactics were and sort of what your goals are going into the back end of this event. You've already tasted a victory at the start of the year at Phillip Island. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, it was good to start the year off with a win, and I got to see heaps of family down there, which was pretty special. Family's pretty important right now, so yeah, that was really nice. And yeah, here, now that I'm in the quarters, I guess I really just want to try and focus on tapping into my best surfing in the jersey. I feel like then I was still a little bit shaky off the top, and definitely didn't capitalise on one opportunity, but yeah, hopefully I can start to bring my A game.
Certainly not looking very shaky in that last heat. Congratulations, Sophie. Good luck in the quarters.
Thank you.
Back to you.
Thank you, Nath. And great interview there with Sophie McCulloch. She actually graced the covers of Surfing Life in February at Norfolk Island. That shot was taken by Shane Enabar. So great to see a woman on the front cover of one of those top surfing magazines. And well, another woman that was on the cover of that Surfing Life magazine was Macy Callahan in this heat back in December.
Yep.
Leading the way.
Leading the charge for the next generation. And good to see Soph through because she's basically been on an absolute tear. And like she said, winning that event in Phillip Island was a great confidence boost as she looks to put herself in the hunt for one of those spots on the Challenger. And she definitely, out of our rising stars, is one that I feel would be quite comfortable at the higher level in the sport.
100% agree with you on that one, Dimmy, sorry.
Dimity? Oh. Do I look like a DJ?
Oh, I don't know, maybe.
Get on the decks, Dimity.
Just don't put you on a plastic box.
Yeah, that's right.
But no, Sophie McCulloch, she would be a great addition to that World Tour. She's been around for a little while now. She's always kind of been at that top level. She's from the Sunshine Coast. And, yeah, she's just got such composure in and out of the water. Over the years, I've kind of watched her post-heat interviews, and you can see that she backs herself. She's quietly confident, but she's happy to say, like, this is what I'm here for and this is what I'm doing. Like, she backs her ability.
Mature.
She is mature, head on her shoulders. I do believe that she is also at uni, so she's obviously quite intelligent. But yeah,
a lot of the surfers do that. I remember speaking to Bella Nichols, and Isabella was saying that it was a great way to separate the stresses and the anxiety of tour. And having something else to work towards as well, and especially during that COVID period.
Just add some more stress and anxiety with
Is that what it
assessments and
does?
exams.
But I feel like some
Just a
people could
different
really
level.
use that as a tool to refocus on something other than, because I feel like some people, they need to take a step back at times where they can be all too, the thought process could be all about the surfing. But some people relax, some people train, and some people do uni, like yourself.
Yeah, for sure, Dimmy. I do agree, yeah. Like, it is good to have something other than surfing, whether that's study or a different kind of job or a passion or a hobby, just something to kind of take you away from that competitive arena and just always constantly training. Like, you find some surfers kind of get in the trap of constantly training, and every time they hit the water, whether it's for a free surf or a competition, they're always kind of in that contest mode.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's sometimes important to take that off you sometimes and just go out and free surf.
Here we
And
go
do it for the love of it.
Well, this little inside runner on the left, getting to work, and a little 1-2 punch at the end. So I love the flow of that couple of turns from Philippa Anderson there. She really jammed hard off that first turn and created a lot of speed and flow into that corner. And as my old mate Terry McKenna would say, if you're willing to risk it, you'll get the biscuit.
Oh, wow.
I love that.
We have the Destination New South Wales Wave replay. Philippa Anderson on her backhand throws a heap of spray on that section. Kind of went for that turn middle of the face then, but then managed to finish off strong. So the surfer in white looking for a score to go into first place. She's had a couple of results already this year. She had a 9th place at the Carve Great Lakes Pro. She had a 3rd at the Gage Roads Port Stephens Pro. So they were the first 2 stops on this Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series. So Philippa Anderson.
Who's leading?
She's already had... No, Nixie Ryan's leading.
Oh, Nixie, of course.
Yeah, of course. So Philippa, she's had a few events, but she'd be looking to go better in this one.
The Labar crew have actually really sort of raised that level. They've had guys like Stewie Kennedy, Adam Mellin, Woody coming through, and now they've got the likes of like the Mikey Madonnas and Nixie Ryan, and there's such a strong foundation when it comes to developing professional athletes. It's great to see these younger gen coming through from the far north coast.
It certainly is. It's a hotbed of talent up there. And, well...
Is it because the waves are good?
I mean, Lennox does pump. It is a good right-hand point break. You've also got, like, a few beaches around there as well. But, yeah, the waves are pretty good.
It's better than Sydney. I mean,
Yeah, Manly.
Please.
North State.
North State's unbelievable. No one ever goes right at North State.
Well, I mean, there is a
Except
Challenger
George
event
Pitter.
at Manly, so it must be
Hey,
all right.
The waves are always pumping, and I will say it right now for that Challenger event, the actual banks are about as good as you can get.
Don't jinx it.
I know.
Still a little while away.
I will say that everyone goes lefts at North State, except George Pitter,
So, yeah,
because he was brought up on a ride. Did you know that? He actually, I did a podcast with George and Xavier yesterday, Xavier Huxtable, and George tells the story about he spent most of his young life in Vanuatu, and it's a pretty interesting story. He lived on a resort, his parents owned a resort, and he only surfed rights.
Doesn't sound too terrible.
But he said, do you know what he did say that intrigued me? He said, I got boring after a while, just surfing perfect rights on your own. Please.
I feel like every wave just would have been so perfect that, I guess he wanted a little bit more of a challenge. So he's now surfing Manly in Northstein.
Yeah, there you go. So right now, Macy Callan, as we said, has jumped into the lead with that 5.17 4.80, and Jasmine Sampson in second. Well, we saw a paddle there, and I saw Philippa Anderson put in her arms up in the air towards the priority judge saying, hey, was that a paddle? Does she lose priority? And she does. So maybe that was a bit of skill, and it is a certain skill to be able to get someone to actually have a crack at a wave when they've got first priority.
It is, and here she goes. Well, this will be interesting because Philippa Anderson did have priority over the surfer in red. So Philippa currently in third place and looking to overtake the surfer that was on her inside. So for anyone viewing at home wondering why she just dropped in, priority was with the surfer in white. She had second priority. Red had third priority. So Philippa Anderson did have right of way.
Now that's going to be interesting because she was in second position. Is that an interference?
It'd be interesting too because Jasmine, I wonder if she'd realised that the priority did change.
I don't think she did. When she took off, I honestly don't think she'd realised that she'd lost priority in that situation. But did it hinder the scoring potential of Philippa's wave? I don't know. Well, this will be very interesting because I reckon that Philippa actually will better that four. As we see,
Macy, current heat leader, North Shelley board rider. She was on tour last year. She's looking to find a space back on tour. Well, we'll wait and see what happened with Philippa Anderson for those scores to drop. Philippa's another one who originally grew up in a different country. She's originally from Port Elizabeth in South Africa, sorry. And I'm pretty sure she moved over to Australia around the age of 12. So she's been here for a long time now and calls Australia home. But
she's been competing at my events in Sydney since she was very young, along with Craig, her brother, who was an exceptional junior surfer who sort of went a different path. He went on the path of, like the free surfer, but great family from up there in Newey, as we see surfer up and riding, and this one's going to count in, and it's going to be interesting to see what happened at the end of that heat. So another exciting exchange, not a lot between first, second, third and fourth, and we'll be back in just a minute.
Some say we've got engine oil in our veins. Oh, that and a fair bit of dust. Sure, these wild utes are hard work, but it's no job. The roar of them. Pure. Takes some rare skills to settle one. A band of brothers and sisters. Where man learns from machine, learns from man. Those that visit are transformed, almost as much as the V6 Amaroks. It's like this place rubs off on them. You gotta see it to believe it. The only ute, reared for the road.
And welcome back to the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series 2022. This is, of course, the Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro presented by Madmex QS Women's 3000 event. We are into heat number 4 of the round of 16. My name's Cooper Chapman. I'm joined by the one and only Dimmy Hennessy. Some great surfing out there right now. Bit of a crazy end of that last heat, eh?
That was crazy. We saw a change of priority in the last 2 minutes with Jasmine and Philippa, and then I don't know if Jasmine realised that she actually had lost priority because she took off right at the same point of Philippa Anderson, and that is a get-out-of-jail card for Spilsy because she didn't get the score on the 403, and Jasmine got a priority interference, which means you lose a full wave.
Yeah, I was down there watching from the beach, and it's a really hard one. It's super glary, but that's where the priority judge has such an important job right down there because Jasmine did paddle for a wave, and then you saw Philippa throwing her arms up saying, hey, what's the go here? So I couldn't see the priority board, but I can imagine they would have turned it, but they have to turn it in that 10 seconds between waves, as we see up and riding out the back. Nice looking wave here. Just a one turn. But yeah, if that judge doesn't turn their board around quick enough, then Jasmine's sitting out there going, well, she would have known. She paddled for that wave. I was down there watching, so in my mind, bit of a mistake taking that wave.
Yeah, probably better off not rolling the dice and just going, you know what I mean, I'm going to let Philippa go because, in the end, she didn't get the score anyway, but you just wouldn't know that as we see Ellie Harrison up and riding. But yeah, that is an absolute tragedy for that young lady because that was going to be a huge result getting through into the two surfer formats.
Absolutely.
Incredible.
But we are here at the beautiful Avoca Beach, and massive shout out. Nice little message I want to read out right now. So Surfing New South Wales acknowledges the dark and young people, the traditional owners of the land and the beaches that we surf on today. So we pay our respects to the elders past, present and emerging. Big thank you to our Indigenous family here in Australia, always allowing us to share these beautiful waves, beautiful land, and yeah, very grateful for the opportunity to compete in this beautiful region here on the Central Coast. So big thank you to the dark and young people, the traditional owners of this land.
Yeah, that's exactly right, mate, and we do thank them for sure as we see Destinations New South Wales replay from the Surfer in White. And mate, just talking about heats, we've got 4 big heats coming up very shortly, and you're engaged in one of them important sort of battles for that top 8 positions in that man-on-man format. So how are you feeling this morning? Have you been assessing the conditions? Very similar to yesterday, but I feel it's going to get a little bit better as that tide starts to drop, as we see Sage Goldsbury up and riding on the left, just identifying a nice little hook into that pocket and a lovely little finishing turn. So your thoughts going into a really big day for you guys?
Yeah, important round this one. Once you jump past this round, you really bump those points up. Man-on-man heats is where we want to be. So we'll pick up this replay of Sage. I like she really opened up that wingspan there on that first turn and gets up nice and vertical on this second one. So nice right-hander there. There's not many critical closeout sections on the rights. At the moment, as you said, that tide is quite high, but that's something that I'm definitely very wary of. The tide has turned, so I think it's going to get shallower as we continue on through the day. So I'll be coming up in heat number 3, so I'll have another hour and 10 minutes of tide before I surf from right now. So yeah, I'm looking left. I think where the rights are going into the channel, I was just down there watching, and I think that's where the lefts are going to start breaking from the tip of the channel out to the left of screen right now, as we see just a quick little one for the surfer in white. Unfortunately, not much scoring potential on this one. As we can see, that tide is quite high right now, filling up a lot of the waves, but we know the judges are looking for critical turns on big sections. So as this tide draws out for the men's division coming up after this heat, and also the juniors as the afternoon progresses, the waves should get quite fun, I think. Low tide's going to improve conditions.
Did you surf late yesterday afternoon? Because it got very...
I heard it got big.
Oh, it got like 6 foot.
No way.
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
I spoke to Crispy, and he said that he nearly got cleaned up on the ski late yesterday afternoon. There's some solar ones, and Ellie Harrison out there with that 5.17, of course, been on an absolute tear. 3rd place in the Phillip Island Pro, and a quarter bowing out to Philippa Anderson at Port Stephens. So this young lady has been really focused and on point so far in 2022, and this is just one of those heats where you got 4 surfers with exceptional ability and are ready to really mix it up.
Yeah, 4 very capable women out there in the water right now. As we see, it looks like so hard with this glare. I think that's Jazz Stokes in the black.
Yeah, I think it was. And Ellie Brooks is out there with priority. And massive shout out to all our supporting partners. And
Charlie
of course
Stokes,
the webcast partners, the Mad Mex, supplying plenty of food for the athletes and the staff. The Mad Mex Minute, of course. And, yeah, apparently I've been eating too many burritos. As we see the surfer up and right in.
Ellie Brooks, solid right-hander, going into that channel a little bit. Not really getting anything steep just yet. Maybe on this inside it might stand up for her, but that's going to be all she wrote. That right is running into a deep channel right now, so as the tide gets lower, we will see the left start to stand up a little more, and out the back we should see some nice scoring potential. But for right now, ladies trying to do their best to find waves with any steep section possible. So Ellie Brooks, a couple backhand cutbacks there, nothing real critical on that one. I think she's going to want a bit more than that. Right now, Ellie Harrison, as you were saying just then, third place down at Phillip Island, quarterfinals, losing to Philippa Anderson. It's important to note, if she gets first in this heat, she'll be versing Philippa Anderson in the quarterfinals once again.
Wow.
So,
Is that
a bit of payback.
Yeah, that happens quite often. You see that where girls, men and the females also sort of match up against each other. You end up with the same individual, 3 or 4 times in a season.
Yeah, it tends to happen like that. I think because of the seeding comes from the start of the year. If you're there from the beginning next to the same person, you tend to draw them pretty often. I think I've drawn Kaius King like twice already this year in 3 events. And then, yeah, I mean, hopefully if you're working your way to the point of the competition, you're versus the same guys if they're doing well. But as we see, Ellie Brooks into another quick one, strong first turn into that glare, wrapping it back around, hoping this one's going to stand up through this little rip bowl. Maybe give her something a bit more on the inside. Looks like maybe she's going to get a little bonus here. So Ellie Brooks finding one with an inside section. Nice snap there. So that's going to be her best wave of the heat. Right now out in the lead we do have Ellie Harrison in the white. 5.17 she opened with. Backed that up with a 1.8. She'll be replacing that very shortly. Sage Goldsbury in the green. Picked up a 4.5. 2 turns on her backside on that right. As we pick up this Destination New South Wales replay with Ellie Brooks.
Yeah, nice. Chip shot into this ride and getting to work. Great flow, and just the rhythm of her surfing impresses me immensely. And you could just see she was just nice and patient waiting for this inside corner to line up. And today we have a really clean 3 to 4 foot east southeast swell with light winds from the west southwest. So it's going to be an awesome day. And like we said, we've just gone past that high tide coops, and definitely going off what we've seen in the first couple of days of the event. The actual quality of the banks got better as that mid-tide sort of hit.
Absolutely, yeah. As that tide drops, we're going to see it get a little shallow. We do have a full moon at the moment, which any surfers out there know affects the tides even more. So very high tide this morning. As it drains out, conditions will improve. Juniors are going to get the pick of the bunch, I think, later today.
I saw them in the car park, and some of them just had bibs on. They were frothing. They're like, oh, we're on the webcast, we're doing this, we're doing that.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I haven't seen too much of the juniors recently, so it's going to be fun sitting in the booth with you, getting to chat to them. I mean, a few of them are still going in the event because now 100%. The juniors are all crazy talents.
Did you ever have like a junior event, like a junior pro series event actually televised? I don't think, I mean, I ran a lot of them back in the day, and we never televised them, but
I think we used to. When I got the tail end of the junior series being pretty big deal.
I reckon the big one.
At Stratty, there was one, the Oakley one at Stratty. I remember having pumping waves at Cylinder one day, getting smoked by Wade Carmichael. But I think maybe, I can't remember. I'll have to ask my dad. He just sent me a message. I'm sure he's listening right now. Maybe send me a message, Dad. Let me know if.
I remember
there was definitely some comps.
Because we spoke about that on a potty once, where you were just saying that Wado just got so shacked.
No, he just gets me every time. The amount of times that I lost to that guy in quarterfinals was a joke. It was funny. I remember how we had one junior at a place called Rangaroa in Tahiti, and I think it was the last event of the junior series. I was leading the whole way because I won the first event of the year, and Wade was on my tail, kept beating me in quarters. And then we had each other in the quarterfinals at Rangaroa, and it was whoever won that heat won the junior series. And I snapped 2 boards in the heat. I snapped the board on my first wave, had to swim in. He had like pocket 8s or something, and then I went out and got an 8 and got myself back in the heat, and then I snapped another board on my 3rd wave. And I was just like, are you kidding? I had to borrow a board.
Mate, what a machine, Wade Carmichael, and it'll be good to see him competing again very shortly. I'm hoping that he gets a wild card into the Challenger events. Still got a lot to offer, I reckon, the big powerhouse.
Yeah, been taking a bit of time off. Local boy from down here at Avoca, now living in Kingscliff. Yeah, I've been speaking to him a bit. I'm actually staying at his family's house right now here in Avoca, which I'm very grateful for, thanks to Dino and Vic. But yeah, he'll be back. I think he's
100%.
just having a bit of time. It's been a wild couple of years for those guys on the tour with COVID and everything. It kind of threw them around, threw a lot of curveballs, a lot of cancelled travel, a lot of interesting mindset to deal with. So I think he just said, you know what, I've done this for 4 or 5 years or whatever he was on tour. I need some time to regather my thoughts, spend some time at home, spend some time at my house that I bought 4 years ago that I haven't lived at for much. But as we say, right now, Charlie Stokes.
Lovely release of the tail. A lot of flair on the forehand there, yeah. But it has been a pretty difficult time for everyone trying to sort of, reset with the new rules of COVID, what it's done worldwide. And I think the new formatting from WSL is really, really a positive step in offering everyone that opportunity to really have something to strive to. And as we see the surf up and riding on that left, just really attacking on the forehand. But yeah, it's a lot different than it was, prior to 2019. But yeah.
Yeah, the stepping stone starts right here on this Australia Oceania qualifying series. Obviously,
It's
right
on
now,
Sage.
that is some great surfing there.
Yeah,
Ellie
what?
Harrison.
Oh, it's Ellie.
Wow. Got the boys speechless. Doesn't happen very often, does it, Dimmy?
No, just the flow and the energy she puts into every turn. Just an incredible young surfer, and just connecting the dots there. And what I love, there's no downtime between her turns. There's always those rail to rail transitions, and that's what we love to see when you do coaching with young guys. I'm always talking about generating speed and just using the rail to your advantage.
Yeah, I love how those first two turns, she really held them all the way back around to the power source. There was no flicks, there was no snaps, and she just kept herself right in the pocket. Third turn was nice and vertical, and then just weaved her way through to the inside, threw one more up, got the completion, and she's going to back up her 5. And dare I say, that is going to be very close to booking her a spot in the quarterfinals, because a 6 and a 5 is a very good scoreline right now. It's been tough to get up over that 6-point range, and Ellie Harrison has done just that. So yeah, great start to this heat with just on 11 minutes remaining as we see another Destination New South Wales replay. Charlie Stokes.
Yeah, and that's probably a good insight to the guys watching for the men's, what the judges are actually looking at, what they want to see. That's a good indication. Like a 6.17, 5.17, like you said, is probably one of the highest scores of this round so far. And when you consider how many good surfers are in this round and the quality of the wave, it's definitely that pointed difference the judges are looking for as we see surfer in the pink up and riding.
Ellie Brooks, nice click off that first turn, picking up speed through the turn. Once again, these rights are just dying into the channel. I want to see Ellie on a left, because the right scoring potential looks great when you take off. I think it's a bit deceiving for the competitors out there right now. You take off and it looks bigger, it looks like it's going to stand up. Generally, we're seeing one solid turn, like this first turn, but then you see the energy bends away from you on the right, which makes it really hard to get a bunch of scoring potential. 2 solid turns, but the wave just not giving that opportunity to really maximise that big critical manoeuvre, which is what the judges are looking for.
Maybe it goes back to what you were saying about the king tides and the full moon. It's probably yesterday there was quite a lot of rights early in the day that were standing up on that angle, but maybe with that little bit more water in there, it's not offering as much top to bottom kind of opportunities for these athletes.
Yeah, we will see it change quickly though. We did have a high tide at 8:30, so 30 minutes ago. So right now we're seeing it change. We'll see that tide start to draw out. We'll see that water get sucked back out into the abyss, and yeah, hopefully as the tide gets lower, a few more opportunities. We'll see some waves breaking a little bit further out, and from that we're going to see some extra scoring opportunity for the, maybe not these women. They've only got 9 minutes left in this heat, and this is the last heat of the round of 16 for the women's Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro, presented by Mad Mex. Of course, this is a QS 3000 event on the Australia Oceania Tour. Everybody fighting for those spots on the qualifying, the Challenger Series, dare I say. 8 events coming up for the Challenger Series. It's going to be a cracker of a year. I'm looking forward to it.
What about some of the venues they've laid down for the Challenger? Snapper, the one that excites me the most
Obviously, Snapper.
is Snapper, right? Because I've watched that event for years and years, and the opportunity to have a young crew come on to the Challenger and have a crack at there with just 4 surfers in the water, wow.
I think what we're going to see as well is more athletes qualifying that are ready for the tour due to the waves that are on, the quality of waves on the Challenger Series. Quite often, here we see nice little closeout Rio for Ellie Brooks there, bringing it back around to the right. But so often, and a common theme has been over the last, say, 10, 15 years, you get some surfers qualify for the World Tour who are specialists in these sort of beach break waves.
Yep.
Whereas this year, the Challenger Series has really stepped up in quality. So we're going to have Snapper Rocks to kick off. Manly's a super high quality wave, isn't it, Dimmy?
No.
But then
it is a good wave. And to be honest, let's be truthful. During the course of the history of that event, the waves have been basically at their best. I've always said that you guys have got so lucky at that event. But when you break it down, it's not a premier event site.
That's okay. Let's say we'll throw Manly in there as we see a little replay. Oh, no,
What about
replay?
Hossiga?
We're live. No, let me finish the tour. So then we go to Bolito. Bolito has been incredible over the years on the QS and the Prime Series, we used to call it. Yep. Incredible waves there we've had over the years. US Open, it's a wave that you need to surf on the tour. It's an important one. It's a good stop to build the profile. But then we go to Irasira, right-hand point break, really high-quality wave on its day. Hossiga, incredible wave, been a World Tour wave for many, many years. Then we head to Piha.
Wow.
Piha can be a really fun wave as well. Get some high-quality, girthy waves over there in New Zealand. And then we finish at Haleiwa. So I think those 8 events are going to really bring some surfers who are ready for the World Tour straight away, rather than having those guys who win a couple of 5,000s in average beach breaks in Brazil or Europe or wherever it be. I think this year we're going to really see some men and women who qualify who are really ready for that World Tour when they get there.
Do you think it's an advantage to have, quality waves on offer, because it sort of opens it up for, progressive surfing and, like you said, I feel like in the past you've had these venues that suit certain individuals, where I think that if you go forward and put them in prime event sites, you're going to get better surfers and better quality of performances.
Yeah, I mean, it depends who you ask who it's an advantage for. I feel like there's a handful of competitors who are specialists in these beach breaks who are be bummed. But then you can't be bummed if you're surfing good waves, so can you? I just got a message actually from a friend my friend Benny Short, saying the waves have been pumping at Manly the last week because there's no beach at the moment. The sand's all been sucked out.
We had board
and
rides
there's
last
a
week.
lot of sand and it's been pumping. So
Yep.
Manly might be the best wave on the Challenger Series this year.
Like, to be honest, the banks down there are so good, and what is Benny doing down at Manly?
I don't know. I
He's
don't
a
know.
Narrabeen stalwart. What a great surfer he was coming through as well. So yeah,
Still
he is
is.
right. The corrosion at Manly and just those big floods and those, those massive swells that come through has broken up the beach. But yeah, there has been really good waves and good banks as well. So let's hope.
Yeah, here we go. Replay from Ellie Brooks. All the ladies in this heat chasing down Ellie Harrison. Everybody else fighting with a pair of 4s. Nice vertical stab up over the foam there. Once again, picking a right-hander. Gets a bounce off the foam. Looking for the reform, but those rights tide is still very high and very tricky right now. So out in the lead, we have Ellie Harrison with the 6.17 and a 5.17. Very strong top 2 waves of the heat. Right now, Sage Goldsberry in second. 4.5 for that early wave. 2 solid backside turns. She wants to back it up with something up over that 5-point range to really increase that requirement for the other ladies. Charlie Stokes in the black, sitting out there with first priority. She has a 4.07 and a 3.4. Not looking for much, only needing a 3.71. And Ellie Brooks probably caught the most amount of waves in this heat, but unfortunately not finding anything of super high quality yet. Just a 3.77 and a 3.03. But she's only looking for a 4.01, so this heat is well and truly wide open. Second place and that last spot in the quarterfinals is anybody's right now.
Definitely, and you can see the surf in black on the screen there has first priority. So a 3.71 is very, very obtainable out there for someone of her quality. Same with Ellie Brooks, she only needs a 4.01. And like I said, she's been ultra busy in this heat, just trying to find those little diamonds in the rough. So with 3.5 minutes to go, it's going to be a very interesting scenario for basically second, third and fourth, because like you said, Ellie Harrison has just found that groove, that rhythm that you really want in a heat, and that would really relax you a lot, wouldn't it, as a surfer?
Yeah, Ellie's sitting out there just chilling right now. She's got a very solid lead. She's picked the 2 best waves in the heat, and she's very relaxed. But like we said, there is still one spot in that quarterfinal. Lots of points on offer from this round on. Every surfer, all of the 8 females and all of the 8 males that make it through this round will have a result bigger than every other result so far obtained in this qualifying series, because there's going to be, right now, 3rd place in this heat actually gets 1,050 points.
Yep.
4th place gets 885. So a keeper result this year, you got to keep 5 results this year. So these 3,000 and 1,000s are important. So you need to have those backup scores up there in that over 1,000 point range. So right now, points on offer are crucial. And then going into the last 2 events up at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro next week, and then Surfest, 5,000 points up for grabs in those ones. It's gonna be, here we go.
Surfer
Ellie Brooks
up.
doesn't need much. Big first turn.
Nice.
Can she get a second? Only looking for a 4. She comes around. Nice little snap in the pocket. Is she going to get a steep section to finish? Keeping her speed. This one's going to maybe stand up for her. She's been looking for this one the whole heat. Another nice turn and a wrap on the inside.
Not a judge, but I reckon that is a 4.
I think it's going to be right there.
Yeah.
She's had a few like that, but that one maybe had a little more spice.
I felt like there was more top to bottom on this ride, and especially this first turn, nice and clean transition and releasing that tail as well. So, and I even felt like this inside runner, Coops, was one that offered more scoring potential.
I think she needed this turn. This turn is the one that's going to get her over the line. Another nice little fan of spray, wraps that one around. I'm going to go out on a limb. It's going to be the 4. Somewhere probably in that 4-point range, I think. But it's going to put her in an advancing position, and it's going to leave the other girls, Sage Goldsbury and Charlie Stokes, needing something at the end of this one. I think, actually, we've just seen a score come through for Sage Goldsbury.
Well, that went up as well.
4.5.
So that makes it
the
a little bit more tricky.
Made it a little bit harder right now for Ellie Brooks. 4.96. I don't know. We'll wait and see.
I thought she was going to get the 4, but I reckon it might be a low 5.
There it is. 5 on the dot. She got it. She got it not exactly, 0.04 by the closest of margins. And Ellie Brooks finally found that right-hander that really gave her the opportunity to square up a bit more, and the judges rewarding it. So Sage made it a little bit harder, and Ellie said, you know what? Doesn't matter. I'm going to still get it. But very close heat.
Completely correct what you said. That important part of that ride was that nice tag towards the end of that ride. So
Absolutely.
It wasn't into a fat section. It more or less stood up on the bank. So 5-point ride, that's fully deserved for what kind of performance she laid down on that one ride.
Yeah, it doesn't get much closer than that. And once again, we are into this Mad Max minute with just 20 seconds remaining. Ellie Brooks turning the heat on its head. She wants that last spot in the quarterfinals. You can see the other women out there right now, Sage Goldsbury and Charlie Stokes, just praying for something to come through. 10 seconds remaining. It does look like potentially a wave here. Let's see if one of the women can pick it up. Doesn't look like we've got any takers. So that, here we go. On the inside, Charlie Stokes looking for a 4.71. I don't know if it's going to be possible on this shore break wave. And it looks like, unless you can do something very special in here, we're going to be seeing Ellie Harrison and Ellie Brooks, the Ellies, making the most of it. Oh, wow, Charlie doing very well on this inside wave, but I just don't know if it's going to be enough on the small inside one. So it looks like we're going to see Ellie Harrison, Ellie Brooks. We're going to be right back with men's action coming up after this break.
And that's going to include you, my friend, so good luck out there.
I'm going to jump out of the booth, jump in my board shorts, and be out in the ocean.
is the motivation.
Good morning and welcome back to the Vissla Central Coast Pro QS 3000 here at Avoca Beach. My name's True Starling and I'm joined in the booth with Sally Mack. Hey Sally, how are you?
Morning. What a great morning it's been. It's the waves definitely, I'm glad to see that they've cleaned up from day one on Monday to just getting better every day, even though the swell size might have dropped slightly from yesterday. It's so nice to have beautiful groomed waves out there. And we've kicked off heat one of round 4 of the men's.
Yeah, well, in the lineup we have in the red Jagger Bartholomew, in the black Hanada Aizawa, in the white Kalani Ball, and in the green is Oscar Berry. So Oscar already off to a quick start, a 4.17 and a 3.43. Hanada Aizawa also opened up with a 4.17, Kalani a 4.1, and Jagger opened up with a 3.17. We have seen this morning that anyone opening up with scores pretty much from 4s and above have kind of been looking pretty good going through to the next round for the women's, but the men's is a whole different story, and I think the waves are starting to be a little bit more consistent now, just watching it briefly just before on the beach. And I think the men in the lineup are looking forward to putting on a pretty good show.
Yeah, well, yesterday there was a lot of heartache, right? Like we lost some of our top seeds. Of course, the rankings leader for Australia and Oceania has been knocked out. That was Joel Vaughan. And Mikey McDonough, is he still through?
I think he's in one of the next heats, yep.
So he could potentially move from second, where he was sitting, up into first. So big day for him, as we see Jagger Bartholomew up and riding.
Yeah, Jagger carves that first turn, puts it up there for a nice second, and again for a third. So he's trying to see if he can connect this inside track, but he's gone, you know what, that paddle out's too tricky, I'm going to get back out there. He was hoping to get a better score than that 3.17. I think he might just do that with that critical second turn. 25-minute heats as well for these rounds for the women and the men out there this morning, which is a great extra 5 minutes that everyone needs. I think yesterday a lot of people struggled with that paddle back out the back. So the contest director in WSL adding that 5 minutes to the heats is a bit of a luxury for all the QS competitors still in the event.
Yeah, and even though, Britt and I talked about it a little bit yesterday, but it's so easy to think that that's a quick and simple paddle out. You see that between the lull. But yeah, the waves move around, the water and the currents move around here at South Avoca. Like, you can't see what's going on, can you, True?
No.
Like, you've been out there a few times, and yeah, it's very easy to sit where we are and just go, oh, I could be out there in a second.
Yeah, the screen definitely doesn't do it justice. I think when you get out there and you feel how much water is moving and how much power the waves have, you kind of go, oh, okay, it's a little bit trickier than it looks, which I guess it always is. But Jagger just locked in best wave of the heat so far, a 4.47. So he's jumped straight up into the lead. Oscar Berry in second. Hanada only looking for a small score, as well as Kalani Ball. Kalani has been on fire this whole event. Yesterday, I think he had a bit of a board mishap, and here's the Destination New South Wales wave replay of last of Jagger Bartholomew's 4.47. So carving that first turn, and again for a second one. Brings it around for a third. So this must have been his very first wave, which was a 3.93 from memory. So Jagger, just a bit of a foamy wave. The judges really demanding that better looking wave space with some better turns. So Jagger's executed that on his last one. It was just on 19 minutes to go. So plenty of time, and there's going to be heaps of waves coming through as well.
So the other difference between yesterday and today, obviously the swell has dropped a little bit, but we've seen the waves fatten up a little bit more, haven't we, from yesterday? And so it's going to be a little bit harder for them to throw as much into the waves as they were yesterday, and going to have to try and pick up that speed a little bit sooner as we see this replay.
Yeah, the Destination New South Wales wave replay, I believe that's Oscar Berry. Beautiful first turn to start that one off. Of course, we must have missed these waves in the break. So just on 18.5 to go. Oscar still sitting in second. And I think he's been one of those competitors throughout the event so far where I've gone, oh, it's a pretty hard heat. I'm going to put I think these two people will get through, and Oscar will just manage to continue to get through. So I think he's a bit of a dark horse, especially in these rounds. And the round of 16, I feel like so many people get bumped in the round of 16, and they just really want that taste of what it feels like to be in one of the finals, and starting off with the quarterfinals in this next round. It's a really exciting, I think we're going to see some really awesome matchups. And here's the Destination New South Wales wave replay. I believe that's Kalani Ball. That was his 4.1, just two big turns. So the judges, for the first heat, I think of the men's, are kind of just keeping the scale pretty low, trying to find their feet with the men's out there in the lineup, trying to figure out what they've got on the board. And Jagger just locked in a 5.33 also. And as well, it's really hard to see out there. This morning the glare was so intense, so it was really tricky to see what surfers were on what waves, where the colours were. So it was really lucky that the judges had a spotter, and they were giving calls for each waves, who was on it, and what was going on in the
Beautiful
lineup.
sunrise though.
Oh, it's amazing, yeah.
And that was Oscar Berry. Still hard to see the colours. I think that was blue. Trying to have a little punt in there. But the other thing, sometimes I see the difference between the men and the women is the men will kind of nearly race to get that first wave. Like, I know there's a couple of coaches out there that just go, you've got to get straight in, get the first wave, get the adrenaline up, get the momentum going. But the women, you don't see it as much. So what does your coach advise you on, and how have you been approaching this week? Because it's been really varied conditions as well. On a day like today where it's nice and clean, what would be your advice? Especially because we got the Pro Juniors coming up soon. So to those guys.
Yeah, well, here's the Destination New South Wales wave replay. I believe this one is of Jagger's 5.33. So carves that first turn and puts it up there for a second one. I think this actually may have been his 4.17, so just having a relook at this one. My advice, I think, especially when the waves are fun. Oh, and here we go, live action. This is Oscar Berry up and riding. Beautiful second turn. Goes to the air for a finish, rides out. Wow, so Oscar feeling pretty good. He's trying to find this inside connection as he's making his way all the way through to the shore, and finding these little link-ups is actually really tricky out there. So Oscar kicks out of that one, and he's got a bit of a paddle ahead of him, but all the men out there are pretty strong. I'm sure they'll get out there nice and quickly.
The link-ups yesterday, they were literally what made or broke some of those heats. Some of the guys managed to, it just didn't appear, and then other guys, it would sit right up in this bowly section, and they milked another at least 2 points out of that wave and end up getting a 7-point ride. So they definitely, it comes down to that in the end. I think we just saw someone on the shoulder out of frame, but we'll throw to the Destination New South Wales wave replay. Oscar Berry looking so comfortable. Like, you can just tell on those top turns, he's not putting any pressure. It's just kind of gliding over the top of the wave, and that nice little aerial maneuver before the last little section. And we're going to throw to that wave that we missed on the shoulder.
Yeah, Jagger. Unfortunately, gets bored and waved to the head, it looks like. So just a bit of a mishap there for the current heat leader. But yeah, that's a really good point, Sally. Wave selection is pretty important today, and that's one thing that I think everyone's going to take into consideration. I feel like the females this morning, they kind of had slower starts to their heat, so it was really tricky for them to get a good wave nice and early, whereas this heat has just kind of started nice and quickly.
They all had scores pretty much before we came back on air.
Yeah, pretty much. So it all really depends on what the ocean wants and what it's willing to do for you, which for this heat, the ocean was ready to have a quick start and give everyone the opportunities, which is awesome. So I think Oscar Berry just locked in best wave for the heat of 5.57. He's still in second, looking for a 4.23 to go to first. Hanada chasing that 5.57 to jump up into second, and Kalani a 5.64 will get him up into second spot. So Hanada and Kalani are both incredible surfers. Kalani's been on a bit of a roll lately, rolling on through these QS events. So these scores, even though they seem like large requirements considering the judges scoring at the moment, they're quite harsh. It's well within their reach.
It's definitely well within their reach, and what was within someone's reach, it was Ellie Harrison taking out the last heat of the women's round 3 down with Arabella on the beach.
Hey guys, we're down here with Ellie Harrison, who just smashed her heat.
And we'll come back from that one in a second. But on the scoreboard, we have Jagger Bartholomew in first. He's in second priority. Oscar Berry in second. Hinata in fourth. And Kalani Ball with priority. Let's talk about the wave scoring for today. What are we going to see out there? Obviously, so far today, we haven't really seen, or actually, I don't think we've seen any excellent scores at all. It's mostly around the 4s and 5s. So what are the surfers going to have to do to impress the judges, despite, you know, a couple of long rides? We did see Oscar's one there, but it kind of still stood in that real mid-range area. What do you reckon they're going to be looking for out of these waves?
Yeah, I think the judges have been pretty clear in what they're after. They're wanting those big turns on those critical sections. And I feel like rolling into any event, any heat, that's always what they want to see. They want to see someone surfing be vertical. And if you can make your surfing stand out, then that's where the scores are going to come through. Lots of people will kind of attack waves differently. So if you're attacking them nice and vertically and really looking for that critical section, the judges are going to love it and the scores are going to really roll through. And I think so far in this heat, Oscar and Jagger have kind of nailed that, and they've made their surfing stand out with those critical sections and those vertical turns. But there's still 11 and a half minutes to go, so there's plenty of surfing left and plenty of waves left to be ridden, and I'm sure we'll see a bit of a change up in the leaderboard towards the back end of this heat.
Yes, and we fixed that link up. We've got Arabella down on the beach with Ellie Harrison from the Sisstrevolution last heat from the women's.
Hey guys, we're down here with Ellie Harrison, who just smashed her heat. Can you talk us through some of your waves in that heat?
Well, I was aiming for the lefts, just off the right channel, and I got a couple scores. Yeah.
Awesome, killing it, Ellie. Well, we wish you good luck for the rest of the event, and back to you guys.
So good, and of course the women out there ripping this morning, they got first heat of the day. They got the cleanest conditions. Just over 10 and a half minutes to go. Kalani Ball, I'm actually quite surprised to see that he hasn't locked in anything higher than a 2.23 for his second wave yet, because he has definitely been a standout from the series, not just this event.
Yeah, definitely, but I think he's sitting in a good position with that first priority, so he gets the pick of the lineup pretty much out there and can take any wave that he wants. I feel like he's a pretty good competitor, and he knows what a wave is going to offer him, so he's probably not even thinking about backing up that 2.23. All he's thinking about is that 5.64 that he needs. So as he's sitting in fourth at the moment, he's just really wanting to kind of go, okay, I need a 5.664. I want to look for a wave that's going to give me a 6, because yes, you want to get that score, but you want to get that score and then some to make it a little bit harder for Oscar and Hanada to move back up into second, if he can find a wave that's going to offer him 2 or 3 critical sections.
Okay, so 10 minutes to go, just under 10 minutes, and there's a little bit going on here. We can see this replay. The sun has been playing a little bit of havoc for our cameras this morning, but great to see some of these younger guys as well, just taking a little bit of risk out there and, you know, going to the air when they have the opportunity. We want to see more of that in the women's. What pulls you back? Is it not knowing what the score's going to be? Like, when you're out there in the women's one, of course, you know, like, the pressure comes onto you, but if you've got the chance, like, when are all the girls going to start lighting it up?
Yeah, I think very soon. I feel like we like the women approach waves differently to what men do, and I feel like we kind of, if they see a turn that's got an air, we see a turn that's got one massive turn. So we're kind of in a different storyline of our surfing at the moment, and I believe this is Jagger again up and riding, so Kalani opting not to go that one, which could have been either a good or a bad thing, seeing we'll have to wait and see what this score comes in of Jagger. But yeah, I feel like there's heaps of females out there that can go to the air and that will, but I feel like they only want to rely on it when they're either really, really far in front, or if they've got it absolutely nailed and they know, like, yeah, cool, I can do this and I can land it 90% of the time, because they're high risk maneuvers and you get a high reward, but it just depends on whether you can make that or not. So aerials it's been in female surfing for a while now, but it hasn't really introduced into competitive surfing so much. We do see a bit of it on the CT, but the QS, I think it's just starting to filter on through.
Yeah, I remember seeing, when the men started really bringing it in, and there was, the people pushing the boundaries, mostly the Brazilian guys, and it was so exciting, and then it kind of, human psychology goes through that moment of like, oh my God, this is so sick, and then everyone's like, oh, I can't believe they're just still doing airs. Why do they keep doing it? Stop punting. And then you come out of it, and now it's just like, we want to see the girls, I guess, naturally you want to see them taking on that same movement of changing the whole way that their surfing unfolds in a heat. And I don't know, I just get so excited by seeing people like Sierra Kerr and Zali Kelly has been doing amazing aerial maneuvers since she was like 14. I remember editing some of her stuff way back then, and I was just like blown away about it. And even Keely Andrew, before she was on the World Championship Tour, she was probably one of the most competent aerial female women on tour in the QS, I think. And yeah, I just feel like, sometimes it's like once somebody starts doing it as well, everyone's like, oh yeah, okay, well maybe I will start doing it. So yeah. Come on, girls, get to the end of the heat. If you got your two highest waves, let's go to the air.
Yeah, but for sure.
Back to the men, all these four, they're very comfortable and competent in that area as well. So I guess it also comes down to the right conditions. You've got to have the right wind to be able to know that you're going to land it.
Yeah,
not push you off course.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people forget too, like the aerial maneuvers come down to the way that the wind is blowing. If it's going to blow you too off course, you don't want to try it at all, because there's a lot of sharp things that are going to hurt you.
Yeah, definitely. And I think as well, like, especially if you're Hanada Aizawa or Kalani Ball, unless you know that you're going to make it more than 80% of the time, you kind of don't rely on that. And I feel like at the moment the judges are really enjoying watching that rail surfing. I know that if someone does go to the air and make it, they'll be loving it, but it's really tricky out there today. There's not like there is definitely sections that can provide that, but especially on the lefts, which seem to be the best waves coming through so far, there isn't really too many sections. It's a little bit softer today, so the men are just trying to focus on getting that one critical turn in, because if they can go to that critical turn in that critical section, as opposed to an air, they know that they're more than likely going to make that turn as opposed to the air, and then really set themselves up for the heat.
Well, there definitely is nothing better than good rail surfing. My favourite of all time probably is Luke Egan. Yeah. Just seeing that real power right through the wave. Who would you say is your favourite rail-to-rail surfer of all time?
Favourite rail-to-rail surfer of all time? I've got a lot. I don't like...
Not just number one.
I don't even know. I'd probably say John. I love his rail surfing for the men. But then if I was to go and look at the women's, it would probably be Steph. Or actually, it would definitely be Steph. I love the way that she surfs. And then to put them two together and choose my favourite, I'd have to go with Steph. I love Steph. I love the way she surfs. And she's such an amazing human. So, yeah, definitely her.
It's so funny, isn't it? I remember a couple of weeks ago, Vaughn Blakey, who's coming up tonight, Swellians, the Swell, Ain't That Swell live podcast, recording at Avoca Beach Hotel. Still a couple of tickets available if you haven't already got it. He was asking who was your favourite surfer of all time, and it was I think it was literally the day after Kelly won Pipe Masters, And I was like, of course it's Kelly. And then, I just kept thinking about it. I'm like, how can I just go to Kelly? He's the GOAT, so he gets the title anyway. But after that, I actually saw Luke Egan come up with, I think he must have posted like a historical photo or something. And I was like, oh my God, Luke is still my all-time favourite.
Yeah. Yeah, he surfs so good. But back to good surfing as well. 3.5 minutes to go. Jagger still in the lead with a 5.33 and a 4.47. Oscar Berry sitting in second with a 5.57 and a 4.17. Hanada open up with a 4.17, backed it up with a 4.07, still chasing that 5.57. And Kalani Ball sitting out there with first priority, patiently waiting. Open up with a 4.1, backed it up with a 2.23, looking for a 5.64. I mean, he's been sitting and waiting with first priority for quite some time. Hanada Zawa has second priority. So if I was Oscar Berry, I'd be a little bit worried because they both surf so good and they can easily get those scores. But also I can't even see where Oscar is at the moment in the lineup.
It's so funny, isn't it? It looks really quite small and like nothing has happened for the last 4 minutes, so that says enough. But when you get down the shoreline, as most of you guys at home will know, being on the shoreline is so different, especially in New South Wales, because our beaches are so steep in places that it's literally like walking up a sandhill to get back to the top of the beach. So getting right down to the shoreline, the waves just stand up right in front of you. But hopefully we're going to see some action in this little set that we can see bubbling away, but it's still not really going to sit up too much.
Yeah, and here we go. Kalani utilises his priority big hack to start this wave off, and again for his second, throwing heaps of spray, makes that third turn. He finds a nice inside connection. Kalani absolutely going to town on this one, and he needed to. He needs a 5.64. We'll have to wait and see what the judges think of that one. So great use of his priority. Here's the Destination New South Wales wave replay. Kalani hacks that first turn, and again nice and tight in the pocket for a second, puts it up there for a third, and as this wave starts to deteriorate, he doesn't. He keeps putting that board right where it needs to be, throwing so much spray and getting everything out of that board, out of that wave. So
I reckon that was the best wave of the heat.
Yeah, well,
gonna call it.
Yeah.
You can just see the power, every single turn, even that last wave. Like, he's not even a tiny dude, but he puts so much into that last wave, and just Red trying to see what he can find off to the left there, looking for that little reform, but I don't think that's obviously not going to come anywhere near. And there it is, Kalani Ball, he got what he needed, a 6.67, fourth to first, one wave.
Yeah, and it can happen that quickly. So within the Mad Mex minute, Kalani Ball now straight up into the lead, a 6.67 on his last, 4.17 back up. Jagger Bartholomew now sitting in second, 5.33 and a 4.97. And here we go, current heat leader up and riding again, 30 seconds to go, floats that first turn. And unfortunately that wave not really offering too much more. So Oscar Berry, who was looking pretty good all heat, needs a 4.73, and Hanada Aizawa, who's been quite quiet throughout this heat with a pair of fours, needing a 6.13, but there's just on 10 seconds. Here we go, Hanada up and riding.
Hanada could have won with 2 fours yesterday.
Yeah.
But Kalani Ball, what a heat. And then he's just got his momentum. He wants the heat to keep going.
Yeah, it's so crazy. So there you go. You can hear the who to go. Kalani Ball takes that heat out ahead of Jagger Bartholomew in second, Oscar Berry in third, and Hanada Aizawa in fourth, respectively. We're going to throw to an ad break, and we'll be right back after the break. Stay tuned.
This is the motivation.
Good morning and welcome back to the Vissla Central Coast Pro presented by Mad Mex Men's QS 3000 down here at Avoca Beach at the Pines. My name is True and I'm joined in the booth by Dimmy. How are you?
A little bit nervous, to be honest, but this is a really big round for these guys. In the red we have Geordie Watson, Xavier Huxtable in the black from Victoria. And my boy, Georgie Pitter, out there. And we've got a wave replay. What do we got? So George identified these rights and nice start to this ride. Dreamy little right. And then he gets to work and up into the lip. And yes, George Pitter from Manly, from my Board Eyes Club. So it's great to see one of our young guys starting to really come through. We've got a heap of juniors who are starting to really show their wares on the QS and the junior series, so pretty stoked. But this is a stacked heat, and George opened up, I'm pretty sure, with a 6.67. Wow, so that's a nice start. Very much like his heat yesterday, True, where he got off to a flyer. So as a competitor, would that sort of calm the nerves a bit?
Definitely, and opening up with a 6.67 straight away, especially with the scoring that's been around today. I think that was the highest wave of the heat before.
Yep.
With Kalani taking that one out. So George would be feeling pretty comfortable rolling into this heat. All he needs to do now is just get a decent backup. You just saw that wave just continue to keep on growing for him. He found a really beautiful little inside connection. In saying that, he's got some pretty heavy competitors against him as well. Jordan Watson was absolutely ripping yesterday. Xavier Huxtable, he's just one that you can bank 2 5s, and Kihu Butler is such a powerhouse as well. So it's going to be a really great heat to watch, but George just has put a little bit of pressure on the rest of his competitors.
Yeah, interesting you say that. Both George and Xav are actually staying together, and I did a podcast with the boys yesterday afternoon, and the last thing I asked them was, okay, you wake up at 7 o'clock this morning, do you talk to each other? What do you say to each other before these heats? And they're pretty mature about it. They just said, look, we give each other some space and we sort of want each other to do good. But they actually spoke about how much Geordie was ripping and Tihu was ripping as well. So they know that it's not about them two. It's about the whole 4 guys in this heat. But they also understand, the importance of, getting into a quarter final and the amount of points you accumulate through a good result at this event.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, surfing is such an individual sport, but when you are traveling with someone that when you're traveling with someone and you end up in the same heat, it's really hard because you want to get through, but you also want to get through with them. So I feel like the mentality is also like, 1 and 2, give you space, but I really want to get through with you, but you just never know what's going to come through for that heat. So George looking pretty comfortable.
What about yourself? Have you and Jess had QS heats together? Or Pro Junior heats together?
No, my sister Jessie and I know we haven't.
Wow.
We've had one heat together. Actually, we've had a couple of heats together in the Australian Open of Surf, which was the ones 2 years ago.
Yep.
The series. And we had a heat in a Rip Curl Grom Search, but I think maybe max 3 heats together. So it's been really lucky. I actually don't know what I'd do if I'd had a heat with Jessie. I know that Bodie and Cedar Lee have had a lot of heats together, and I see them and I'm like, I just don't know.
Kirby and Tyler used to have multiple heats because, Kirby was an amazing surfer in the Pro Juniors and the QE, and they used to come up against each other a lot.
Yeah, I don't know what I'd do, and here we go. George up and riding again. 2 beautiful backhand turns. So again, applying the pressure straight away. And here we go. Roommate Xavier Huxtable.
Wow.
Beautiful first turn. And again, for a second, finds a nice connection on this left.
He'd be filthy at that final manoeuvre. But I love the flare and just the projection and just the ability to loosen those fins up and get a bit of drift in his surfing as well. But yeah, plenty of time on the clock, 25-minute heat, so the extension of that extra 5 minutes is going to be key to these battles in the round 4 of the men's. And like we said, like, interesting when you're staying with someone and you have to go against your good mates. It's basically, I think these days too, true, it's a lot different than it was back in the day where there was no priority, where the hassling would come into it. These days, you know, everyone's going to get an opportunity with priority, as we see Geordie, is that Geordie up? Yeah, I know that style. Up and into it. The Watsons from the South Coast, they're great surfers, great family, been around a long time, and just, you know, they continue to just impress as they get older and older, both Ty and Geordie.
Yeah, well, Geordie unfortunately going down on that one, on that second turn, but here we go, Zave up and riding again. He's just wanting to really solidify a second score. Oh, unfortunately, just pushing a little too hard on that second turn. He probably got a bit excited. He got a 5.5 for his first. He probably heard that over the beach comms and was excited to back it up, but unfortunately just needed to dial it back a little bit until that second score is locked in.
I think that's a good indication of, had he made that turn where he fell on that left, I reckon that would have been a 7.5.
Yeah, easily, for sure.
Kehoe Butler as well has got one.
Yeah, Kehoe opened up with a 5. George's second wave was a 4.93. So it's a pretty tight heat. George is away with a pretty decent looking lead so far this morning, but 17 minutes is a really long time.
It's funny that George has actually identified those lefts, because he does love a ride.
He does.
For everyone on Webland, you might not know this, but George Peter actually grew up not in Sydney. He spent most of his, you know, childhood in Vanuatu, and they owned a resort over there, and they had a perfect right that he'd surf every day. And when he came back to Sydney and came back to Manly at about age 10 or 11, everyone just said, watch him on the right, he's unbelievable, but can he go left?
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's interesting, the backstories of all these guys, you know, like Kehoe Butler from over in NZ. I saw the boys warming up before, and the Kiwi boys, Billy and that, were just throwing footies at him, and so everyone's got their own little niche and little posse of crew that they roll around with. But yeah, interesting that, you know, George spent most of his, you know, youth, or, you know, in Vanuatu learning how to surf perfect waves. Would you have liked that?
That would have been amazing. I would have loved that.
I actually did a podcast with him. He said, you know, it got a bit boring. Boring? Surfing a perfect
luxury,
as we see Xavier up and riding. Of course, Xavier Huxtable sort of burst onto the scene as we see the Kiwi just unloading. I love that first turn, cracking another turn, and it's just got such fluency and aggression, that sort of great little mix that combines, that gives him that ability to just jag massive scores. Zave, of course, I think it was 2018 or 2019, he actually got a wild card into the Rip Curl Pro.
He did, yeah, and he did. Right.
Oh, mate, he went mental.
Yeah.
He lost to the GOAT by 0.2 in round 1. He had Kelly Slater and Philippe Toledo, and then only just lost again to Wade Carmichael in round 2. So I spoke to him about that, about the importance of that event in his mindset moving forward, and he said it gave him so much confidence that, you know, what you think so far away wasn't as far away. And you've got to remember, he was 16.
Yeah, wow.
At 16, you're normally down the shop grabbing lollies, doing this, but he was against the best surfers in the world.
It's pretty amazing, and there's not many 16-year-olds who get to say, yep, I've surfed against the GOAT and lost to him by 0.2. So it's pretty cool that he's able to do that. And Zave currently in third, chasing a 3.87. I think last of Kehoe locked in at a 4.37. I think it's really cool. All the New Zealand crew, they travel together, they hang together, they stick together, they all come down and watch each other's heats, and as you said, they throw the footy to each other, and it's a really cool environment. One of my friends, Safi, she's from New Zealand, and she's with the crew, and they're so supportive of each other, and it was really funny at the Boomerang event. I think that they all take turns filming each other. So Billy, it must have been Safi's turn to take over for Billy, and I was just having a chat to Saf just about the surf or whatever, and Billy just kind of whistled and he goes, it's your turn, like, I want to go back out. So she's like, oh, I've got to go, it's my turn. It was really funny to see, but really cool that they kind of pull each other up, keep everyone in line, make sure it's all even. And it seems like they're doing really well travelling together.
Look, there's such a bed of talent over in New Zealand. Of course, Maz Quinn led the way for the men on the tour, as we see the surfer in red, Geordie Watson, just patiently waiting for this thing to grow and attacks that first turn, again elevating and releasing the fins on that second manoeuvre. But yeah, Maz Quinn really led the way. I felt like Jay Quinn was right there for a long time, and but his brother Maz was really the one who led the charge for the Kiwi boys, and it's going to be, I reckon, in the next couple of years you'll see a lot of the Kiwis on tour as we see this replay from Geordie Watson, just that fluency of that backhand. And we're going to throw over to a post-heat interview, I believe.
Yeah, with Kalani Ball. Kalani, how'd you go in that heat? Congratulations on that 6.67 towards the end.
So we're into round of 16 action at Avoca Beach for the Vissla Central Coast Pro. Here with the winner of the last heat. Nerves of steel there, Kalani. You're in fourth for most of the heat. Had priority, only needed a mid-range 5. Got that 6.67. How do you feel, mate?
Yeah, super stoked to get that. Yeah, I was nervous out there. Waited for like over 10 minutes, I think, just to get a 5. And there was a bunch of sets before the heat, so I was kind of trying to wait for one of those, but ended up just picking up a little one, but it was steep the whole way, so got a few turns and got through.
Unreal. And you would have watched a few heats this morning. Sort of, what was your tactic going out there? What were you sort of thinking about wanting to try and execute?
Yeah, like I was saying, there was a bunch of sets like every other heat kind of, and so yeah, the goal was kind of to go out there and get 2 bigger ones and do 2 big turns and try and get 6s or 7s, but yeah, it didn't really work out like that, so yeah, still glad to get through, and the waves are still fun.
Unreal. So Kalani Ball keeping the ball rolling and moving through to the quarters. Back up to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Nathan. Yeah, Kalani Ball definitely on a roll, and I actually identified him early when I had a look at the seed list. And I definitely think that Kalani's going to be hard to beat out here as we see this nice set through, rolling on through. And right now you see that P next to the surfer in red. His last wave, a 6.07. So, wow, here we go. Georgie Pitter up.
Yeah, George. Oh, beautiful start for that wave. Again for his second one. Puts it up for a third, and that's the best wave of the heat so far, for sure. That first turn was so critical. I'd love to see where the judges go with that score.
Yeah, definitely. And those Channel Island surfboards, he's been on Channel Islands for the last 12 months or so, True, and they're really starting to respond to what he needs. And look at that first turn, just jamming in the pocket. Elevates into that second turn with enough speed, and the key to that was that the speed line he drew out of that second manoeuvre allowed him that 1, 2, 3 punch. So I'm not a judge, but I do love that first turn was the key to that ride. But he knows, as we just see another 6.2 lock in for the Kiwi. So Kiwi Butler is putting the pressure on George Pitter. So everyone in the game here, because there's no real scores in that high to excellent range just yet, but that's what you expect. We're in round 4. This is when the levels of performances start to rise. These guys have started to got to build on their thought strategies, and they know they've got to bring their A game if they're going to get through. And we are down to 10 minutes on the clock, and the waves are pumping.
Yeah, it's so fun out there. I think last of George locked in at a 5, so the judges kind of just wanting that potentially cleaner finish, and we see Jordan Watson. Wow, that was an incredible way to finish that wave. He was looking for a 5.14, and this is where the heat is going to start to get really interesting, and I think that things are going to start to swap over soon. There it is, last of red, a 7.23. That last turn was insane. Here's the destination New South Wales wave replay. Beautiful first turn, and puts it out there for the finish, gets a fin release and rides out clean. You haven't seen too many people ride out of those turns throughout the days, and the judges loved it. 7.23 from 4th into 1st.
Yeah, I think that was that point of difference about how fluent, and there was just no downtime in between that rail-to-rail transition. So, as I said, the Watsons, they know how to blow up, and Geordie's going to be very, very dangerous if he gets into this man-on-man format. And right now, like I said, George's looked spicy, and so have the other three. So really,
Wow.
look at that. Hugh Butler just unloading. So this is starting to really tighten up in the way these guys are performing out here. And as you expect, that performance level just continues to rise and rise and rise.
Definitely. Well, scores locking in. Last to Kihu, there it is, a 5.6 straight up into second. George, who was looking pretty good, now in third, needing a 5.13, and Xavier a 6.3. So the roommates need to band together and get those scores to hopefully move up into first and second spot. But it's well within everyone's reach. George already dropped to 6.67, second best wave of the heat so far. And Xavier is looking really good, just needs to find that inside finish connection. And here we go, Xav up and riding, tagging this end turn and rides out of that one. So Xavier hoping to get a 6.3, and George up and riding so many waves in this heat. Oh, unfortunately that turn just looked a little bit tricky, but he's going to stick with this one and hope for an inside connection. So he brings his way all the way through, and this one just stands up nicely for George as he wraps his way around on this one, looking for a 5.13, finishes that, and he's still going on this.
Wow.
I don't even know how that wave is sticking
I
up
kept
for
waiting
him.
for that wave to sort of filter out, and it just
Yeah.
kept going and going. But yeah, I think all these four guys know that, you know, they're going to have to bring those really good scores in, and I think he might get a little bit penalised there, Surfing White, for just that bobble on after that first or second turn. So we'll see what the judges think, but there's still plenty of time, 7 minutes. But mind you, you'd be pretty much gassed if you got to ride that long. I know I would.
Yeah, definitely, and including that paddle out into it as well. It looks pretty easy on screen, but not so much. Here's the destination, New South Wales wave replay. George cracks it nicely to start, and here's where he had a bit of a bobble, almost fell, but great recovery. Puts it up there for another turn, gets a bit of a fin drift, and this is where the wave just continues to keep growing for George. His wave selection has been exceptional as he carves his way back through to the power source and puts it up there for another turn. I don't even know what he's up to at the moment, and we've lost him because he's so far down the beach. Scores to lock in for Last of White.
Yeah, waiting on that score to lock in. Hasn't gone in the system just yet with 6 minutes on the clock, and it is the South Coaster, Geordie Watson, out in the lead. What an exciting heat this has been, considering that last heat we heard that interview with Kalani, and he was talking about it was a little bit slow, a little bit sleepy. These guys have come out with all guns ablazing, and it is Geordie Watson and Hugh Butler in the lead and in second, but not far behind is even Xav Huxtable. Only needs like that 6.3, and that is very doable. George Pitter needs a 5.13, so all four surfers still in the game, and what's been an exciting heat in this round 4 action of the Vissla Central Coast Pro presented by Mad Mex. Just great to be down here at Avoca Beach, one of the most beautiful locations we have on the Australasian Tour, and yeah, the waves have come to play definitely this week. It's been pumping.
Yeah, and I think today it's really cleaned up. It's way more manageable compared to the last few days, and there's so many waves coming through. Heaps of lefts, heaps of right. Everyone rights. Everyone can kind of just pick and choose what they want. Kihu sitting in second with priority. He's looking like he's in a good spot. He kind of wants to make sure he doesn't give George or Xavier any room to move. I thought he was going to have a little paddle on this one, but he's opted not to hold on to that priority with just under 5 minutes to go. So I think Last of George locked in at a
3.83.
Yeah.
So all that work for a 3.83. Maybe the best call would have been just to sort of get off that wave as soon as he made that bobble. But yeah, definitely at this level, the judges will not reward any mistakes made on a wave, and that was an indication of just that. Even though from the outside looking in, it probably looked like a good wave. Realistically, the scoring potential was dead set cut short by that little bobble on that second turn. So with 4 to go, the young man from Manly is going to have to get a wriggle on, and he's going to have to get a 5.13, and Xavier Huxtable needs a 6.30, and it is really Geordie and to Butler holding all the aces at this stage in this heat.
Yeah, definitely. Geordie he's only had 4 waves. His first score's not really much of any consequence, and then he's just really opened up 6.07, backed it up with that 7.23, and then Kihu had a little bit of a quiet start, opened up with a 5, backed it up with a 4. Good scores to get through the heat, but he knew he needed to do better. So George and Xavier just really needing to find a wave that's going to allow them to connect with 3.5 minutes to go, and pretty much not being in a good priority exchange either. Second has first priority, and the current heat leader is in second priority.
Yeah, the only positive about that is that if we go off what's happened in the first, say, 22 minutes of this heat, we've seen so many waves ridden, so maybe another opportunity will arise for both white and black in this heat. And the Kiwi, you know, he's always dangerous, he's always on point, and his error rate, he just doesn't make mistakes. And that's what, you know, that's the good thing about his ability in heats, as we see. I'm pretty sure that was Xavier just sort of looking for some scraps on the inside. I don't know if that was actually a way that was going to allow that 6.30 as well. So that was, you know, probably just throwing his hat in the ring, and he'd have to do something pretty special to get 6.3 off that kind of smaller inside wave.
Yeah, definitely. So maybe Zave's kind of approaching now, going, okay, there's 2.5 minutes to go. I'm in fourth priority. I don't want to come fourth. If I come third, then at least I get more points in this round. I think it's like 1,050. Yeah.
So that's more than winning a 1,000. But if you get through this heat, 1,500 points is huge. That is a big chunk of helping you get yourself into a position to qualify for the Challenger Series. Of course, if you win 3,000, wow, 3,000 points, it's amazing.
Yeah, it's a pretty big chunk of scores, and that's the best thing about the 3,000 and 5,000 events. Of course, we'll be heading up to the Tweed Coast at Cabarita, I believe, for the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, which is going to be exciting, and hopefully we get another batch of really fun waves. But out there, super fun this morning at Avoca Beach. We're just in front of the Pines with 1:30 to go. Looks like that was a free surfer.
Free surfer just floundering in the lineup. But
wow.
I did notice before, True, that Q Butler is just channeling and not allowing George Pitter out of his sight. So for your novice out there, basically the surfer in green holds first priority. He can take any wave he likes. It looks like there's more free surfers in the lineup, but yeah, he can take any wave, and he has opted to do that to hold George off. And he's flying down the line, and he's got a chip shot into this air, but no. So will that give George Pitter an opportunity in the Mad Max minute? Geordie Watson sits out there with priority, and he at this stage he looks pretty comfortable with a 13.30 two-wave combination up to the surfer in white and black to get a wriggle on, but time is starting to run out. So smart for the man in green to just sort of hold George off that wave.
Yeah, definitely. Kihu on the Destination New South Wales wave replay takes to the air. Unfortunately, can't quite ride out of that one, which we don't see him do that too often. So 25 minutes ago, it looks like George has lost priority, so I don't know whether he's caught a wave within that time period, or maybe he's paddled for something and just missed it. So here we go, Kihu up and riding. So it looks like
George
may have
was
caught
on the
a wave.
inside, so we might try to get a replay of that to see if he actually did get a wave, see what happens. But that was an exciting heat, and if it goes the way it stands right now, it is going to be Kiwi Butler and Geordie Watson. But we are waiting on to see what happened with George Pitter. He's up and riding, and I don't know what he did out the back, but he's loosening up the tail on this thing. Wow. That might be the killer for the young man from Manly. And we're going to throw off to a break right now, and we'll be back for the next exciting heat here at the Vissla Central Coast Pro, presented by Mad Max.
This is the motivation.
Some say we've got engine oil in our veins. Well, that and a fair bit of dust. Sure, these wild utes are hard work, but it's no job. The roar of them. Pure. Takes some rare skills to settle one. A band of brothers and sisters. Where man learns from machine, learns from man. Those that visit are transformed, almost as much as the V6 Amaroks. It's like this place rubs off on them. You gotta see it to believe it. The only ute, reared for the road.
The Vissla Central Coast Pro presented by Mad Max. We are into another exciting heat. Welcome to everyone on the web. It is round 16, heat number 3, and we have in the water right now, we have Ryan Slattery out there in the red, Cooper Chapman, fellow commentator in the blue, Billy Stearman in the white, and in the green, the charging Mikey Madonna, who's absolutely been on an absolute roll in the last couple of weeks, and great to have in the box with me, Britt Nickel, for another sided battle. And these are big points, and the big boys have come out to play.
They certainly have, Dimmy, and we're now into 25-minute heats for today, for this round. We're on the men's round 4, heat number 3. Mikey Madonna, the Lee Bar boy, has locked in a 4.67, and Cooper Chapman a 4.5. Here we go, surfer in white, Billy Stearman, the man from New Zealand.
Trying to keep the roll going for the Kiwi boys, of course, in that last heat. T. Butler just really tagged off and, did what he does best, and he put on a superb performance as we see Billy just connecting the dots on this inside. Nice jam to finish and goes back to the backhand. So he'd probably be feeding off that good energy from the last heat from his good mate. I saw him all down there warming up, had the foot in hand, the rugby balls, spinning flick balls and passes and stuff, and just warming up. And overall, they all looked pretty much in a good space as we see this first ride, the Destination New South Wales replay. And this is going to be a big heat for a number of these guys who are sitting up towards the top of the ratings.
Certainly will be. This is, of course, a men's QS 3000. The third stop on our Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2022. And that is Billy Stearman on the screen there with that Destination New South Wales replay. He was an Olympian at the Tokyo 2020 Games.
It's such a cool kind of, standing, isn't it? Just to be an Olympian. It's probably the pinnacle of most athletes in that sort of genre that get to, compete at that level. And it's so good to see surfing in the Olympics these days. I'm pretty sure the next one's going to be at Chopes, isn't it? I actually think it is.
I think so.
Yeah. So a couple of scores in. First of Cooper Chapman was a 4.5. So nice way to find the feed. That first of Billy Stearman was a 4.13. The best of the exchanges, of course, is that 4.67 from Mikey Madonna. And like I said, I tapped in a little bit of Mikey's energy last week down at Manly. He spent that week off down at Kirkle where his dad grew up, and was testing some boards, surfing some dirty water. It was pretty filthy down there, but the waves were really fun, and he looked sharp. And speaking to him about his mindset and how he was feeling towards the whole leg, he just said he's taken it bit by bit, and he feels really strong mentally and physically. And, coming off a win, you would. So this is going to be a cracker of a heat. And who is going to be the surfer who sort of raises the bar, Brit, and sort of gets up into that sort of good to excellent range? Because there's been a lot of heats where we had a lot of scores in this low to mid-range, and it's been those exceptional rides that have been breaking through the barrier.
You said those words. There normally is a breakthrough wave that comes through in every single heat, and then as soon as that happens, everybody's kind of left, okay, the game is on. So at the moment, we've just got a 4.67 and a 2 for Mikey Madonna. We have a surfer up and riding. That looks as though that is Mikey Madonna up on his backhand. Great couple of turns there, throwing a heap of spray through this frothy section. As mentioned, Dimmy, he did just come off a win at the Gage Roads Port Stephens Pro. He had a 9th place in Phillip Island and a 17th on the Great Lakes, so he's off to a good start so far for 2022. But considering this is a QS 3000, he'd be looking to make at least the quarterfinals to walk away with some decent points.
100%. Once you get into that man-on-man format, it's game on as we see Green up and riding, just really flowing and jamming away, trying to keep nice and tight to the power source. And confidence breeds confidence when you're an athlete, and I think that for Mike it's just about keeping that roll going and not thinking too much outside the boundaries of it's a QS 3000. It's just about trying to accumulate points in each and every heat, and he's definitely doing that. But again, like I said, it's going to be interesting to see who can break the mould and get themselves out of that mid-range and put it into the excellent ranges, because let's be honest, the scoring has been, you've got to really raise the level to get those big scores, and we've got an international judging panel of great judges led by Ty and guys like Benny Dunn, former World Tour surfer, so they know what they're looking for. And you've seen it in the last couple of days, those point of difference. They talk about point of difference in surfing, and definitely it's the way to go when you're competing at this level, as we see Billy up and riding, Brett.
Belts that last section. Complete look back there for that last turn. So Billy Stammen in the white. He's already locked in a 4.13. He's looking for a 5.44. We have the Destination New South Wales wave replay. Cracks that first section. I feel as though this is the money turn here. Absolutely laying straight into it. Extends a little bit at the end there, but still strong surfing for the surfer in white from New Zealand, the 32-year-old. We do have a post-heat interview down the beach with Jordan Watson. Nathan, take it away.
So down here at the beach with the winner from the last heat, Jordan Watson. Congrats on the win, mate. Some clutch surfing at the end with that 7 and that 6. Well done. How do you feel, mate?
Yeah, I feel real good on these lefts, and I had nothing at the start of the heat. I kind of took 2 closeouts and was pushing it a bit hard, and the other boys all got scores, and I just kind of had to regroup, and just found 2 with couple of turns and an end section, so.
Unreal. And it's the sort of tactic like waiting, utilising your priority, obviously, being in that position at the start of the heat and not having a score and hearing, oh, this guy's got a 6, this guy's got a 5. How do you sort of reset from that point and go, okay, this is what I got to do?
Oh, I don't know. You just kind of got to not think about anything, and I just kind of said to myself, you just need 2 waves, 2 turns on each wave, and should be able to get through it, and that's what I did. So, just happy that I had the opportunity to get a couple of turns, and it's good.
Unreal. Jordan Watson moving through to the next round in the quarters. Cheers, back up to you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan. And, Ryan Slattery's locked in a 5.33. Billy Stammen a 5.27 for that last one.
Yeah, so slowly but surely the boys are raising the bar when it comes to those scores and finding their groove, finding their rhythm in this heat. So right now it is Mikey in the lead, but you've sort of got to have 2 solid scores in the lineup to give that separation. And right now we see red and black, which is Coops, looking for a second score. As we see a Destination New South Wales replay, and this is going to be that first wave of the surfer in red. So just finding, scoring potential off each and every turn is critical, and maximising the potential of each wave you take, especially when you've got priority as well. So right now, that is the best wave of the heat, a 5.33 for Ryan Slattery. And so looking at these guys, when you think of qualification for the Challenger Series, people like, Billy's been around a long time, Coops has been around a long time, but these young guns, they're the ones that are most dangerous, because they've got no fear these days, Britt. They just look like they're ready to roll from the outset. And I think having that region to region actually creates a certain calmness because you're not going against guys that you don't really have any idea who they are, what they can bring to the table. You're going against basically people you've competed through the whole junior career with, and now you're just at a higher level, and even though you've got to bring a higher kind of performance, there's sort of a comfortability about, taking on guys you're well aware of what they can bring.
100% there, Dimmy. And I think these, series of events that we've had so far, the QS 1000s, it's allowed a lot of those younger competitors to enter a few of those events, really find momentum, find their feet, feel comfortable with that ration again, and really come into these QS 3000s with a bit of confidence, because there's a fair few of those surfers, say for example like Mikey Madonna, who's just come off a win. He's coming into this heat, and I wouldn't exactly call him an underdog.
No way.
He'd be one of the favourites.
100%. Like even though he's young, he's been around quite a long time, and the experiences he's had at a junior level sort of gives him that confidence. And the thing about these guys is they're so well adapted to surfing heats and having that calmness about just the individual performance level of what they want to bring to the table. So yeah, even though some people have no idea who Mikey is, for those within the boundaries of the event, they know how dangerous he is. I think he doesn't get nervous. I think the only person who gets nervous is Tony, his old man. He'd just be walking around digging holes in the sand dune, just freaking out.
Probably got no fingernails.
It's so hard being a parent, isn't it? I mean, you wouldn't know, but I mean, my stepson used to compete, and it takes your anxiety levels to just a new realm. But yeah, I think these guys would be nice and calm out there. Someone like Cooper Chapman, you can see already halfway through the heat, he's only decided to have a roll at one wave. So he's identified what he's looking for. He's opened up with a 4.5. He has first priority. And the man who lives now up the far north coast, but a true Narrabeen local, he's going to be patiently waiting for that opportunity to unload.
He certainly will be. And Cooper, he had a 9th at the Carve Great Lakes Pro, and he had a 3rd at the Gage Roads Port Stephens Pro. So he started this year so far pretty well.
Building.
So considering he's had a 9th, he's had a 3rd.
Oh.
Take the win.
Yeah. He's confident.
He's certainly
The one
confident.
thing about this year I've found with Cooper is that he's so busy outside of the arena of competing that there's two sides of the coin, isn't there? You can be too immersed in other things, but for him, he really enjoys doing his mental health clinics and stuff like that. I'm really proud that the fact that he's come up with a plan and he's spreading the word, and he's doing a great job. I went up to one of his seminars the other day, and it was incredible just to break stuff down and get outside that mental health kind of, the black dog, and talk about things and stuff. So he's doing a great job, and he's a real ambassador for that kind of mental health arena. So good on him. But yeah, he's still got the goods.
He certainly does.
He calls himself a veteran, but to me, he seems like he's still that little grommet.
He said that earlier, and he's like, I'm a veteran, but I still feel like I'm pretty young. And, well, he's 27. He's really not that old.
Hey, come on. Kelly Slater just won pipe.
Exactly.
You know, mate? He's 50.
Yeah.
I mean, he's incredible.
He's a freak of nature. He's so talented, it's ridiculous.
Is he coming to Australia? Oh, I've heard so. You always hear rumours of the tour, who's coming, who's not. But it'll be interesting because the GOAT has a lot. It'd be awesome to see someone like Kelly Slater actually, make that top 5. It'd be interesting to see what he could bring, because he is very well adapted to performance levels at Trestles.
It's just second nature for a guy like Kelly Slater, he's been doing it for the majority of his life. He's been doing it for longer than what he hasn't been doing it.
He's been on tour longer than most of these guys have been alive. Here we go. It looks like someone having a look, and it could be the surfing red and up on this right. So slow start to this wave, but he cuts back into the power source, and that wave sort of runs off towards the north. But yeah, like you said, age is no barrier. I was thinking about it the other day. Tom Brady, for you NFL fans, retired.
And then unretired.
And 2 months later, unretired. And they're going, because he wanted to spend more time with the family. But the thing was, he felt like he had more to give. So if you've got more to give, you've got more to give. As we see Surfer in black, up and right in the pocket, just really elevating over that foam section and getting to work. So Cooper Chapman lines up and whacks away. And, yeah, again, waited a long time for that wave, but it'll be interesting to see how much scoring potential was on that way. But I do love the chip shot and the pop he got out of that first turn, because he had to really race and get going nice and early, Britt.
He went nice and vertical over that foam section and straight into that next turn, really pushing with that back foot, and just a real linkage turn here, just waited for it patiently. And Cooper Chapman, he's looking strong, like you said, Dimmy. He waited a fair while for that. I was speaking with Cooper earlier, and there it is, a 4.03. I feel like that's just short of what he required, but as I was speaking to him earlier, we were talking about the difference between a 20-minute heat and a 25-minute heat, and Cooper said to me, he's like, I feel like the 25-minute heats favour me a little bit more. And, allows him to just kind of sit patiently and wait for those ones that he needs to catch. And when you're up against men like Mikey Madonna, Cooper Chapman and Ryan Slattery, you definitely have to be on your game.
Yeah, definitely. And, like, that 4.03 was more probably not about, his ability to ride that wave, but what the wave offered. So he was rewarded, but it was that first section where he didn't get a really clean under the lip kind of vertical jam. But I love the speed projection he got off that floating manoeuvre. But yeah, so Coops will be back out there. He's in third at the moment, but it's not going to take a hell of a lot to get him from third to first. We saw it in that heat with Geordie Watson. He basically went from fourth to first with a mid-7. So definitely capable of getting that job done. But right now it is Mikey Madonna out in the lead, Billy Stemman in second, Cooper Chapman in third, and and Ryan Slattery in fourth. And a massive shout out to all our webcast partners, of course, Mad Nex. Had some really, really nice food in the last couple of days from them guys, supplying all the athletes and the staff. So I'm pretty sure the service is stoked as well, being well fed. Volkswagen and KO Sports and KO Freebie, so you can watch the event live on KO as well as the web. It's pretty much everywhere, as we see Coops up and out, so that wave really not offering a lot. And so I'd be interested to get your sort of your read on the female division, on the women's division. Who do you see as the real threat to win? For myself, I mean, of course, Molly and Mace. I reckon at the moment, I feel like Mace's read on this wave is pretty incredible. So that's my tip. But these young guns, they're coming to get the experienced campaigners. Let me tell you.
I do agree with that one, with Macy and Molly being from the Central Coast region. They've kind of got that upper edge with knowing, as much as they're not from Avoca Beach, it's like they've got that local advantage. And then also, that Molly's on the world tour, Macy's just dropped off the tour and looking to re-qualify again. So I feel as though they've also got that experience on their side as well. But for me, it's probably Sophie McCulloch.
Yeah, good call. She's dead set, so mature. Just listening to her post-seat interviews and the way she goes about her business, she's definitely one to watch in the future, and she is going to be dangerous. And I think Philippa Anderson too, just having that heat where she was so lucky to get through when her fellow competitor got an interference. It was that heavy, but you live and learn, and that might, drive Spilsy to just go, you know what, I'm going to really unload now. But in the men's, we're into the men's. At the completion of Heat 4 of the round of 16, we're going to go into the Pro Juniors. So epic to see the young crews get their opportunity, not to just unload on a higher stage in the Pro Juniors, but they're also going to be live on the web and on KO Sports. So that's an awesome thing for a young surfer to be able to sort of go back, analyse. How good is it to have heats where you can actually go back and look at it and really pull it apart as an athlete?
Oh, it's amazing. Like, I feel like video footage for me growing up, say coming through the Pro Juniors and the QS, but for me at a young age, my parents were always on the beach filming, and video was always my biggest tool. So to be able to go home, watch it as a Pro Junior, reevaluate your heat, and really pick apart what you did right and what you did that you could probably improve on. So I think it's a big advantage for those pro juniors being able to just have that opportunity. We don't have that for all the pro junior events.
Yeah, I definitely feel like as a surfer, sometimes what you feel is not what is visual, if you know what I mean. The visual is where it's at when it comes to coaching, when it comes to developing your skill set. And sometimes, even at the highest level, at the elite level, you'll find they'll come in and they'll go, I felt really good on that. And then they'll look at it later and go, you know what, actually, there was a technical flaw in the way I went about that wave. So, yeah, having the video analysis and having the opportunity to go back and look at your heats online, pretty incredible for the younger generation, because back when I was a grommet, like very young, and that was like
100 years ago.
100 years ago, like honestly, you'd have to wait 3 weeks in a magazine just to get a result, let alone any video footage, you know what I mean? I was talking to Damien Hardman about this in a podcast, and I said, when I was a grommet, you basically, if there was an event in, say, South Africa, you'd have to wait a month for tracks to come out to find out who's got what. And then another month for Video Easy. You used to have the events come in on video at Video Easy.
It's kind of cool, though,
going
back to that.
I love that.
Back to the live action in the water. Billy Stammen, he utilised his priority on this one. Surfer in red wanted to have this one, and Billy took it. So the surfer in white looking to replace a 4.13 from his scoreline, or increase that 5.27. Surfer in white from New Zealand is only looking for a 4.33 to move into the lead. Mikey Madonna from Lennox Head in the lead at the moment. Just over 2 minutes on the clock. We'll wait for those scores to drop for the surfer in white. At this stage, green in first, white in second. Here we have the Destination New South Wales Wave replay powered by Volkswagen. Drives hard off the bottom. Really putting everything into that first turn. The wave flattens out here, but he manages to keep it bouncing through this section. Wouldn't necessarily say that was rail to rail, but he managed to capitalise on that last section there and finishing off strong. So Billy Stammen looking for a 4.33. Cooper Chapman, our fellow commentator, sitting in third place at the moment, chasing a 4.98 to advance. And Ryan Slattery, he's having a look at this one. He is involved in the Nora Head surfing fraternity, so I'm sure those guys are tuning in. Looking for a 4.14.
Nice. Interesting, with 1 minute to go, what's going to transpire in this heat, because they're all basically, you could go from fourth to first in no time right now. Mikey Madonna has the lead, but that last wave of red, don't know if it's going to be enough, but we'll see what the judges think of that. And like I said, it's compared to that last heat where I felt like there was plenty of really good scoring opportunities, I think it's been a little bit slower, a bit dreamy, a bit sleepier, as we see Mikey just really looking sharp on the backhand. So Mikey Madonna, with 40 seconds to go, sort of looks back and just hopes that Huey pulls the plug on any sets to come through. So we're getting towards the back end of another exciting heat here at the Vissla Central Coast Pro, presented by Mad Max. Of course, we are into the Mad Max minute, and that last wave is a 6.5, I do believe. So Mikey extends his lead, looking very relaxed, calm, and the other three in this heat wouldn't be calm right now, because is anyone else going to get an opportunity, Britt, to have a crack at a wave?
5 seconds, there's one coming, but I don't think anyone's going to have the time to scratch into it, Dimmy.
Tragedy for both Cooper and Ryan, as we see Coops is just a little bit late on that, so that is going to be a disappointing result for our fellow commentator. But again, like I said, Mikey Madonna has been absolutely charging, and Billy Stammen always dangerous, as we throw off to a break here at beautiful Avoca Beach.
the motivation.
Welcome back to the live action for day number 4 of the Vissla Central Coast Pro presented by Mad Mex. We have the men's QS 3000 in the water, heat number 4 of the round of 16. Jacob Wilcox, Micah Margison, Kai Warner and Stewie Kennedy. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Adam Hennessy.
Yeah, thanks, Britt. And what a morning it's been. It's been an exciting battle both for the female and male divisions of the QS 3000 down here at beautiful Avoca Beach. The waves are on tap. We've got a clean 3 to 4 foot swell running. It's a southeast with pretty much no wind at all as we see the surf in red. Just love the speed he gets out of this wave, but unfortunately can't stick that turn. And out the back, great read in the man in the white as well. So a frantic start to this heat. The destination New South Wales, that was Kai Warner from North Narrabeen. Of course, riding those Warner surfboards. Big shout out to Brett and the crew at Warner. And yeah, he's looking very sharp indeed at this stage. And this is going to be another exciting finish to round 4. So we've got Kai Warner in the white, Stewie Kennedy, who's had plenty of experience not only at this level but at the elite level. And Stewie is nice and focused, ready to go from La Barre up on the far north coast. Jacob Wilcox and Micah Margison. And we saw True Starling, the partner of Micah, before looking like she needed an oxygen bottle because she was flipping out before his heat. How does that work?
I mean, it's a good combo.
I know.
Strong surfing combo there between the two of them.
Talking about strong. Wow, Stewie. Looking very sharp.
And here we go, surfing red, the man from Margaret River, Jacob Wilcox.
Oh.
Flurry of action being caught out the front of the pines here at Avoca Beach.
See, what the judges look at, they talk about this a lot, Britt, is that point of difference, that, you know, variety of repertoire. They're looking at progression, innovation. It's all part of the surfing criteria that really extends right from the juniors right into the world to a level. So it hasn't changed much. Power, speed, flow, variety of manoeuvres. That's always been like the meat in a sandwich when it comes to scoring potential. But in the last, say, 10 or 15 years, it's a lot of innovation and progression as well. So when you bring it and you're looking sharp, that point of difference is going to really test the judges.
Every point counts, that's for sure, Dimmy, especially in the tail end of the event. We are, of course, into the round of 16 for both the men and the women. The women surfed earlier this morning. The men are on now, so everybody who progresses through this round of 16 are moving straight through to the quarterfinals. Stewie Kennedy from Lennox Head opened up with a 4.47 and a 4.17, so a couple of quick mid-range scores there for Stewie. Kai Warner a 4.33 and a 2.73. Micah Margot a 4.27, and well, Jacob Wilcox just locked in a 5. He's backed it up with a 2.5. So at the moment, green in first, red in second.
Yeah, looking through those results from the first couple of heats, the matchups in the quarterfinal is going to be pretty amazing. Kalani Ball and Koo Butler taking on each other in that first heat. Then Jacob Bartholomew and Geordie Watson. I'm sure Bugsy is up at home just like trying to calm down. It's great to see his boy just really starting to show that talent. He's been, you know, one of those guys you looked at it from a young age where you went, when he matures and starts to develop, he's going to be an incredible surfer, and he's going to take on Geordie Watson. So that is going to be a cracker when you consider getting through that heat is going to allow you the freedom of really advancing your position on the ratings. So sick to see those two guys through. Of course, Mikey, Madonna and Billy Stearman through. So the winner and second place of this heat will match up against those two guys. But right now it is Stewie Kennedy and Jacob Wilcox out in first and second. But with 18.5 minutes to go, there's so much time on the clock. And like we said before, we've spoke about how, the judges, have really had that point of difference and separation for that good to excellent range. And you've seen a lot of waves, Brett, in this 4 to 5 to 5.5 point range. And it's when these guys really start to blow up that they're rewarded by the judges.
Certainly is there, Dimmy. Big turns get rewarded with big scores, especially if you can link a couple of those together with a combo. Stewie Kennedy, Jacob Wilcox, Kai Warner and Micah, who will take the win, who will progress to the quarterfinals. Jacob Wilcox, he actually finished second in this event last year, so I'm sure he'd be looking to do one better.
He had a couple of big results too on the QS Challenger last year as well. Was it Halle-Eva he went crazy?
His best result was a 13th on the Challenger Series last year.
And where was that at?
I don't have that one in front of me. I did make a few notes, but I didn't write what event it was. He did get a wildcard opportunity 2 times last year. He got a 17th in the Boost Mobile Pro at Margaret River, and also got the 17th at the Rip Curl Rottnest Search. So he has had an opportunity and a little taste of that World Tour feeling.
The good thing about the younger guys having that opportunity, Britt, at the elite level is there's definitely a different pace at the elite level, like when it comes to, the competitive side of it. There's waiting periods, there's very rarely would you surf more than 1 or 2 heats in a day, but there seems to be a slower pace, but the performance is definitely higher. So it gives a surfer an opportunity to really take it all in, as we see Jacob up and riding and lovely attack. So to have that ability to, to be awarded some opportunities, the experience you gain out of that is just incredible moving forward.
It is, and I feel as though with that opportunity, like you said, it kind of slows everything down. There's less surfers in it. There's normally less heats than what, say, a QS has, but I feel as though it just allows surfers to be patient and reset and remain composed throughout the event. It kind of gives them more opportunity to just rest a little more and recover. But live action in the water, Kai Warner just got a great looking left. He's already locked in a 4.33 and a 2.73, so we'll wait and see what this one comes through. Still linking this one all the way through the inside. Chasing a 4.32 to move into second at this stage with just over 15.5 minutes on the clock. North Narrabeen Board Riders Club. Yep. We also have the replay here for the surfer in red. Getting so vert and so critical. Here's the Destination New South Wales Wave replay, the full replay here for the surfer in white. Great combo, just not much downtime between these turns. Bit of a check turn there to just set himself for this end section. And just manages to keep going all the way through. It's a pity that length of the ride isn't in the criteria anymore, because he just rode that thing to the sand.
Yeah, definitely. Just speaking back to what we're discussing with Jacob Wilcox, he had a 13th over there at Halle-Eva. He also locked in a couple of big results in Ericeira and France, so a 17th and a 17th. So the opportunity for him to really evolve as an athlete has come through, I feel like, that as you gain your levels. So, like I said, a 13th, he was pretty much just on point when it came to those big waves at Halle-Eva last year. So, looking strong, looking ready to roll, and like we said, that experience of being able to have a couple of cracks at the World Tour level. He
actually got the win at the Phillip Island Pro QS 1000 earlier this year as well. So he started off the year in great form.
He did. He actually had a semi-final with my boy George Pitter and ended up with exactly the same score.
Count back,
and it went back to Jacob's best wave. So confidence breeds confidence, and definitely with this guy, he's got that mindset at this stage. And it's great to see Kai Warner starting to light it up as well. So the performance levels of all these guys from day one to now has definitely been raised. They know they have to bring their A game, and we've seen plenty of scores into that excellent range during the course of the event. But today, a little bit tighter, because I feel like with that bigger tide, that has played a part of it as well. That tide with the full moon last night, bigger tide, less below sea level waves available, and I actually think the Pro Juniors are going to get the best of it, and they're coming up shortly. They'll be high-fiving each other, just going, we're going to get low tide out here. It's going to be pumping.
It actually is going to be pumping. This is, of course, day number 4 of the Vissla Central Coast Pro presented by Mad Mex. We have the men's QS 3000 in the water. Up and riding. There we go. Kai Warner currently in second place.
Just power hacks on the backhand. Great transition from each row. And yeah, so the Pro Junior is going to be up. So if you're online and you want to see some of the best young talent coming through the ranks, not only in Australia but around the world, you're going to tune in this afternoon for both women and men's action to round off 24 heats today. So we'll be winding the clock back, Britt, to 20-minute heats for the Pro Juniors, and it's going to be a great afternoon to just tap into the next generation.
Certainly will be. And a lot of those Pro Juniors have actually competed in these QS 1000s and obviously now the QS 3000. I feel as though they've just been, like, it's been back-to-back-to-back events with the QS, but then we've had Pro Juniors in between all of that. So if there's competitors that are doubling up on the Pro Juniors and the QS, they've literally had, like, no days off.
Got to be fit. Got to be strong. And, yeah, that is a big thing. I've spoken to a couple of the guys who are sort of doubling up, and they've said that, you know, the downtime between the days has been, you know, very important to sort of switch off, because there have been so many events back-to-back.
And, well, we have a post-heat interview with that last heat winner and also the last event winner, Mikey Madonna.
Down here with Mikey McDonough, Lee Bar Board Riders Club, Lennox Head, and potentially Australia Oceania rankings leader, but he doesn't want that pressure right now, so we're just going to talk about that heat. Mikey, how did it go? Pretty intense.
Yeah, it was super intense. The heat before had plenty of waves, and so I just thought to myself, you know, I knew that this might have been a slow one because it's been doing that in flurries, and yeah, I just had to change my game plan and yeah, adapt and get a couple scores under my belt early and then wait for a good wave. That was sort of the plan.
Tell us about the linking sections out there. Some people are getting them, some people aren't. What do you reckon the judges are looking for?
Yeah, obviously some big turns of speed and aggression. That heat didn't really allow that for me, but I did what I could and conjured up some scores out of some smaller waves. I would have liked to have got a wave to open up on, but yeah, I'll take it either way.
And the Pro Juniors are coming up next. Any tips for the Pro Juniors out there?
No, they've probably got it pretty covered. Yeah, excited to watch them rip.
Awesome. And just lastly, can you just tell us about the board that you're on at the moment?
Yeah, it's a Darren Hanley. It's my magic board, a 511. Yeah, that's it, really.
Perfect. Thank you. Good luck for the rest.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sal. And Mikey, there we go, Mikey McDonough. He wasn't too keen to give any tips to the Pro Juniors. I don't think he wanted to give anything away to me.
No way, why would you? He's like, mate, get your own information.
He's got his winning formula.
I love the way that how Sal threw that question about the ratings leader and said, I won't ask you, but she actually said it anyway. Mikey was so like deadpan, just going, no, not even going to take that in, Sal.
No pressure.
Yeah, no, that was good. And like I said, like I'm pretty much amazed that when you sit down and chat to him away from, you know, the contest arena, how calm he is and how focused he is, and you can just see that in his post-heat interviews. He's not thinking about too much other than, you know, the moment, and I think that's a key thing. Never get too far ahead of yourself as a competitor. You just got to stay in the moment and break it down, because when you really think about it, it's just a 25-minute battle. If you really perform at your highest level, and that's all you need to tap into. I think all the outside noises and stuff, it means nothing. It's all about the performance and the level you can bring when you have to really switch on and turn it up.
It is, and well, he was a Lee Bar man from Lennox Head. We have another one in this heat, Stewie Kennedy. He's no stranger to competition and putting that rashy on. Ex-World Tour surfer. His last year on tour was 2017, so Stewie Kennedy be looking for another spot, another shot. I'm sure the Lee Bar crew are still tuned in.
He's had a couple of opportunities with our wildcards and stuff, but yeah, like he basically blew up in that first year on tour. I remember an incredible run he had at Snapper, and everyone was like, wow.
It's like a replica of Lennox Head Point, really, isn't it?
Pretty sure he rides, at that stage he was riding Slater designs, I think, and really sort of threw himself in the mix when it came to the eyes of the professional surfing world. But yeah, it would be good to see Stewie have another crack. He's more mature now, and I'm sure that, you know, he's very driven and very calculated in the way he goes about his surfing. So it would be good to see. But right now he's got a battle on because he's got Micah Markinson just sitting out there with a 4.27 and Kai Warner just in front of him. So very little separates first to fourth in this heat. The breakthrough wave really is that 5.67. But again, if you go off what we've seen in the last couple of heats, you know, mid sixes to early sevens are going to sort of get the job done. And at the moment, all these guys are still right in the hunt.
They are. Nobody's run away with this one yet. So Stewie Kennedy in third place, chasing that 4.61. Micah Margot looking for a 4.8. Kai Warner in second. Jacob Wilcox in first. Still 7.5 minutes remaining, so plenty of time for these surfers to make the most of the time on the clock. Micah Margot sitting in first priority, meaning that he does have right of way for anything that comes through the lineup. But yeah, back to that conversation about Stewie Kennedy. As you mentioned, he was on those Slater designs. Done a little bit of research. It looks as though he's on Aloha surfboards and wood surfboards. So
probably good too for him because he's at home. They're close. Aloha now situated up at Byron, and as we see the surfer up and right, and that is Stewie. And yeah, they look like they've got their own, you know, great designs for Aloha. One of the most iconic brands through the history of the sport. Of course, back in the day, Greg Clough was the shaper for Aloha, and he shaped basically for multiple world title winners, guys like Duma, Barton Lynch, a heap of guys on the tour early. So it's great to see that brand still sort of firing and having someone like Stewie Kennedy represent that brand as we see Jacob Wilcox kick on out. So Stewie needed a 4.61. I don't know if that score's come in. There was only 6 minutes. Here we go. The Destination New South Wales replay. Stewie's sort of patiently waiting, and he lines that first turn up. Just that trademark sliding manoeuvre, keeping that board flowing down the line. And I don't know if that is going to be the score required, but he still has time.
I feel as though the body language from Stewie then too, as he kind of just kicked out of that wave, you could tell that although it was a good wave, I think he knew himself that there's a little bit more to give. And here we go. Micah Margot waited a while for this one, belts that section, just the one solid turn, but he's such an aggressive power surfer, so casual in his approach.
How good does he look? He looks so like spicy in every sort of that quick like fire motion, the way he surfs. So, and like I said, that was just one turn. All we got to see is one turn, and we'll be interested to see what happens as we see Jacob Wilcox just leans into that inside edge of that rail and goes to work, throwing a bit of innovation with that air, but not sticking it. But in the lead right now, and we're waiting on a couple of scores to lock in as we head down towards the final 5 minutes of this heat, and this will be the final QS heat of the day. We're going to wrap it into the girls, I'm pretty sure, first up for the Pro Juniors, and then wrap the afternoon out with a series of heats with the male division. So good to see this next generation getting the opportunity to really blow up in front of the cameras and give them that experience. And like Britt said a little bit earlier, a lot of these competitors have been actually doing both. So kudos to them, because it is a mental war between the ears sometimes, isn't it? As you would know.
Yeah, it can get pretty exhausting. It's an interesting one though, because you're like, okay, well the more times I put the rashie on and go out and surf a heat, the more experience you get. But then at the end of the day as well, you kind of want to save quantity over quality. I mean quality over quantity, sorry. And you know, considering you might be surfing however many times in a day, and then you're backing it up with a Pro Junior. There's a lot going on. I think that last event after Port Stephens, there was the Lake Max City Pro Junior in between over 2 days at Redhead there, and then on Monday they started again here at the Central Coast Pro, and a lot of those Pro Juniors start in the first round on the QS, so
100%.
They're making that finals day of the Pro Junior, they're then back in the water the next day.
People like one of the guys from our beach, Saxon Rebo, he had a pretty good result at the QE. Then he went all the way through to the final, got second at the Pro Junior, had to come back, reset, and go again the next day. And he wasn't exhausted, but you could dead set see that that's a lot of energy and a lot of mental sort of energy taken out of him in a space of like 8 or 9 days.
Well, you think too, like, it's exhausting, obviously, surfing so many times, so many heats in a small amount of space. But at the same time, yeah, okay, they're training for that. They're in the gym, they're strengthening. They've done all the work to get there and to be able to do that. That, you know, they're some of the best juniors that we've got in Australia and then also on the QS. But the factor that you've got to put into that is, say, for example, we had Port Stephens finish.
Yep.
They then go to Redhead. And then, like you said, he made finals day on the Sunday at Redhead and then had to get in the car, get to Central Coast. Obviously, luckily it's not too far. But then reset that night and then competing again on the Monday at a different location.
I will say one thing, there is a difference, but these guys surf like
all the
seriously
time.
5-6 hours a day. Like,
they're never not in the water.
They're never not in the water. I do 20 minutes these days and I'm like, thank you, I'm done. As we see wide up, Kai Warner, important ride, and clicks a couple of nice turns there. We'll see what the judges saw to that last ride. We saw the end of that on the web, but looking to offload a 4.47 and needs a 6.07 to go into the lead. And right now it is
Micah Margot on his backhand, throwing a heap of spray through this frothy section. I'm sure the Kingscliff Board Riders Club crew would be tuning into this one. He is a Tweed Coast surfer.
You talk about body language. The body language, I felt like that wave just did not allow what he wanted to do on that wave. So maybe he'll get another opportunity. I don't know. He might have got something done on the outside, but we're still waiting on a couple of scores to lock in. So it's been a really intense battle, mainly due to the quality of wave on offer in this heat. We saw the last couple of heats really fired up, but no one really been able to, have that large separation. And to be honest, when you think back in the heat, no one's really made an error. It's just about what has been offered up. So as we see, Stewie
on a bomb.
Oh wow! Now that is
with the body language.
Yeah, see Stewie look up then and just chest out. But we speak about point of difference all the time, and for me, just watching it on the screen, you could dead set see that. I'm not a judge, but I feel like that was the best wave of the heat.
And there it is, a 5.37, so just under the 5.67 of Jacob Wilcox, but it was enough for Stewie Kennedy in the green from Lennox Head, moving into second place. We're now into the Mad Mex minute, 50 seconds on the clock. Will Kai Warner and Micah Margerson get another opportunity? So Stewie Kennedy really laying into that one. He rode out of that one with a ton of confidence, pretty staunch as he rode out. I think body language, Dimmy, is such an important factor. Like, obviously, we watched that wave before with Micah, and you could see the body language change. And I feel as though even if it isn't a great wave, it's important to still ride out of the wave looking composed.
I think that's a really, critical part of teaching the grommets when they, that negative body language is transfers to what you're producing out in the ocean. So always look positive, because you can always, from a loss, you can always take a positive from a negative, can't you?
100%.
So as we wrap on down, we're going to be thrown to a break very shortly. I am Dimmy Hennessy and Britt Nicol, and we are through round 4, both the men's and women's, and it looks like unofficially it was Jacob and Stewie through, and we'll throw off to a break and be back for the Pro Junior.
the motivation.
Hello and welcome back to Avoca Beach. We are on to the juniors right now. Women's junior, pro junior, round number 1, round of 32. And let me just pull up my little sheets with the names on the sheets. And I'll tell you who we got out there in the water right now. Oh, that's right. Okay. A lot of similar names to in the junior than there was in the main event. So, in the first heat right now, we have Ellie Harrison. She's in the... Wait, no we don't. Sorry. But yeah, we do. Ellie Harrison in the red. Sydney Chevalier in the blue. Talia Henderson in the white. And Arabella Tarpey in the green. So, a few similar names. I just pulled up the sheet and half of the girls that are in the junior are still going in the women's event. So, great to see the junior women really making a mark on this event. Looking forward to this. My name's Cooper Chapman. I'm in the booth. I just got smoked in my heat and I'm joined by True Starling. Tough conditions out there right now, but let's see how the juniors go because it is beautiful. The day is really nice today. Tide's getting lower and I think the juniors are going to get to put on a big show right now.
Yeah, definitely, Cooper. And the waves are really fun and it feels like they're kind of starting to get a little bit better as we see Arabella Tarpey, one big jam for the surfer in green, open up with a 3.33, looking to back that up nice and quickly. These will be 20-minute heats as well. So Arabella Tarpey, of course, Sydney Chevalier, Talia Henderson and Ellie Harrison. Ellie has been competing in the QS and I do believe that she also got through her heat this morning. So not only is she competing in the juniors, but she's also competing in this event as well. Arabella Tarpey locked in a 4.33 off the back of that one huge turn. The judges really liking that. So it's a big day of action. Up next, we have heat number 2, Sage Goldsbury in the red, Charlie Hurst in the blue, Jessie Starling, my little sister, in the white, and Madison Parker in the green. So another great heat coming up next for the junior women, and then following that we'll have Willow Hardy take on Emily Burke, Ellie Lampkin and Mia Hupperts. So we did just see the completion of the round of 16 for the men for the Vissla Central Coast Pro QS 3000 presented by Mad Mex, and now we're on to the junior event, which is super exciting. First heat in the water, round 1 heat 1 for the women's, Cooper. Yeah, I'm looking forward to calling a bunch of the junior surfers. We did change the age group from 18 back up to 21 and under, I think, 20 and under here this year. So a lot of these competitors doing double duties this week as we see Ellie Harrison. She found her spot in the quarterfinals of the women's QS 3000 event earlier this morning. She'll be looking to carry that form into the junior pro right now. Of course, this is proudly supported by so many great sponsors here on the Central Coast. The Central Coast Council, Avoca Beach Hotel, Destination New South Wales. This is the Junior Regional New South Wales Pro. The World Surf League and Surfing New South Wales. And a big special thank you to the webcast partners, Mad Mex, Volkswagen and KO Sports, KO Freebies. Make sure you check in on www.newsouthwalesprosurfseries.com for all the results, live scores, and keep up to date with what's going on in this Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series, combined with this junior event. Yeah. Awesome. Well, here we go. Talia Henderson up and riding on her backhand. Tags that end section, rides out of that one, so only open up with a 1, so it'd be nice to get a good score under her feet. Ellie Harrison has a 2.63. She's been a standout in the QS. And here we go, Sydney Chevalier on her backhand. Beautiful first turn. Just a 1 for the surfer in black, but one big one it was, Cooper.
Yeah, that was a solid turn. It's going to be interesting to see the scale change a little bit. Going down to the junior women's, it's going to be interesting. I'm intrigued to see how the judges are going to maybe drop that scale a little bit. We saw Ellie Harrison drop up and riding right now. She dropped a 6 and a 5.5 this morning, and it was with surfing like that. So let's see if that scale gets bumped a little bit easier for her to maybe pick up some big scores in the junior division. But with backside turns like that one of Sydney Chevalier locking in a 5-point ride for that one hammer, very solid.
Yes, super solid. And then Ellie locks in a 5.83, so maybe it was the wave size that capped that score for Ellie. We did see Sydney, as you said, Cooper, drop a 5 for that one turn, but it was a big set. So I'm assuming the judges were really liking the wave size and that quality of turn as well.
Yeah, and one nice solid backside turn there for Arabella Tarpey. The junior women are really putting on a show right now.
Yeah.
I can't really see much difference between the juniors and the Opens QS 3000 women, and that's what we like to see. There's so many great... If you think to the World Tour right now, there are so many under 21 surfers on the Women's World Tour. So as much as it is a junior pro, these are all the young ladies who can make it onto the World Tour. We saw, what's her name, who didn't take the spot?
Caitlin Simmers.
Caitlin Simmers. I think she's 15 years old, qualified for the World Tour, took out the event at the US Open last year, and then said, you know what, I'm not quite ready. I want to mature a little bit more. Gave up her spot, and that's why we're seeing our one and only Molly Picklum on the World Tour. And are we going to see her in the junior? Surely she's young enough for the junior, but maybe she's giving all the other girls a little chance in the junior.
Yeah, I think she, I spoke to her the other day and she said that she was really umming and ahhing about whether to do the 3000. She goes, you know what, it's at home, and Sydney writes out of that one. She said, you know what, it's at home, I may as well do it while I'm here. But I think she just needed a little bit of a rest from competing. She's been away for a while and was just really looking forward to being home and having a little bit of a break. So
yeah,
I think the Pro Junior would have been a bit too much for her.
Yeah, I think she can take a bit of a rest. We are going to see her coming up in the women's quarterfinals at some stage tomorrow. But today, we're going to get through the first round of the Junior Women's Pro and also the Men's Junior. Lots of action coming up. I'm looking forward to calling these. I haven't seen much of the juniors, and I know likewise with the women in the men's division, there is some really, really strong surfers in the junior division who have been making a massive mark on this New South Wales regional QS tour. Well, New South Wales, sorry. Australia Oceania. A bit tongue-tied. I just had to paddle out in the heat. Dirty water might have got to my head. Yeah. It's great to be back in the booth, and coming up in the next heat, let me quiz you on this, True.
Yes.
So, your sister's coming up in the next heat.
She is.
Would have she been too old if they didn't change the age back to a little bit older?
Yes, she's 19. So
how excited was she when she heard the news?
She was super excited. I think before she found out the news, she was like, okay, I'll just put all my eggs in the QS and see where I go. And then as soon as she found out, it was like, okay, I want to put my name in the hat for a junior world champ or things like that. So she's really trying to, use the QS heats as learning, and she's learning from them and then taking all of those lessons into the Pro Juniors to really solidify her spot in that top seed of the rankings. And they had the first event at Redhead last week, which was awesome. I think Ellie Harrison took that out, so she's currently leading the rankings at the moment. I think it's really cool. There's so many people in this that I go, I just didn't know that you were still young enough to be in the Pro Juniors, like Nixie Ryan, who is currently leading the rankings, unfortunately got knocked out this morning on the qualifying series. And people like Summer Longbottom, even Arabella Wilson, I go, I forget that they're not 20 yet.
Gia Lawrenson, Carly Shanahan, Sierra Kerr. There's so many names that have been putting on stellar performances in this start of the New South Wales Vissla Pro Surf Series. And now they're getting to do double duties, surfing in the junior. I love that. It's such a great way to build your skills. Like you said, your sister coming up in the next heat, Jessie, gives that opportunity to have that stepping stone. I think it's the right thing to do, to have that World Juniors at that little bit older age, because when it's under 18, it's kind of, especially for us in Australia, it's that last year of high school. It gives I personally think it's really important that we finish high school and we don't just chuck all of our eggs in the surf basket, because it's a very difficult career path, I can tell you that firsthand, and it takes a lot of resilience to travel the world, take the losses on the chin and learn from them. But now having the opportunity to finish school and then still spend a few years doing the junior, I think it's a great change and a great change back for the WSL.
Yeah, I definitely agree. School and making sure an education has always been a number one priority, and I think introducing this, I couldn't agree more, Cooper. It's probably the best thing for the sport and the young up-and-coming juniors within our region. And here's Talia Henderson up and riding on her backhand, Cooper.
Yeah, that one just tapering out just a little bit, but yeah, like you said, I think it's nice to go not from the under-16 events to 1 year of junior straight onto the QS.
Yeah.
Very quick stepping stone, whereas now a couple of years to build those skills and really learn how to surf heats, especially from the under-16s stepping up into the pro junior. It is a bit of a step up. The scale changes with the scoring. You've got man-on-man priority heats at the end of events, and that's what we'd really like to see. Actually, I think in the junior there wasn't man-on-man last week. Maybe at the end of this event.
Yeah, I think it gets...
Four-man the whole way.
Four-man.
4 man, 4 women the whole way, but nonetheless, great to get to compete an extra event, and it's nice for Surfing New South Wales to... This event got thrown in very last minute. They were like, you know what, we've got a few days up our sleeve at this Avoca event. We're going to spend a few more days here. We're going to throw the juniors out there and let them mix it up with the QS surfers so they can really push their skills. And someone pushing her skills is Ellie Harrison right there. Just a one turn. She is chasing down Sydney Chevalier right now, who is out in the lead with that 5 and a 4.1. We'll wait and see what that one turn of Ellie Harrison picks up. One strong backside turn. Didn't really get to connect with the lip like we've seen her doing so often in this event already. But this is, of course, the Women's Junior Pro, round 1, heat number 1, coming up in the next heat. Sage Goldsbury, Charlie Hurst, Jessie Starling, and Madison Parker. So, big day ahead.
Yeah, huge day. There's 8 heats of the round 1 for the Central Coast Pro Junior, and then followed by 8 heats of the Pro Junior Men's as well. So 24 heat day. All these heats are 20 minutes as opposed to the 25-minute heats that we had for the round of 16 a little bit earlier. Cooper, you were just out there, unfortunately getting knocked out. How was the surf out there today? Was it tricky to find the good ones, or was it a pretty clear bank?
Oh, it was pretty tough, if I'm being completely honest. The heat before mine, there was a lot of... It felt like the tide was getting low enough to steepen up quite a bit. Guys like Geordie Watson and Kihu Butler and George Pitter all got waves up in that 6 to 7 point range, which made me be like, oh, you know what? Let's go. Looking for those steep left-handers. I tried to wait a little bit longer. I knew I had that 25-minute heat. A quick start, 4.5, I think, which I was quite happy with. And then I just sat there for like 15 minutes waiting for a set to... I felt like there was going to be some pretty obvious ones, and the time just evaporated, and it felt like there was a really long lull. And sometimes when you're sitting out there in first priority and there's a long lull, I didn't feel like I chose a really bad one. I think I needed a 4.9. I haven't actually looked at the scores yet. I think I got something in the 4s, but yeah, just didn't really get the opportunity to throw down something up in that 5-point range. I didn't need much, I don't think. I think I needed a 5, so really low scoring heat. Very disappointing when you lose needing something small, but yeah, I just didn't feel like I got the opportunities that I was hoping for. I kind of went out there with a game plan and maybe stuck by it a bit too much. Needed to adapt and try and pick up a few more waves, but yeah, that's the ocean. That's the game that we're out there playing, but unfortunately it didn't work out for me, but it's nice to be sitting back in the booth and getting to call some more. I'll come back stronger next week.
Yeah, exactly. Well, next week we roll to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. I believe there's a Pro Junior there for that one from memory. I'm not too sure. But back to the action. Ellie Harrison moved up into the lead, 3.87 on her last. Sydney Chevalier down in second now. Arabella Tarpey in third, chasing a 4.78. And Talia Henderson in fourth, looking for a 6-point ride to go into second spot. So we're within the 5 minutes remaining. You can see all that foam from the dirty water up on top on the screen there at the bottom right-hand side. So the water's definitely starting to clean up here, and the waves are getting super fun.
Absolutely. The young men and women in this junior division are going to have a ball out there, the Savo. We see Arabella Tarpey, unfortunately, not getting the wave that she wanted there. She's looking for a 4.78. We did see that last score come in for Ellie Harrison. It was a 3.87. That sends her up into the lead and up and riding right now. This is a better looking wave. Tiny bit of a catch on the first turn. Throws it up over the foam for the second, and a strong bottom turn on the third. And that is why she's in the quarterfinals already in the Women's QS 3000 here at Avoca Beach. And that's going to be up there with her 5.83, I think. Maybe even stronger. So Ellie Harrison, stranglehold on this one. Right now in second with first priority, Sydney Chevalier. 5-point ride, 4.1. Solid heat score for out there right now. And there we go, 6.17 for Ellie Harrison. Looking very comfortable, backside surfing. And right now we've got in third, Arabella Tarpey with a 4.33 and a 3.33. Needing a 4.78, and down in fourth right now, Talia Henderson in the white with first priority with 3.5 minutes remaining. She's looking for a 6-point ride. So well and truly in it, everybody. No one's run away except for Ellie. So second, third and fourth up for grabs.
Yeah, well, definitely Ellie's just showing that maturity within her surfing and how many heats that she surfed as well these last few days and even weeks. I think she won the Redhead Pro Junior. She's come straight into the QS 3000 here at Avoca, and now she's also surfing double in the Pro Junior as well. So she'll be pretty gassed by the end of this event, and she'll have pretty much one day to recover leading up into the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. But Sydney Chevalier, she's a young surfer, surfed for long reef board riders down on the northern beaches. I think she's about 14 years old, and she's just really starting competing around this year. She's done a few camps up on the Tweed Coast at the High Performance Centre, and she's just really growing into her surfing and growing into the sport, and it's been amazing to kind of see her journey as well. I've had a few surfs with her, and she just absolutely loves being out in the lineup.
Love that. I saw that first wave of hers, that 5-point ride, one big backside turn, probably the biggest wave we've seen in quite some time, was really strong. So if she can tie together multiple maneuvers like that, she's going to be hitting well and truly up into the excellent range. With 2 minutes remaining, this one is getting very close, as we're going to be marching straight into heat number 2 after this one. Sage Goldsberry in the red, Charlie Hurst in the blue, Jessie Starling in the white, and Madison Parker in the green. The ladies having a little bit of a chat, looking back in, trying to see what priority they have right now, trying to hear what scores they need, because yeah, this last minute everybody wants to get out of that first round, get those first round jitters out of the way, and then it's game on from there.
Yeah, for sure. And Talia Henderson and Arabella Tarpey sitting in first and second priority. So they've kind of put themselves in a decent spot, coming down to 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. Talia chasing a 6-point ride and Arabella a 4.78. So it's still well within reach for them to progress through this heat. And here we go. This is Talia Henderson up and riding on her backhand, puts it up there. Unfortunately, can't ride out of that one, maybe hits it a tad too late, and current heat leader just jagging another nice looking ride. Unfortunately, maybe that's the exhaustion kind of pulling on through. She was wanting to get away, hopefully to go to the beach with 1 minute to go.
Yeah, she's going to put her feet up because she's going to have a busy next couple of days. Women's QS quarterfinals, and also at this stage it's looking like she's going to be cruising on through round 1 for the Women's Junior Pro as well. So Ellie Harrison finding some serious form on this New South Wales Surf Series that we've got going on right now. So great to have competition back in action, full regional, Australia-Australasia, Australia-Oceania, dare I say, qualifying series, and also junior tour going hand in hand next to each other, getting a lot of opportunities for young surfers and old surfers like myself in the region to showcase what they're capable of. Massive thank you, of course, to KO Sports, KO Freebies, Mad Mex and Volkswagen for chucking on this webcast. It's great to see the juniors on the webcast as well right now. And then we hear the hooter in the background. Looks like we're going to have Ellie Harrison and Sydney Chevalier moving on through to round number 2. We'll be right back with heat number 2 very shortly.
This is the motivation.
Hello and welcome back. Good morning. Still 40 minutes left of the morning. We are down here at the beautiful Avoca Beach on the Central Coast. Right now we have the Junior Women's Pro, all part of the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series. My name's Cooper Chapman. I'm joined by True Starling.
Yes.
Who have we got out there in this heat, True? You know one of them very well.
Yes, I do. Well, out in the lineup we have in the red and up and riding Sage Goldsbury. She takes on in the blue Charlie Hurst. In the white, my little sister, Jessie Starling, and in the green is Madison Parker. So Sage getting a nice and early start, and it looks like, I'm not sure if that's, I think that's Sydney potentially from that last heat. We did see Ellie Harrison and Sydney Chevalier continue on through.
I reckon that's a free surfer down there.
Probably.
Yeah, down the other side of that rip
my
is
eyes.
the free surf side. And yeah, looking forward to this heat. Jessie, what did you tell her before she went out there? Did she lose this morning? No, yesterday.
Yeah, she got knocked out of the QS yesterday. And here we go, Charlie Hurst up and riding on her forehand. Here she goes, just a quick up and out. I told her to go big.
Go big. Love
Yep.
that. Yeah, there's been some tough judging going on, in my opinion, on the QS. Because the judges want more, they want us to go bigger, better, and they want to progress the sport, which I completely agree with. But now we're into the junior division. They might bring that scale up just a little bit, but dare I say they're going to be quite harsh as well, because we want to progress this sport. We want to see people pushing a little bit harder, and we want to see especially these junior women having a crack. So here we go in the green. Unfortunately, getting a little caught behind at the start, but getting one nice turn up there. That was Madison Parker. So starting off her campaign quite nicely. One strong turn. A little bit caught behind at the start, but a very nice close-out Rio nonetheless.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Madison, I surfed with her yesterday afternoon after the comp had finished. And we had heaps of fun out there, and she was just charging and loving life. So first of Madison, a 2.83. As we said before, pretty much all of the girls that are in these pro juniors are also doing the QSs. So with the likes of Ellie Harrison and girls like that, I think Ellie's actually the only one left in this draw who's still in the event for the Avoca QS 3000. So all these girls have pretty much already surfed today, or they've surfed a lot for the last few days, including the Redhead Pro Junior on the weekend. So currently Sage Goldsbury out in front with a 3.83. Madison Parker open up with a 2.83 for that left. Charlie Hurst, I think she's had a combined score of 1.04, and Jessie just a 0.5 to start.
Yeah, so a little bit of a slow start for the young women out there right now. But we do have plenty of action coming up in the next heat. We are going to see Willow Hardy in the red, Amelia Burke in the blue, Ellie Lampkin in the white, and Mia Huppets in the green. All very capable young surfers to throw down some big scores. As we see in the white, Jessie Starling, that is that go big or go home turn that her sister was telling her to do earlier, and another strong turn there. So seeing some little golf claps, silent ones in the booth right now from True. You're allowed to cheer for your sister. I'll give you that one, but no, that was a very impressive wave. So Jessie kicking off her heat with that 0.5 and now finding some serious, a really nice wave, 5.17. What do you think of that one?
Yeah, I thought that was a really well-surfed wave, and this is a really tricky heat as well. There's so many good surfers in this heat, so to lock in a 5.17 would be a great confidence booster for her, especially since we're 6 minutes into the heat.
Absolutely, yeah. I really liked the attacking on that first turn, and then also she was real patient out of that first turn. She didn't try and rush it. She waited and then got a really solid second turn. So 5.17, that's going to be a keeper at the end of the heat.
Yeah.
And now she's only going to be looking for one more wave. As we see, up and riding in the black, Charlie Hurst, opening up a nice long roundhouse, holding a rail in. Once again, holding through that second turn. Let's see if she can finish this one off. Building some speed across this little foamy section, and needed one more rub of wax because it slipped off on that last turn.
Yeah, well, the water out there is pretty slippery, and I find that it just sticks to your wax. And the last few days I've been going, I really need to redo my wax job because it's slippery and brown. So scores to lock in for last of Charlie. Of course, Sage sitting in second with a 3.83. She did really well yesterday. She knocked out XCT surfer Keely Andrew. Unfortunately getting bumped this morning from memory. So I think she was just looking to redeem herself in these Pro Junior heats.
Yeah, it's quite difficult sometimes if you have that loss in the morning in one division. You've got to regather your thoughts and then come back and fire out a heat win later in the day. It can be difficult sometimes, but very capable Sage Goldsberry out there. She does have that experience from a great little run in the women's QS 3000 event presented by Sisstrevolution. And now she's going to try and make some heats in the junior, get some confidence back up, heading into the Oakberry 5000, which we will start on Monday. So back to back to back to back to back events, it feels like right now.
Yeah.
Can't wait. I feel like there's going to be some very tired and burnt out young Australian surfers after Surfest in 2 weeks. But we love it because we're trying to squeeze in as many opportunities as possible before the end of the regional Australia Oceania Tour. That way we can move straight into the Challenger Series with as much experience and have the right surfers there, because I've had every opportunity to make it with, I think we have more events than any other region. So big thank you to Surfing New South Wales for putting on this junior tour, and also obviously the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series. And the one extra event that we have, or Surfest isn't part of the New South Wales Surf Series. It's in New South Wales, but not quite part of the Vissla Series. And then we did have the event down in Phillip Island, which was taken out by Sophie McCullough and Jacob Wilcox. So really fun Australia Oceania Tour.
Yeah.
And looking forward to seeing what the juniors can come up with in this junior tour as well, because there is some very important World Junior spots up for grabs. Been lucky enough to compete in the World Juniors back when I was a junior 40 years ago. As we see, up and riding Sage Goldsberry.
Beautiful carve to start that one off. Sage looking really fired up to get some good waves under her belt. Just the one turn. As you said, the QSs are back to back to back, and so are the Pro Juniors. Has also got a Tweed event from the 25th to the 27th of March. And then we've also had an update from the WSL as well. The Mad Max Maroubra Pro, which was postponed last week. The new dates is now the 5th to the 7th of April. And they've also released a Gold Coast Open, which is a QS 1000 at Burleigh, which is the 30th of April to the 2nd of May. And here's Madison Parker carving away on that one. But those two events actually count towards the 2023 Challenger Series qualification. So because they're outside of the cutoff date, they're running them this year, but they count for next year. And here's the replay for Sage Goldsberry. One really nice turn. I love the spiciness at the end of that. So scores to lock in for last of Sage and Madison. But yep, there's an update from us.
That makes it very confusing in my head, but we'll make it happen anyway. It'll be easy for both of us, true, living up quite close. Well, I'm on the Gold Coast. Burleigh is where my office is, and very close to where I live, and you're in Cabarita now, so another event we can wake up in our own bed and go surf, hopefully pumping waves at Burleigh, and hopefully it's a good warm-up for us before Snapper in the Challenger Series. So
yeah,
I think that might be one of the hardest QS 1000s of all time, because I feel like a lot of the international Challenger Series surfers will come over because the Challenger at Snapper starts about 4 or 5 days after that event at Burleigh, so potentially
could be
very difficult event.
And here we go, Charlie Hurst on a good looking wave, tags that section. Beautiful turn for the surfer in black. She kicks out of that one, so she was looking for a 2.73 to go up into second. Last of Green, Madison a 3.7. So in between our little conversation, there's been a bit of a change up on the leaderboard.
Absolutely. So Sage Goldsberry out in the lead now with a 4.03, 3.83. Not anymore. Last wave, that one big backside turn, 4.9, as we see Jessie Starling up and riding. Great looking first section, attacks it into the lip. It's going to weave a little cutback and try and connect this over to the left-hander, coming back towards a tough section, throws it up there. Can she hold on? that was not an easy section to deal with, but one good first turn. Let's see if she can pick up that 2.69 to move up into second place. Like you said, we did have a bit of a shuffle, so right now in the lead, Charlie Hurst with the one big backside turn on that last wave, 4.9. She's got a backup of a 3.8. She'll be looking to get rid of that to make it a little bit harder on the ladies in second, third and fourth. And right now, in second, we just saw a score come in for Jessie Starling, 3.47. She's looking for a 3.53 now, so awfully close to getting enough to move up into the lead. But she's now in an advancing position for that one forehand turn. Fortunately not getting the completion there. And Sage Goldsberry has been bumped back down into third. She has a 4.03, 3.83, looking for a 4.64. So she needs her best wave of the heat if she wants to advance. And down in the green, Madison Parker, 3.7 and a 2.83. She's looking for a 4.95. So well and truly in this heat, anybody's game from first down to fourth right now, very tight.
Yeah, it's such a tight score line right now. I mean, there's really only 1 to 2 points between first and fourth. So it's probably it's going to be a nail biter finish, and there's still 7.5 minutes to go. So there's heaps of time remaining, heaps of waves to come through. Madison Parker out there with priority, so she's chasing a 4.95, and she's put herself in the right position for it.
Yeah, there's going to be fireworks to finish this one. We've been seeing this very often, especially in the earlier rounds of the QS 3000. 20-minute heats mean for extreme excitement, especially as we come down into the 5-minute mark. So you can see on the left, first priority right now for the surfer in green, Madison Parker, sitting out there alone as the other three ladies have no priority next to their name. That means they're working their way back out the back before they get deemed priority. And a bit of a clean-up set right now coming through, catching a few of the ladies out of position. We will, of course, have heat number 3 coming up straight after this. We will be seeing Willow Hardy in the red, Amelia Burke in the blue, Ellie Lampkin in the white, and Mia Huppets in the green. So another stacked heat. Round 1 of the Pro Junior for the women. 32 surfers in the women's event, and yeah, lots of good surfing to come.
Lots of good surfing to come, and then after that we've got even more good surfing going on through to the Pro Junior men's as well. Round 1, heats 1 to 8, so there's 8 heats in that round. It's going to be a bit of a short Pro Junior event, this one. I think the ladies just go straight to the quarterfinals after this heat, and then semis and final. I think the men's Pro Junior have round 2, then quarters and semis and finals. So not too much surfing for the Pro Juniors, but there's going to be heaps of big scores going down.
Absolutely. I'm just looking through the men's draw, and it looks like the QS draw. We've got surfers like Marlon Harrison, Oscar Berry, Taj Stokes, Jarvis Earl, Axel Rose Carrotta, Lennox Smith, Joel Vaughan, the current leader of the men's qualifying series. He's in the junior. Coda Killorn, Leno Chell, Kobe Clements. The list goes on. As we see, up and right in green. She needs this one. Great first turn. Throws it up into the lip. Can she hold on?
Ooh.
Are they going to call it complete? I don't know. I'm not a judge, and I'm going to not even put my foot in it. I think she needed to hold on for milliseconds more, but great first turn on that one. We'll wait and see what the judges think, if it was complete or not.
Yeah, here's the replay on this one. So great first turn. Puts it up there for a second. Almost. It's so hard to know, and I'm glad I'm not a judge because I don't even want to be a part of that decision making.
Yeah, that was a critical second turn. She came down with it. She looked like she was in control. Just couldn't fully hold on. We'll wait and see what the judges think. I'm not a judge, and I'm not going to even make an opinion because it was very close. Too close for me to call.
Yeah.
But right now we are into that last 5 minutes. In the lead, we do have Charlie Hurst sitting out in the lead with a 4.9 and a 3.8. Jessie Starling in second right now with second priority. Highest wave score of the heat, 5.17 for 2 critical backside turns. She's looking for a 3.53, agonisingly close to the lead. So she is on the chopping block right now. Sage Goldsberry hot on her heels, looking for a 4.62, and Madison Parker looking for a 4.95.
Yeah, super close, and 4 minutes to go. There's a little bit of time remaining for some waves to come through, so I'm not too sure where Jessie is. Oh, there she is, but I'd be going straight on to Sage Goldsberry, and we do have a post-heat interview with Ellie Harrison coming up.
So I'm here with the winner of the last heat, Ellie Harrison, from my hometown in Vico. How was it out there, Ellie? You must be stoked to have gotten a win there.
Yeah, it's super fun out there. There's some good lefts and rights, lots on offer. So yeah, it was really fun.
Unreal. And what was sort of the goal coming into this event? Because you had an epic win at Lake Mac a couple of days ago. Is that another goal to take out this event and keep your rankings points thriving?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, old comps.
Old comps.
Oh, I believe. Oh. Obviously, want to win.
Unreal. And also, you've got a great little Victorian crew that are travelling up here. Have you guys all sort of been hanging out, watching each other's heats? Talk us through a little bit about that.
Yeah, it's been so good to have old Torquay board riders crew who are in the event here, and then some other Vicos. Yeah, it's been good to cheer each other on.
And is there anyone back home in Vico that you want to say hi to, shout out?
My dad, my grandma, Dabba, and all my family.
Ellie Harrison through to the next round of the Pro Junior. Back up to you guys.
Thanks, Nathan. And Ellie, she's such a classic. She's got so much personality. And Jessie, trying to replace that 3.47, puts it up for a finish. And manages to hold on. I almost lost my breath there for a second, Cooper.
And she gets a little tap. Is she going to better the 3.47? I don't want to leave. I don't want to be a judge on that one. Didn't quite get the critical turn she got on the 5.17. Still got 2 turns. Almost fell on the second one. It would be great to see her get something up over that 3.5 and put herself a little bit safer than she is right now in second. Being in first makes 2 of the other surfers need to get a score, but we'll wait and see. Leave that one with the judges. She's looking to replace that 3.47, sorry, and looking for a 3.53. So we'll wait and see. If nothing comes up, she probably didn't better it. But right now, with 2 minutes remaining, Charlie Hurst out in the lead. She's looking to replace a 3.8. Sage Goldsbury down in 3rd place. She does have second priority. She doesn't want to have 2 losses in a row. Unfortunately, bowing out of the Pro Junior with a 9th place this morning, and right now sitting on the chopping block looking for a 4.62. So we see the free surfers down the beach having a bit of fun. Yeah. Great location here on the Central Coast. Could not be doing this event without all of the amazing supporting partners. The Central Coast Council, Avoca Beach Hotel, Destination New South Wales, big supporters of this junior tour. Also the World Surf League and Surfing New South Wales. Great to see Lukey Madden down here, CEO of Surfing New South Wales, coming to support the event as we're getting very close to this Mad Mex minute. Looks like Jessie unfortunately did not better that score, and we see Sage Goldsbury, important wave. Unfortunately, as we see that Mad Mex little burrito timer spinning, that's not what Sage is looking for.
And it looks like we also have a post-heat interview with Sydney Chevalier coming up as well.
So we're into the Pro Junior divisions down here at Avoca Beach at the Pines, here with one of the surfers from the last heat who managed to get through. Sydney, how did you feel? How'd you go out there?
It was super fun. The waves are really good and the water's super warm as well.
Unreal. And where are you from?
I'm from North Narrabeen on the northern beaches.
Lovely place to live. Tell us a little bit about, so you were saying this is only your second Pro Junior event. Yeah. How did you feel going into it? Were you a little bit nervous or how were you feeling?
Well, I was a little bit nervous on the way down, but then I just decided I'm just going to try have fun and just get some good ones.
Unreal. And you've got a great surfing community in North Narrabeen. Who do you sort of look up to in that area? Because there's so many amazing surfers.
Well, I really look up to Geordie Lawler because he's really nice and he surfs really good as well. And then True Starling as well, and Jessie Starling, and yeah.
Very good. So Sydney's through to the next round in the Pro Junior. Back up to you guys.
Oh, what a little legend.
Very cute.
Well, pardon me. Goes to show that we're not living at North Narrabeen anymore because you said just from Long Reef before.
Yeah, I know.
But no, great surfing nonetheless. One of the biggest backside turns in that first heat.
Yeah.
We did just finish heat number 2. We'll be right back with heat number 3 right after this break.
Some say we've got engine oil in our veins. All that and a fair bit of dust. Sure, these wild utes are hard work, but it's no job. The roar of them. Pure. Takes some rare skills to settle one. A band of brothers and sisters. Where man learns from machine, learns from man. Those that visit are transformed. Almost as much as the V6 Amaroks. It's like this place rubs off on them. You gotta see it to believe it. The only ute reared for the road.
Welcome back to the live action. We are into the round 32 of the women's JQS Pro Junior 1000 event. This is the Central Coast Pro Junior. We are into heat number 3, I do believe. Willow Hardy, Emily Burke, Ellie Lambkin, Mia Hupats. My name is Britt Nicol, joining the booth with Nathan Riverland. How you going, Nath?
Good, Britt. Yeah, good to be up here in the aircon. It's very warm outside. The sun is absolutely brutal. I mean, it's beautiful, but it's brutal at the same time. But yeah, we've got an epic heat out in the water now. The waves are still pretty much cooking. It's been awesome all day. And nice to see some cleaner conditions today and yesterday than the first few days where it was a bit messy and all over the shop. But yeah, epic.
This is, of course, day number 4 of this event. We started the first 3 days with the QS 3000 for the men's and the women's. And, well, Pro Juniors have hit the water this afternoon. This is the first we've seen of these Pro Juniors for this event period. And, well, they would be stoked because, as you just alluded to there, Nathan, waves have been pumping. This is the best day that we've had so far on the forecast. The first 3 days were a bit lumpy and bumpy. We did have a little bit of rain as well. Really tricky conditions. And QS competitors really struggling to get some good scores on the board in a few of those heats. But, yeah, now into today, waves are absolutely cooking. And here we go. Mia just unfortunately going down on that one.
Looks like Willow Hardy might have locked in a pretty strong score. Might have been I'm not sure if she had one beforehand, but it's a 7.20. That's an epic start in the first 4.5 minutes of this heat.
Certainly what you're after out there. We have, of course, gone back to 20-minute heats. We did have the QS this morning, 25-minute heats for that round of 16. We're now into the quarterfinals for both the men's and the women's in the QS. And this is, of course, round of 32 for the Pro Juniors. The women's coming up after this, we have the men's Pro Junior. So we have heats 1 to 8 of the women. This is, of course, heat number 3. And then later this afternoon, we have heats 1 to 8 of the men's Pro Junior. So great to have the Pro Juniors in the water. We're back to 20-minute heats. And we are live action here at Avoca Beach. Surfer in white looked as though she wanted to hit that section and just held back a little bit. So unfortunately for Ellie Lambkin, not really making the most of that one. There's still plenty of time remaining.
Yeah, it is a bit chattery out there too. We've seen quite a lot today. Surfers sort of like, double step, like just hit a bump and then it can put them off. So we saw, Ellie on that last one. Looked like she really wanted to just go on both 2 sections, but just hitting those speed bumps.
Look at that one. Perfect left, just unridden. It's absolutely beautiful down here today. The conditions this morning were probably a little bit fatter. They were trying to get through that inside section, but they still had a little bit of lump and bump, and it was a high tide this morning. So now that the tide's starting to drain back out a bit, these waves are actually starting to improve for the Pro Juniors. So they'd be rubbing their hands together and just absolutely cheering that they're on this afternoon. Conditions really starting to steepen up, hit the bank a lot better, and I'm sure we'll see some excellent scoring rides into the afternoon.
Absolutely. We've had the location move over the last 2 days down to the Pines, so a bit further towards the northern end of Avoca Beach. We're at sort of the Shark Tower end of the beach for the first 2 days of the QS, and then we've had the location moved because this bank has been the predominant one the last couple of days.
It certainly has been. You've been out there a few times, Nathan. Did you go for a surf this morning?
Not this morning.
Yesterday afternoon.
Yesterday afternoon, I had a really, really fun surf. Just after the event was called off in the afternoon, there was probably like an hour or hour and a half there where it was really, really slow still, and that's why we did say, okay, we're going to put it on hold and run the rest tomorrow, which glad we've done because we've had epic waves. But about an hour and a half after we stopped, just started pulsing, and we had some epic waves. And yeah, it was sort of breaking all the way through from the point. There was an increase in the swell, it felt like. There's a couple of like 5-foot bombs coming through that we were, all diving for lobsters. It was crazy.
Oh, it's always a bit of fun, isn't it? Willow Hardy, well, there's that 7.2 total, broken down into 2 waves. So 2.7 and a 4.5 for Willow Hardy. Young Mia locked in a 1.5 and a 2.5. She's looking for a 4.7 at this stage to take the lead. Ellie Lampkin in 3rd place, looking for a 3. She's scratching into this one, gets to her feet, comes hard off the bottom. Nice little first turn there, and straight up over the foam, manages to ride out of it. Some great surfing there from the young lady in the white. We also have Emily Burke in the black.
Quite a bit of projection out of that float, which, really does well in terms of getting some scoring potential. Looked really good. So we see 3.17. It was a single sort of manoeuvre on that wave. Nothing major, but it's a good chip away in the first half of this heat. You can see she's only going to need something just above that last one to go into first.
Pro junior competitors are really lucky. Not only do they have really nice waves and nice weather, because it was bucketing down with rain yesterday morning, and then now today is just really sunny, and as you mentioned earlier, it's boiling hot outside. But they're lucky in the fact that they've actually got the live broadcast. So
yeah, it's pretty cool, isn't it?
Family and friends from home or around the world can tune in, and you're watching Australia's best pro juniors on the screen now, and they don't always get that opportunity. I mean, a lot of them have been surfing, doubling up in the QS and the pro junior, but to just have this live broadcast now for the pro juniors is a great opportunity for them as well.
Absolutely. No, yeah, it would probably be one of the first times that a pro junior's been broadcasted for a while, which is awesome. And big thanks to our webcast partners Volkswagen and Mad Mex for jumping on, as well as the Fresh Air broadcast guys who have been helping us stream the whole event series, the New South Wales Pro Surf Series. But here's Ellie Lampkin. Didn't hit a bump on the bottom there, went drive straight through the lip.
Oh, the surfer in green, Mia, she looked as though she wanted to go left, realised it's going to close out. Looked like she wanted to go right, looked like it was going to close out, and then seen the left and kind of just a straight hander for her. Same option both ways.
Yeah, so we're getting towards the halfway point of this heat. See, the P next to Willow Hardy's name, that means she's got priority. So any of the waves that comes through, she's got first dibs, and Emily Burke's got that 2 next to her name in the black banner, meaning she's got second right of way.
Here we go, surfer in black, Emily Burke up on her forehand, driving around this section. Great placement for that first turn as she's looking for the second, carving around into the pocket. She's going to stick with this one and look for this last section on the inside here. So great surfing there from the young woman in the black, only looking for a 3.8 to move into second at this stage with 10.5 minutes on the clock. Great wave there, Nathan.
Yeah, I really liked that surfing from Emily. Very composed and stylish. So I think that probably may well be the best score of the heat so far. Just linking 3 manoeuvres through. Really powerful first turn. You can see it's just come through at a 5.67. So it's a really good score there for Emily Burke. And you can see she needs to replace that 0.5, and she'll be eager to do that. And only needs a 1.53 to go to first. So she's in a good spot.
We are halfway through this heat. We are, of course, into round 1, heat number 3 of the Women's Pro Junior. Coming up next, we have heat number 4. Nixie Ryan, Summer Longbottom, Kiera Buckpitt, and Jasmine McCorkadale. Wow, what a matchup for a Pro Junior.
Yeah, the whole Pro Junior draw, I'm just having a look through now. It's just filled with ladies that have done really well in the QS as well. So to think that a lot of these QS surfers that are making a lot of heats are all under the age of 21. That's pretty insane.
It certainly is pretty insane. And well, coming up in that next heat, Nixie Ryan, unfortunately she bowed out of this event. She was on the top of the QS rankings coming into this QS 3000. And well, Nixie bowed out of the QS earlier this morning, but she's here in the Pro Junior, and I'm sure she'll be looking to come up and just show everybody that she's still hanging around. She's here. Take that Pro Junior
Still the
out.
boss.
Still the boss.
Still the boss. But yeah, it would be interesting to see if the rankings do change somewhat after the 3000, because remember Joel and Nixie were pretty far in front. Joel Vaughan and Nixie Ryan were both pretty far in front of the rankings because they had so many great results in the first few events in the QS. So it would be interesting to see if those, the guys that win or make it deep into the draw, the men and women's, to see if they overtake and
well,
gain
first
their lead.
place in those events, they were winning the QS 1000, so they'd walk away with 1,000 points for a win. Whereas this being the QS 3000, of
course.
Winner takes away 3,000 points. So I feel like there's automatically going to be a shift in the rankings board there. But live action on the screen. We are, of course, into the Pro Junior JQS 1000 event. Best Australian juniors on the coast from all over the country, not just New South Wales.
Yes, exactly right. So 8 minutes remaining. You can see some waves sort of coming through on that left-hand bank. Willow Hardy's currently in control. She's up on this one, so staying nice and busy, using priority here. Nice carve back to the wash and stamps on the brakes with the layback, but she might have got a bit too deep on that layback. Really tried to power it around, but the wave fizzled out for her a little bit as well on the inside, but looking to replace a 2.7 to increase her lead. We'll wait and see if she does that, Britt.
Yeah, 2.7, it's really not much. She did just get those 2 turns in. There it is, a 3.33. So Willow Hardy in the pink. She has extended that lead ever so slightly. Emily Burke in second, only looking for a 2.16 to take the lead. She, of course, only has a 0.5 in that scoreline. She's locked in the highest single wave score of the heat so far. So, dangerous position there. Emily Burke, she doesn't look like she needs much for first place. So Willa Hardy, as much as she's in the lead, she wouldn't be feeling too comfortable. And, well, of course, Ellie Lampkin, you can't rule her out, and neither with Mia Hupatz. They're only looking for mid-range threes. Here we go, Nath.
So, Emily Burke, she's currently in second. Good-looking face here. Love that power carve back to the power source, and then coming back around this whitewater bowl. And another nice swoop. Looking super powerful. She's quite a tall lady as well, Emily. So yeah, can really wind that body torque around being so tall. And here's Ellie Lampkin. That's a good turn for her, probably one of her better ones of the heat. And linking it back around. And we've seen the surfers really trying to hold on through the whitewater to get that last inside section, but as the tide is changing, it is getting a bit more sudsy and I wouldn't say it's soupy on the inside. It's a bit harder to make them all the way through to the beach. But 6 minutes to go, so we're getting towards the pointy end of this third heat of the round of 32.
Wait for those scores to drop. I feel as though we're going to have a couple of situation changes here. Surfer in white duck diving on screen, and here it is. We have the wave replay. Emily Burke, nice first carve into the pocket. You could really see here she was eyeing off this next section. Hard off the bottom again and just throwing a heap of water. Surfer in white answering straight back. Actually, that was green. White's behind her. So we had 3 waves in a row here.
Great camera angle there too. Loved how we had all 3 surfers in the action. So yeah, big shout out to the Fresh Air broadcast guys and the crew down on the beach, nailing the all the camera angles, doing a great job.
So there we go. Just like that, we have had a complete mix-up with the leaderboard. Emily Burke's last wave, a 4.6. The surfer in black in first place with 5 minutes on the clock. It is Mia in the green now in second. Her last wave was a 6.33, so high single wave score of the heat now. Looking for a 3.94 to take that lead. Willow Hardy, she's been bumped back to third place. Only looking for a 4.34 to advance, and Ellie in the white also only looking for a mid to high range 4.
Yeah, pretty close on the leaderboard at the moment. You know, all 4 of these surfers very capable of getting really big scores. So, and the waves are providing. So we'll hopefully see some action as we approach the Mad Max minute in about 3.5 minutes time.
I'm sure we'll see plenty of action leading into the rest of today. As you mentioned earlier, Nath, we did cut things short a little bit yesterday afternoon. Conditions slowed down a lot, and we could see on the forecast that today was going to be the day, and it hasn't disappointed. So it just makes for a long day today. We've got 24 heats in total. We started off with the QS 3000 for both the men and the women. They were 25-minute heats, and we're now into the Pro Junior 20-minute heats. There's 8 heats in the women's and 8 heats in the men. A long day, but we're stoked to be bringing all the live action to the screens at home or at work or wherever you're watching from. Thanks for tuning in.
Absolutely. So 3.5 minutes to go. See, Emily Burke's currently in the lead and with priority, so awesome position to be in if you're the powerful goofy footer in Emily. Mia Hupatz is in second. She's needing 3.94 to go into first, so she had a bit of a slower start to this heat, but yeah, really got going with that last one, the 6.33, which is the best score of the heat. You can see Willow and Ellie both needing in the mid-range to high-range fours to go into second, so still anyone's game at this point, Britt.
Still highly achievable, but keeping in mind that the surfer in green in second has got the highest single wave score of a 6.33, so anything better than that 2.5, and the requirement is going to get a little harder for the surfers in third and fourth. So 3 minutes on the clock. If you were young Mia in the green, I feel as though you could probably back your ability and be looking to replace that 2.5 from your scoreline.
Absolutely. So 2.5 to go, getting towards the twilight of this heat. Amelie's in front, like you said. Mia would be looking to replace that 2.5 and either jump into the lead with a mid-range 4, or make sure she strengthens. Bit of a mouthful there. That back up and strengthens her spot in second. Whilst Willow and Ellie would, the requirement will go up and it'll become a little bit harder, and doesn't look like there's too many waves on the horizon at the moment. So they'll have to wait for their opportunity. Massive thanks to all our event sponsors. We mentioned some, and supporting partners. We mentioned some before, but Destination New South Wales, Regional New South Wales, Volkswagen, Mad Mex, obviously KO, helping us present all this amazing action. The Central Coast Council, Avoca Beach Hotel, WSL and Surfing New South Wales. So, and of course with the QS, Vissla and Sisstrevolution. So massive thanks to all our supporting partners. Events like this don't happen without all their support.
One and a half minutes remaining. Surfer in black in the lead and also holding down first priority. It is the surfer in green. It's what we're talking about. She's only looking to replace a 2.5 from her scoreline and extend that second spot. Unfortunately, just getting a little hung up on that first turn, so not the wave she's going to be looking for. She's left the door wide open for the surfer in white and pink with 1 minute on the clock. We are waiting for scores because that surfer in white did manage to catch a wave. Got the Mad Mex minute burrito clock. It's almost lunchtime.
Yeah, I'm hungry. Are you?
I'm pretty hungry. Burrito bowl, burrito.
Yeah, Mad Mex have been providing us with all the goods across this whole event. So yeah, they've been huge, providing us with and all the competitors and athletes as well with the fuel for life. So yeah, big thanks to Mad Mex.
30 seconds. Might see a bit of urgency on a couple of these competitors now. Just trying to scramble for that one last wave. This is, of course, the women's round 1, heat number 3 of the Pro Junior. Emily Burke in the lead. Mia Hubbart's in the second. Paddling for this one now. Willow Hardy in third and Ellie Lampkin in fourth. Mia looking to replace that 2.5 from her scoreline. Great turn on her backhand there. Manages to ride out of it. And that looks as though that is all she wrote for heat number 3 of the Women's Pro Junior. Coming up next will be heat number 4. We will cut to a short commercial break and meet you back in a moment.
This is the motivation.
Leader for the QS. However, she unfortunately got knocked out this morning, so those ratings are going to change up a little bit. And yeah, Summer Longbottom, I think she's living in Cronulla at the moment with her dad Dylan, and Kira Buckpitt is from the South Coast, and Jasmine McCorkadale, from memory, she's up around the Tweed.
Yeah, I think you're right. I'm pretty sure she's from up there. But yeah, another cracking heat on our hands here for the rising stars of women's surfing. And yeah, like you were alluding to, true, Nixie Ryan was our Australia Oceania Pacific rankings leader going into the QS 3000 here at Central Coast. She unfortunately bowed out this morning, but she'll be out with vengeance, looking to hopefully get a good result in the Pro Junior. And yeah, we'll see. So we've got action here. Take us through it, True.
Yeah, this is Kira Buckpitt up and riding on her backhand. She's carving away on this one, brings it around for a third, so she's kind of found a really nice little connection as she kicks out. So a good way to start this heat for Kira Buckpitt. Plenty of waves rolling on through. I think we saw Nixie also lock in a score. Either that or I'm just imagining it. So scores to lock in for last of Kira Buckpitt. Perfect. So I think that last wave was a 5.33. She's got a 3.77 as a backup. Jasmine McCorkadale locked in a 4-point ride. First of Nixie Ryan, a 2.5. First of Summer, a 2-point ride, backed up with a 0.2. So Nixie surfed this morning, so she's probably had to shrug off her loss this morning and then come into this with a whole new mindset.
There's a lot of paddling out there too. You probably feel pretty gassed. You'd be like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, definitely. Well, here's the regional New South Wales wave replay. This is Jasmine McCorkadale. This must be her 4-point ride, so she's carving her way through this one and finishing that one off for the surfer in green. So that's her 4-point ride, I believe.
Yeah, I believe that was her 4, True. So
perfect.
Here's the replay of Nixie's first one. Getting a nice first turn in there. Not seeing too much more potential. We've seen as the afternoons progressed, it's sort of getting into this inside kind of funny bowl where it's the waves sort of half disappearing, and hopefully we see as the tide changes and continues to change, we'll get a couple more that run off really nicely through the inside.
Yeah, for sure. And I surfed yesterday afternoon, and it was super fun. I think you were out there yesterday.
Yeah. I surfed as well. It was awesome fun.
Yeah, so fun. So I feel like it's going to continue to get better throughout the day. And there's heaps of waves coming through, so much opportunity. But as you said, the paddle out is a little bit tricky today.
Yeah, it's been a lot of water moving around in the Avoca lineup. It's awesome to see the water quality and everything's so great today. It's so blue and green, and it looks like the water's recovered a bit from the severe rainfall that we've had all up and down the east coast. So big shout out to all the crew that did it really tough with the floods. We're really behind you guys, and I think Australia has really, the community all up the East Coast has really banded really well together throughout the whole thing. It was very much from afar, living in Victoria, we didn't really have too much rain there, so I was happy about that, but obviously it was heartbreaking looking at what was going on up there, and everyone's done such an amazing job with the getting back on their feet.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, it's been amazing to see all of the communities really work together to build the community back up as well. There's been so much devastation, especially in the towns of Lismore and Ballina and Kurukai and things like that. So even just watching the news and seeing people's homes just be kind of destroyed is so crazy, but we're so lucky to be here, and we're really lucky that the event's on and the waves are good and the rain has thankfully stopped.
Yeah, we've had pretty beautiful weather the last couple of days, other than a little bit of rainfall yesterday morning. Here's Jasmine McCorkadale just going down in front of Nixie Ryan, so looks like we'll have a score that will also come in for Nixie. She had a smaller one on the inside. So Kira is currently holding down first place and with priority, and true, that's a great position to be in, being in first place and having priority, isn't it?
Yeah, it definitely is. So Kira is probably just patiently waiting for a good one to come through so that she can open up again and lock in another 5-point ride. And it looks like everyone else there's been just a consistent flurry of waves coming through, so everyone's struggling to make their way out the back at the moment, but they're kind of trying to dig deep and make sure that they can get out there. You see Nixie, she's got a couple more waves that she's going to cop on the head before she's going to be able to make it out the back. And I think yesterday there was a heat, one of the last heats of the day, I think, where one of the girls got 2.5s, or one of the ladies got 2.5s, and I don't think she made it back out the back for the rest of the
Very
heat.
tricky.
So it looks easy on screen, but I can promise you it's not. So the girls are really having to put in 110% out there this morning.
100%. So we're already 8 minutes, just over 8 minutes into this heat. It's absolutely flying by, just like all the heats in the booth. You can see, Kira Buckpitt's currently holding down first place. Nixie Ryan in the pinks in second, needing a 4.18 to go to first, so she's certainly capable of that. And you can see Jasmine and Summer in third and fourth, only needing reasonably small scores themselves, so it's still very much anyone's game as we approach the halfway point of this heat.
Yeah, definitely. And the Pro Juniors, I was talking to Cooper before, and I'm sure that you were talking to Britt about it. They've got so many heats to surf, especially if they're still in the QS at the moment.
Absolutely.
They had the Redhead Pro Junior on the weekend, then most of them are doing the QS here, and now they're all doing the Pro Juniors as well. And then after that, they're going straight up to Tweed for, if they're in the 5-star, they'll be competing in the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. But then there's also a Pro Junior at Tweed, which is on the 25th to the 27th of March as well.
Wow.
So it's just
jam-packed.
Back to back to back to back. And I think everyone's going to be having a well-deserved break after it.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a lot of action and a lot of surfing for these Pro Junior men and women. You can see situation out in the water's remaining the same. We've got a pretty awesome heat coming up. Next up, Sierra Kerr is going to be in the pink, Gabby Spake in the green, and Kyla Whitfield in the white. So another cracking Pro Junior heat. And yeah, Britt and I were chatting about it before, but it's amazing to see how many of these ladies that are in the Pro Junior women's draw are also either still in the QS or have also entered the QS, and it's crazy to go like, wow, like the sport's in such great hands with so many young up-and-coming superstars of the sport.
Yeah, for sure. And we're seeing people, the younger gen, I guess, qualifying younger and younger. Caitlin Simmers was 15 and she qualified, but she's gone, I'm not ready to qualify yet. I want to wait till I mature more, which I think in itself is a very mature decision. She's 15 years old and has qualified, which is the dream, but she's gone, I am not physically, mentally ready for this yet. So I think that the sport, as you said, is in great hands. There's so much talent coming through, especially in the Australia-Oceania region as well, on both the men's and the women's side of the draw. So it's going to be really exciting to see the next couple of years where Australian surfing will go.
Yeah, and you yourself and your sister do an amazing job at sort of uplifting the women's sport and putting it right in the forefront. tell us a little bit about Mag as well, because you guys run that, do an amazing job at promoting women's surfing and putting it into the foreground, because like you said, we've got so many amazing women surfers all across the world, and it's a very exciting time. So tell us a bit about that as well.
Yeah, well, it's Jessie, my little sister, and I, baby, and we kind of just started it because we felt that there was a massive hole in the market for female surf mags that inspired other females to do good in the world and be incredible surfers, and here's Kira Buckpitt. We've done a couple of articles on her. So beautiful first turn, just the one, and she kicks out of that one. So Kira locking in another score. We're so lucky, and I feel really lucky to be able to work with Jessie in regards to Murmur, and there's so many stories that are just untold. And it's really cool to be able to tell them and to share that with people, and people actually say to us that really inspired us, and we connected with that. So it's really cool to be able to, I guess, help the female side of the sport grow and be better, and just seeing it kind of go and keep going upwards the way it is. It's really cool. I sometimes have to take a step back and go, okay, I actually own this, and I need to appreciate what we've done, instead of continuously. It's really cool.
Awesome stuff. So yes, back in the water, we've got 7.5 minutes to go. Kira Buckpitt still holding down first place. Nixie Ryan's in second, needing a 4.18, and Jasmine McCorkadale in third, looking at a 3.44 to go to second, and see Summer Longbottom with that 4.5 as her best score. Back up of a 2. She needs a 2.94 to go to second. So still very close. We've seen plenty of close heats across this whole New South Wales Pro Surf Series, and we get close to that Mad Max minute in the last couple, and it's all action, and then heats are just being turned on a dime. So it's crazy, and I'm sure we'll probably see something like that happen in this heat.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like coming down to the last 5 minutes in every single heat that we've had today, things just continuously change, and it's really cool to see that. And I feel like so far already in this Pro Junior Series too, there's been so many people who have been killing it and just going, yep, I need a 3.44 like Jasmine McCorkadale or a 2.94 like Summer right now up and riding, and they've just attacked the lip and really been looking to get that score to go through to the next round. So Summer, she was only needing a small score to get herself up into second to bump Nixie Ryan down, which this is actually on paper a really stacked heat, and it's kind of lived up to that as well.
It has, certainly true. Yeah, it's great to see so many great female surfers in this Pro Junior draw here. We've got the Wave Replay powered by Regional New South Wales. This was the last one for Summer Longbottom, and did a really nice job. I reckon she'll probably most likely get that score and move into second place. She only needed a 2.94. Got a couple of really nice hits in on that left-hander.
Yeah, for sure. And there it is, a 5.23 straight up into the lead. So Nixie Ryan now chasing a 4.18, sitting in third. Jasmine McCorkadale a 5.11 to get herself up into second spot. Kira Buckpitt, the young grommet. She's not really a grommet anymore. I think she's about 15 or 16. Sitting in second with a 5.33 and looking to upgrade that 3.77. No one is safe in this heat. There's so much that could change. Nixie Ryan, I know that she's keen for a win, or keen to kind of just get that confidence to step back up after losing this morning. And Jasmine McCorkadale really wanting to get a score, but it looks like there may have been an interference. Jasmine has just lost her second scoring wave, so I wonder what's happened there.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure, True. We didn't see. It must have been outside of the camera angle, but yeah, that whole second score's being wiped. So Jasmine's going to be in a bit of a very tricky spot now, needing an excellent score to go into second. She's got priority, but 9 points. It's going to be pretty tough, and all that Kira Buckpitt has to do is increase that, that second ride by a couple of, a mid-range 4, and then it's out of the equation for Jasmine, and she unfortunately can't get through.
Yeah, exactly. And with 4 minutes to go, a 9.1 is going to be pretty tricky. So here's the Regional New South Wales Wave Replay. There we see it. Jasmine McCorkadale, unfortunately,
it,
dropping in on Nixie Ryan. So I wonder whether that's she didn't see her priority, or she thought that she had priority over Nixie and she didn't. So it's really tricky, and sometimes if you can't hear the beach commentators out there, which I think has been a key theme this morning. I know that when I was on the beach comms this morning, I was constantly going, Red, you have this, and I'm like, I swear I've just told you, but I'm going to keep telling you because no one can hear. So yeah, it's tricky out there, but the women are doing the best that they can. And I feel like for Jazz now, the best thing that she can do is just, she's free now, she can just do her best surfing that she can for the rest of this heat.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, it can be pretty tricky to hear, especially yesterday. It was so swirly with the wind in the afternoon, and the wind was blowing one way, then it's blowing the other, and the sound's sort of just getting a bit mixed up. But yeah, it's sort of like a bit tricky to hear, especially when we've had some of these bomb sets coming through as well. And you can see Jasmine McCorkadale in a couple of nice turns in here on her backhand. And that one just running off a little bit quick for her. But yeah, we did see Summer Longbottom jump into the lead. Kira's in second. Nixie's in third with priority, needing a 4.18. So certainly doable. Should be looking to try and, regain a bit of confidence and form, get through this heat after losing out this morning. But yeah, still quite a bit of time, 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, so much time, and I feel like here's a regional New South Wales wave replay of Jasmine McCorkadale's last wave. So carves that first turn, puts it up for a second, and that's all she wrote for the surfer in green. So I don't think that's going to be the score to get herself up into second spot, but it does increase her position to 4.47. So she's better that 4-point ride. So I guess if she can just keep bettering those waves and just finding her feet throughout this heat, or throughout the back end of the heat, I should say, then she should come in feeling pretty stoked on that as well. And yeah, with 2 minutes to go, Nixie, she's coming into the Tweed Coast Pro. She's probably feeling a little bit rattled by her heat loss this morning in the QS, and hopefully she can get that 4.18 now and gain that confidence. And if not, she's going to go there. I feel like that fire is still going to be really burning for her.
Absolutely. And it was so interesting talking to Nixie before the New South Wales Pro Surf Series, and I was interviewing her on one of the first days at Boomerang, and she's like, oh, that's probably like my first heat I've won in a QS. And then she went on to win Port Stephens and Boomerang, and she's the rankings leader going into this comp. So it's just crazy what can happen in a year, can improve so much. And she's always absolutely ripped, but sometimes the heats just don't go your way. But obviously she's had quite a lot of it go away, and she's been ripping all of this New South Wales Pro Surf Series.
Yeah, for sure. And as we come down to the Mad Mex minute, no change to the situation just yet, but Nixie, she's sitting in a good position with first priority, chasing a 4.18. So if she gets a wave and the opportunity, she'll be able to really jam pack on this one. So here she goes. Unfortunately,
maybe a mistake there from Nixie.
Yeah, definitely a mistake from Nixie Ryan. 40 seconds to go. Kira Buckpitt is going to give her no room to move, you'd think, but I think Nixie's called it quits. She's gone, you know what, I'm not getting back out the back with 30 seconds to go. I'm going to make my way in and make my way straight up back home to Lennox Head and practice surfing on a right point.
Definitely a bit of an upset, and that's absolutely no discredit to Summer Longbottom or Kira, but Nixie coming into the QS as the top seed, and then into this Pro Junior as one of the top seeds, knocked out in the first round.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely an upset that we probably didn't see coming, but congratulations to Summer Longbottom and Kira Buckpitt. Kira finishing that one, only needing a 4.4 to go to first.
So we'll wait and see what that score is. We're going to go to a quick break. You're watching the Central Coast Pro Junior at Avoca Beach. We'll see you on the other side of this break.
Some say we've got engine oil in our veins. All that and a fair bit of dust. Sure, these wild utes are hard work, but it's no job. The roar of them. Pure. Takes some rare skills to settle one. A band of brothers and sisters. Where man learns from machine, learns from man. And those that visit are transformed. Almost as much as the V6 Amaroks. It's like this place rubs off on them. You gotta see it to believe it. The only ute reared for the road.
Welcome back to the Central Coast Pro Junior. We are into heat number 5 of the women's round of 32. We have Sierra Kerr, Gabby Spake and Kyla Whitfield in the water. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with True Starling. Well, we've got another addition to this heat. Molly Picklum, she's joined the draw.
Wow, she's joined it, and she's joined a pretty good heat as well. Cooper and I were actually just talking before. We're like, oh, wonder if Molly would do it. Probably not. You know, may not be worth her time. You know, she probably needs a bit of a break from the CT, and she's, as she does, she throws a spanner in the works and has joined the Pro Junior. So this heat has gone from, you know, one stacked heat to an even more stacked heat with Molly in the draw.
So for anyone, I'm sure those viewers at home probably do know, but for anyone that's just tuned in, Molly Picklum is actually a World Tour surfer now. So Caitlin Simmers did qualify, declined the spot, and Molly Picklum was next in line, got offered the World Tour spot, and well, she's definitely there. So we've got a Pro Junior with a World Tour surfer in it. You don't hear of that every day?
No, you don't hear of that every day, actually. So it's really cool. It's really cool to see that she's in it, and she's making the draw a little bit harder for the ladies as well, which I think is kind of great that the draw is getting more and more stacked as well, because they're able to have more opportunities to surf against people who have maybe surfed on a higher level, well, definitely in this case, and also people who are more experienced as well. So it's a great thing for the juniors. And speak of the devil, she's up and riding. Molly, beautiful carve to kick this first one off, and again for a finish. So she's looking to find this little inside connection, and can she get there? She does. So that board just gliding through. Unfortunately, she just gets bumped off of that one. So scores to lock in for first for Molly.
There we go. Molly Picklum looking extremely strong, confident, and surfing so well, showing us why she is the woman to beat. She is on the World Tour and part of North Shelley Board Riders just down the road. They did win the ABB National Final earlier this year. So a hotbed of talent in this Central Coast region. You definitely can't rule out the likes of Kyla Whitfield, Sierra Kerr and Gabby Spake. I'm sure they'll answer back. And there we go, Molly Picklum an 8.17, but live action in the water, Gabby Spake up and riding.
Wow, 2 huge backhand turns and a great finish for Gabby Spake. I really liked the way that she attacked that wave. I actually think I maybe even liked it more than Molly's, just because she was so well paced on that wave. We'll have to see what the judges think. Here's a regional New South Wales wave replay, Britt.
Here we go. Gabby Spake on a backhand. A little bit off balance on the takeoff, but nice first turn. But it's really this turn here and then the last, the money turn. Belts that section, drifts back down and rides out of it with confidence. The young woman in the black, showing us that she is also a force to be reckoned with. And there it is, 6.83 for the last of black. 15 minutes on the clock, and well, 2 surfers have already locked in some pretty decent scores.
Yeah, some really decent scores. So that's definitely putting on some pressure for Kyla Whitfield and Sierra Kerr. Kyla got knocked out this morning in her round of 16 heat on the Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro QS 3000. So she's hopefully wanting to redeem herself out here and get some confidence going up into the 5,000 up on the Tweed. So it's going to be a really exciting heat, and we can't rule out Sierra Kerr either. I mean, she has been absolutely ripping the last few days, and she has an air game as well, and she is not afraid to use it.
She certainly is not afraid to use it, that's for sure true. And well, yeah, Sierra Kerr, daughter of Josh Kerr, No doubt that, he's had a pretty strong air game over the years himself. So daughter has definitely followed in the footsteps. A very great skater and golfer as well. Pretty good at everything, I think.
Multi-talented. I wish I was like that.
So great to see Sierra Kerr in Australia. She spends half the year over in the United States, juggling between the two. But in the water, Kyla Whitfield holding down first priority, meaning that she has right of way to any wave that comes through the lineup. On screen there, Gabby Spake in the black, making her way back out. So a lot of suds in the water, bit of whitewash. And it can be a tricky section to paddle through that one, True.
Yeah, definitely. We saw in the last heat Nixie and I think it was Jasmine McCorkadale. They took quite a while to get back out. I think it was about 4 minutes after even just a short wave. And here we go. Molly Picklin, beautiful carve to start this one off. Puts it up for a finish. Unfortunately, goes down. So Molly just trying to get it back up nice and quickly. I wonder if she's just trying to get more time in the Rashi, feel more confident leading up into Bells, which will be coming up, I think, in April. I reckon that's what she's doing. She's just trying to get some more time in the Rashi, feeling more confident in that 20-minute heat. So I'd love to see what she thinks of that in her post-heat interview if she wins. You never know what will happen.
You never know what will happen, because with the likes of Gabby Spake and Kylie Whitfield, as well as Sierra Kerr, you definitely can't rule them out. We've got a surfer having a look at this one. That is a surfer in pink. She's trying to scratch into this one, getting over that top bobble there. She's on her backhand, comes hard off the bottom, carves around that section. So she's kind of just waiting patiently here for this one to steepen up. And there it is, a great bottom turn. So looks as though this wave's just a little bit flat through those sections. A really nice inside section there for Sierra Kerr to finish off strong. She was actually the female rising star for 2021 Australian Surfing Awards, and also Surfing Life #1 girl in the Hottest 100 for last year. So we did say that we've got the Australia's best juniors, and there's one of them just paddling on screen there. So Sierra Kerr, she's looking for a 6.14 to move into second. I'll wait for those scores to be locked in.
Yeah, well, Sierra obviously lives up around the Tweed area, or not obviously in case you didn't know, but she lives around the Tweed area. And here's a regional New South Wales wave replay. And out the back, straight behind her, we missed this one. Kyla, unfortunately, just getting a bit caught behind. But Sierra does surf around the Tweed coast a little bit, and I see her surfing, and she has one of the best finishing turns I've seen on a young junior surfer in a while, and she just kind of can bank it, and you just go, oh, you kind of write her off and you go, oh, she hasn't made it, and then you see her pop out of the whitewash and you go, okay, yeah, she's made that one. So she's an exceptional surfer. Locked in a 4.4 for that last one. I think the judges wanting to see more of a critical first connection, just those two calves, but a lot of that score would be from that end turn. And here's the regional New South Wales wave replay for Sierra Kerr's last. Here she goes, up and riding on this previous wave, which is a 4.4 carving, staying nice and close to the pocket, and just as she gets out, the wave kind of fattens off a little bit, but then this inside section really stands up and she's able to connect it, and that's that finishing turn I'm talking about. Rides out and banks a 4.4, only really needs a small score now to get up into second spot.
With 10.5 minutes on the clock, it is Molly Picklum in the green in the lead with a 4.33 and an 8.17. It did go into the excellent range. Gabby Spake currently in a second place with a 6.83. Just going to wait patiently now to back that wave up. She's looking for a 5.68 to take the lead from Molly Picklum. Sierra Kerr only looking for a 2.44 at this stage, but keep in mind that the surfer in second still hasn't got that second score locked in. Kyla Whitfield in the white, chasing a mid-range, or high-range 4.91. Still plenty of time on the clock. We're only halfway through this heat. This is, of course, women's round 1, heat number 5 of our Central Coast Pro Junior. Coming up next, we have heat number 6, Carly Shanahan, Raya Campbell, Bonnie Hills, and Lucy Dara. Another great matchup. Have the two surfers in first and second sitting on the screen there. Molly Picklum, local Central Coast surfer. Strong surfer from North Shelley Board Riders. Currently on the World Tour. It's great to see Molly come back from competing on the World Tour and enter a Pro Junior while she's here for the QS. Just the one turn there for Kyla Whitfield on her forehand. Chasing that 4.91. With 9 minutes on the clock. Wait for those scores to be locked in.
This heat feels like it's flown by. 9 minutes already left, 11 minutes gone. I can't believe that it's already gone by so quickly. So I think last of Kyla's was a 2.93 maybe, and she's looking for a 3.91. Here's the wave replay powered by Regional New South Wales of Kyla. So just that one turn. Unfortunately, that wave not offering much more, so she jumps out of that one and goes straight back out the back. As we said, Molly, an 8.17 and a 4.33. Gabby sitting in second, courtesy of one wave, a 6.83, so it's crazy how she's in second off the back of one wave. She only really needs a 5.68, so a small score in its sense to get up into the lead, or she just needs to get a good backup to solidify that second spot.
Gabby Spake certainly knows what she needs to progress. She's already locked in a 6.83. She's looking for that 5.68, so she's already proved that she's highly capable of getting that score. It's just a matter of having that opportunity in the lineup and waiting for those waves to come through. So Molly Picklum in first, Gabby Spake in second, Sierra Kerr in third, and Kyla Whitfield currently in fourth. Still plenty of time remaining. Not much of a requirement needed for both third and fourth. Feel as though Molly Picklum's run away a little bit. If she can replace that 4.33 with a higher score, it's going to make it a lot harder for Surfer in second to move into the lead. And here she goes. Molly Picklum belts that first section straight into the second one. So aggressive on her backhand.
Super aggressive. I feel like her backhand has always been her strength. I know that whenever going into QS events, people, and if it's a left, people are always like, okay, really hope Molly's not in my heat because her backhand is so good. So I love seeing her go to that, and there you go, 7.5 straight away. That aggressive approach to that wave just banked that high score.
There was absolutely no downtime between those two turns for Molly Picklum. So 2 turns there locked her in a 7.5. And there it is. We were just talking about it. So the requirement now for Gabby Spake in second, an 8.84. It would have to be the highest single wave score of this heat and probably this Pro Junior event so far. Sierra Kerr up and riding, drifts the tail, carves around this section, answering straight back. She's heard Molly's scores and absolutely fired up. The Surfer in pink. We are about to have a battle on our hands with just over 6 minutes on the clock.
I can't believe she's still going on this one. That first turn was crazy. And then to get that third turn completion, in my head, I was like, if she makes this last turn, that third turn that she did, it's going to be a big score. Here's a wave replay powered by Regional New South Wales. This is Kyla Whitfield carving that first section, putting it up there for a second, and that's all she wrote for Kyla, so getting a score, but we just missed the first turn for Sierra Kerr potentially. And there's the third, so Sierra just looking really strong. That very first turn that she did, massive fin blow. No doubt in my mind that it's going to be a good score.
She was only looking for like a 2.44 to move into second. Sierra Kerr, there it is, an 8.43, so the highest single wave score of this heat. She just answers straight back to Molly Picklum. So Sierra Kerr in the pink, now in second place, looking for a 7.24 to take the lead. Gabby Spake now been bumped into third spot, looking for a 6.01. Kyla Whitfield looking for almost a perfect score, a 9.06 out of a possible 10, with just under 5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, wow. Well, Gabby, she's been sitting and waiting with first priority for what feels like 16 minutes of this heat pretty much. So I think that she really needs to make sure that she can swing and turn on a wave where she can. I mean, she's already got a 6.83, so if she does the same thing, a 6.01 is well within her reach. So if I was someone like Sierra Kerr, I'd be wanting to back that 4.4 up straight away. And for Kyla Whitfield, just getting a couple waves under my feet, getting something over a 5 will really put her back into the mix. Now she's chasing a 9.06, so it's a that would be the biggest score of the event so far, so she'd be really needing to lower that requirement by getting a better score.
Just over 4 minutes on the clock. While we have a lull in the action, we have a post-heat interview with Summer Longbottom. Take it away.
So we're down here at the Women's Pro Junior at the Central Coast, here with South Coast surfer Summer Longbottom, who just got through her last heat. How was it out there, Summer?
Yeah, it was actually really fun. Like, you know, there's a bit of swell. I like when there's a bit more swell. Like, it's better to like do bigger turns, and yeah, it was really fun actually. And I don't come here much, but that was really fun.
And you've sort of got into shaping and all that through your links and everything. Tell us a bit about that, and how, if you approach any heats in a bit of a different manner as someone else would, you know, with all that shaping experience.
Yeah, it definitely helps, like, knowing what you're riding, and like now that I've learned how to shape, I've learned a lot more about like my equipment, which I feel like every surfer needs to know. But yeah, I'm stoked with like the job I have and learning every day about surfboards, because I'm a surfer, so I feel like it just works really well.
Unreal. And what's the goals for the rest of the event? What are you hoping to get out of it all?
Just do as good as I can. You know, I'm not trying to push myself. I'm just going with the flow and hopefully make a couple more heats.
So Summer Longbottom through to the next round of the Pro Junior. Back up to you guys.
Cool. Back to the live action in the water. And yes, Summer Longbottom, daughter of Dylan. Absolutely amazing shaper from down the south coast there. Gabby Spake, just a massive turn and unable to ride out of it. She's only looking for that 6.01, so that'll be crucial there for the surfer in black. On screen, Sierra Kerr was watching that wave, waiting to see what Gabby was doing. And she's started to paddle across a little bit, so it'll be interesting to see what kind of tactics come into play now with just over 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, well, this heat has just kind of stepped up about 4 different levels within the whole 20 minutes. I cannot believe it. So Molly an 8.17 and a 7.5. Sierra Kerr in second, 8.43, single best wave score of this heat and potentially the round so far. Backed up with a 4.4, so really looking to upgrade that 4.4 that she's got to make it a little bit harder for Gabby and Kyla to jump up into second spot, because it's not yet without reach. And here she goes, CT surfer Molly Picklin up and riding on her backhand. Beautiful first carve to kick this one off and puts it up there for a finish. Unfortunately goes down, and that was Kyla having a look, but Sierra Kerr just goes, oh, I'm flying through. So Kyla unfortunately unable to get onto that one with 1 minute 20 seconds to go.
Molly Picklum in the green. I feel as though she was on her way to another excellent score here. The Regional New South Wales Wave replay. Such an impressive bottom to top turn combo, and just here she kind of just blew it a little bit too much and just went straight over the handlebars. But excellent surfing there from the young Molly Picklum in the green. She is local to the Central Coast region, North Shelley Board Riders, and well, she is on the World Tour. It's interesting to have a World Tour surfer in a Pro Junior event.
Yeah, it's weird. I might go find her in a little bit and go, hey, I just want to know, because I'm genuinely curious, because you spoke to me the other day and you were like, I'm so tired, I need a break. But
she was holding those cards close to her chest.
Yeah,
too.
she definitely is, and that's a genuine thing that she does. And I love that about Molly. You never know what's going to come of her, and it's exciting. But here's something else exciting. Gabby Spake up and riding, carving her way through this one, chasing a 6.01. She's looking for an inside connection as she rolls on through, but unfortunately this one not really going to offer too much. So 10 seconds to go. Kyla Whitfield out there with first priority. I wonder if there's anything coming through for her.
We will wait and see. Gabby Spake looking for that 6.01, and that is the end of the women's round 1, heat number 5 of the Central Coast Pro Junior. We'll be back after a short commercial break. Stay tuned.
This is the motivation.
Some say we've got engine oil in our veins. All that and a fair bit of dust. Sure, these wild utes are hard work, but it's no job. The roar of them. Pure. Takes some rare skills to settle one. A band of brothers and sisters. Where man learns from machine, learns from man. Those that visit are transformed, almost as much as the V6 Amaroks. It's like this place rubs off on them. You gotta see it to believe it. The only ute, reared for the road.
Alrighty, welcome back to the women's field here at the Central Coast Pro Junior. Epic day of weather and waves down here at Avoca Beach. We're in front of the Pines. Absolutely beautiful day. I'm Nathan Riverland here in the booth with Sally Mack. How you going, Sally? Enjoying the action?
Oh, how good was Molly in the last heat? I can't believe that heat total. That was insane. But we've got a couple of pretty exciting juniors in this heat as well. We've got Charlie, Lucy and Rhea Campbell, and we can see Carly's is kicking the heat off there in pink. One little opening, that would have been her second ride for this first couple of minutes. So yeah, you can see it's a beautiful day down at Avoca today. We're so lucky to be here on the Central Coast. Thank you so much for the Central Coast Council for helping us out as a partner in this event, and Regional New South Wales helping us bring pro surfing to the regional areas of New South Wales, with Rhea Campbell up and riding on her right hand.
So nice two-turn combo to start for Rhea Campbell. That'll be all she wrote on that one. But yeah, damaging turns on those first two sections. You can see Carly Shanahan tucked away 3.33 for that last score. She's also got a 2.5 inside the first couple of minutes of this sixth heat of the round. So we've got two more heats of the women's Pro Junior after this, and then we'll go into the 8 heats of the men's Pro Junior to round out the day.
Yeah, so we've just sent True out to find her mate and long-time rival Molly Picklum to suss out why it is that she has decided for a last-minute Pro Junior entry, because intriguing, but yeah, she's got a pretty good chance. So some of those juniors, they're not going to be happy that that a World Championship Tour surfers come in on their event, but yeah, it's good. It's good for them to be surfing up. I mean, as a woman, you always want to be challenging yourself and pushing yourself harder, and to do that sometimes is to, push into the open men's divisions at your board rider club, or, just be making sure that you're always surfing against people that you're going to learn from. Recently, we took the New South Wales High Performance Junior team down to the Urban Surf down in Manly, and down in Melbourne.
Tullamarine in Melbourne, yep.
Manly. And the whole point of that exercise was, like, most of these kids have been surfing their whole lives together, but always in competition. So the point was to get them to learn from each other. But we are going to see Rhea Campbell up and riding here on her backhand. Huge first turn for Rhea, and she's going to see what she can do in that second section, and just riding on out of that. And no little reform on the end, but that's 2 solid turns for Rhea. Yeah, might see her push that 3-point ride up.
It's interesting. I thought that first score of Rhea's was going to be quite a bit higher than the 3.17. I thought she really smashed those first 2 sections on that prior wave. You can see 4.83 for her last one, so that's probably about the mark where I thought the first one was. So of judges obviously thinking that second wave was a little bit better and a bit more critical from Rhea, so she's taken an early lead in this 6th heat of the round.
Yeah, so the New South Wales Pro Junior team, High Performance Junior team, down at Urban Surf, and yeah, it was really, really interesting watching them just pick little things up. You could even just see it throughout the day, what the kind of skills they were picking up off each other, rather than having a coach or a parent there kind of directing them. And I think it's such a understated way of learning for kids, especially because as a kid, you always want to be doing what the other kids are doing. If
Pushing
they're
yourself.
doing something differently and you're trying to match what they're doing and adding your own little flair in. So yeah, it's pretty cool, like, for them to have Molly in their heat. Some of these guys that are going to be, it might even be their first pro junior in this event, locals and everything. So yeah, awesome if they draw Molly. A little bit difficult, but such a good experience for them. And then of course we've had so many World Championship Tour surfers win World Junior Championships. So did I say that right? I got it mixed up. World Championship Junior. So there's the World
Pro
Championship
Junior,
Pro
Pro
Junior
Junior events. Yeah, I know,
and the
I knew
World
where you were
Championship.
coming-
So
I
many
knew where-
championships in
I
there.
knew where
So
you
many
were
worlds.
coming from.
Carly up on her third wave there, as we see Lucy on her
Lucy Dara.
forehand heading down towards the point. Two nice little turns in there. She's looking quite comfortable.
Nice
on
bright
these
board
waves.
as well. Love the bright looking pink and yellow board under her feet. Looks a bit like some of the boards that Erin Brooks, one of the Hawaiian girls, that's one of the Hawaiian ladies that surfed in a couple of Australian QSs the other year, was on. Those pink and yellow boards standing out to the judges potentially, you know, throwing all that colour in. But yeah, we saw 3.10 for last of Lucy Dara, so she's chipping away in third, only needing a 2.74 to go to second. And here's the wave replay powered by Regional New South Wales. So Carly Shanahan on this one on the inside. And I really like that turn from Carly, getting a nice amount of projection out of that turn, but that wave sort of running off for her. And here was Lucy Dara's last one.
Yeah, so you can see on the top part of those waves, they're really trying to generate as much speed and power through the top to release the fins. The girls in this one, you know, the face is kind of fattened out a little bit, so it's a little bit harder for them to generate the speed that they want to get that, you know, that real big spray off the top. So they're struggling a little bit with that in this one, but you know, those two turns that we saw from Carly and Lucy, Lucy's obviously improved her first wave, so her second wave a 3.10, and that last one from Carly, not enough to push her back up into first. Still 11 minutes to go, and here goes our heat leader at the moment, Ray Campbell.
So Ray Campbell coming up around the whitewater section there. Oh, going for the big jam under the lip, but she goes down. But yeah, sitting in first place with a 4.83 and a 3.17 as her two highest scores. You see a bit of a set coming through. The waves are still pretty much cooking out here at Avoca Beach. There's been so much opportunity on offer for all our surfers in the QS 3000 event, which was run a bit earlier today, and then into the Pro Junior women's field now, and then the men's field, which will start in a couple of heats time. And yeah, the surf's hanging in there. The weather's beautiful. It's nice and hot and muggy out there, and the water's pretty clear. It's beautiful.
And any day is better than a day that it's 1 foot. So we're pretty excited to have clean kind of offshore conditions here at Avoca. We are facing southeast, so we've got a little bit of protection from anything from the south, and as you can see, it doesn't really look like there's much of a breeze out there at all. So it's keeping it nice and clean for the juniors this afternoon in our Pro Junior event. Typically in summer, you know, you'd see in New South Wales the nor'easter pick up after lunch, and that's when the blue bottles head in.
We don't like the blue bottles.
No.
There was so many...
Do you have blue bottles in Victoria, by the way?
Yeah, we do.
You don't have a nor'easter. Where do they come from?
Yeah, well, it's funny, like, quite a bit in summer. Like, the last couple of years we've been getting northeasters, and it's a bit of a predominant wind over December, January, but this year we didn't have really any northeasterly days, and there was no blue bottles, but we do get them every now and again in summer. But
That's
I know
so
you guys...
funny. So they like... I just don't... I when I was little, I always used to think they came from Queensland because they always come in on a nor'easter.
Yeah.
So I'm like, they're blowing down the coast. So I just always think, you know, how would Victoria get them? They've travelled such a long way.
I wonder if Tasmania gets them. That's the next step. That's even further down. But 9 minutes to go out in the water. But yeah, there was so many. as the afternoon went on yesterday, you could see all these big jellyfish on the beach. They weren't blue bottles. They were these other big blubber-looking things. It was insane. Some of them were like the size of a football. It was crazy.
Yeah, but the water clearing up as well after
it's beautiful. Really
heavy rain the last couple of weeks. So awesome conditions out there today. Look at it. It looks beautiful.
Crystal clear. So 8.5 minutes to go. Situation out in the water is remaining the same. Ray Campbell in the lead. Carly Shanahan's in second, needing a 4.68 to go to first. And Lucy Dara is in third in the green, needing a 2.74. Another cracking heat coming up next. We've got Gia Lorenzen in the pink. Zalia Short will be in the green. In the white will be Taylor Green, and also in that heat, Talia Hurst. So another cracking heat. That's the 7th heat of the round, and then the last one will be Charlie Stokes, Shyla Short, Logan Dalton, and Arabella Wilson. So 2 more heats to go in the women's before we go into the men's round of 32 in this Pro Junior.
And Talia Hurst was the wild card, the local wild card from Avoca board riders in the
QS
Sister Evolution QS 3000, and she progressed through to round 2. So great work by the local, and she told us she's only been surfing for a year.
That was crazy, wasn't it? We were both down there on the beach,
and she had some solid turns on her that first day. Like, the waves were insane. Like, just the swell period would mean it looked about 2 seconds. It was just wave, 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 wave. And the strength that you would not think that she had any power in her to get through those waves. And she was just tearing apart. So, like, whatever they're putting in the water here on the Central Coast, some amazing surfers coming out of this region. Obviously, we've got Macy Callahan and Molly Picklin, but then we've also seen Logan Steinwade and Ryan Slattery, underdogs in the last couple of days. So, yeah, like, amazing talent coming out of Central Coast.
There is. So, yeah, very wave-rich and talent-rich area, Central Coast, all up and down here. So, like anywhere, just in Australia and in both our QS and Pro Junior draws, just so many amazing, talented surfers, and there's never any easy heats, but there's certainly been put on show in these events that everyone can just hold it down, and it's more about wave selection more than anything. I think it's like everyone rips, just got to pick the right waves.
And the kindness of the surf. We see Carly Shanahan, she's not afraid of taking a set wave. She's going to take off on her backhand, see what she can do. A nice little foam climb in there, keeping the control out of the foam, and she's going to bail. One big turn, she's just got to replace a 2.5.
Yeah, to increase Lucy Dara's requirement to go to second. So I think it'll go, there it is, 3.10, since I thought it was going to go just a bit higher than her 2.5, and it's a 3.10. So it means Lucy needs a 3.34. Very doable with just under 6 minutes remaining, and Lucy has priority, which is a good position to be in for her.
She's going to have a little look at this one. It might not work out. She's going to get enough speed around it. No. So, yeah, if you can't generate that downward kind of motion speed in that first section, you see it closing out, very rarely are you going to be able to get your board. Doesn't matter how light you are, get your board around that section to try and build up. Luckily, Carly actually managed to do that. So she had enough speed, because the face was a little bit bigger for Carly in her last wave. Generated the speed and then was able to get enough to push back up off her bottom turn into the white water, the foam, and then come back down nice and controlled. So that was the difference between Lucy's and Carly's wave there. Lucy just couldn't get that face speed.
And we just saw Ray Campbell drop in a 6-point ride, so
we might
be able to get a replay of that one potentially, but Ray Campbell is 6.
They must have split the peak and gone the other way.
Yeah, so might try and get a replay of that one, but Carly Shanahan, that means she now needs a 7.5 to go to first. So
doable.
It's doable. It's a big score, but we saw she could get like 2 of those bigger turns like she did on that one before. She's certainly capable, and here is a free surfer who I thought was the Blue Rushy. So free surfers enjoying the point, the end of the point down at here at Avoca Beach.
They're just trying to get some airtime.
Yeah, that guy would be stoked. He'd be on the webcast.
Carly Shanahan from
Coffs
the
Harbour
Coffs Harbour region. She's also one of our Surfing New South Wales Her Wave ambassadors for the Challenge Her Teams Classic Series, which is a Australia first series. We're going to be live streaming this all women's event. It's all ages, all abilities. It is going to be the most fun. It's actually opening up Surf Fest on Monday the 28th. And we're going to be live streaming. Exactly however you're watching this webcast right now, we will be live streaming 5.5 hours of all women surfing. It's going to be the most fun day that you've ever seen, because there is nothing better than paddling out with your mates and having a good laugh. And we all love the Australian Board Riders Battle. It's based on that kind of format mixed in with foam wreckers. You know, it's just going to be such a laugh. Can't wait for it. It's going to be up at Merewether, opening Surf Fest. So thank you, Surf Fest, for supporting. And a couple of big names, because obviously the surfers will be preparing to surf that week as well. Carly Shanahan is one of our ambassadors and an amazing woman. Amazing. She's been surfing. I remember seeing her in Bell's Blast Off. I think she was 4, and she came out of the water. Like, it still brings tears to my eyes, because she was just so cute. And she ran out of the water and high-fived her mum and dad, and she would have just been, up to your hips in height, so tiny. And she was such a little powerhouse at that age as well, going right off the top. You're allowed parent assist in Blast Off under a certain age. And she didn't go out with a parent. She just, absolutely crushed it. It was so awesome. So I'm so happy to see her still out here surfing and loving it. But True has actually found Molly Picklum. And we're going to find out why she's decided to jump in the Pro Junior and break some junior hearts.
Thanks, guys. Well, I'm down here with previous heat winner Molly Picklum. Molly, you're a CT surfer and you're doing the Pro Junior. What were your thoughts behind entering the event and surfing in it?
Yeah, it's a funny one, I think, knowing that a CT surfer goes in the Pro Junior, but it's here in my backyard, and I love surfing heats, and I think there's always a lesson to be learnt, and leading into the next few big events, I want as much time in the Rashie as I can to, get to learn everything.
And leading up into Bells, you're obviously, as you said, trying to get heaps of time in the Rashie. Throughout this event for the Pro Junior and also the one in the QS, what's your biggest lesson that you've learnt?
I think this event I've taken a relaxed approach, and what I've learnt from that is just, it helps me not thinking and just trusting, and it makes me really trust and be confident in what I do and what I know, and yeah, it seems to be working.
Awesome. Well, thanks for the chat, Molly, and back to you guys in the booth.
Oh, yeah, look at that heat total, an 8 plus a 7.
Yeah,
maybe the
huge.
2 biggest scores of the whole day, including the QS events.
It is. That's the, by far the biggest heat total that we've had for the duration of the day. So Ray Campbell's put on a pretty good performance in this heat behind Molly's one. Not quite at the scoring potential of Molly's last heat with those 8s and 7s, but that number of the 6 from Ray was some really solid surfing. So 45 seconds, we're into the Mad Max minute.
Carly nearly stomped that second turn on that last wave during Molly's interview. Lucy's going to try and pull into a small barrel there. Didn't find it, but look, she's going to... Someone as little as her can milk all those little sections together. That was pretty cool.
It'll be interesting to see. We didn't see the start of that wave. I wonder if she got some stuff done on the outside to get that score. Ooh, a 2.73, so didn't unfortunately get her up into second. She's narrowly trailing behind Carly, and it looks like time is going to run out for Lucy Dara, and Raya Campbell and Carly Shanahan are going to move through to the next round of the Pro Junior draw. Cool beans, alrighty. Well, we're going to take a little bit of a break, and we'll be back on the other side of this one with the 7th heat of the Women's Pro Junior. Back soon.
This is the motivation.
Some say we've got engine oil in our veins. All that and a fair bit of dust. Sure, these wild utes are hard work, but it's no job. The roar of them. Pure. Takes some rare skills to settle one. A band of brothers and sisters. Where man learns from machine, learns from man. Those that visit are transformed, almost as much as the V6 Amaroks. It's like this place rubs off on them. You gotta see it to believe it. The only ute, reared for the road.
Okay, welcome back to women's action in the Central Coast Pro Junior. It's an absolute beautiful day of weather and waves down here at Avoca Beach. I'm Nathan Rivland. I'm in the booth with Dimmy. How are you, mate?
Good, legend. And yeah, we've been blessed with solid conditions. And even though it looks perfect out there, it's quite tricky. Speaking to the athletes about just the amount of energy they're consuming by the paddle out in itself, it's pretty sick. So it's brutal, mate.
It's pretty hard to get out there. Like we've seen the last few days, that it's just so swirly as you're paddling out. It's constant duck diving, and yeah, like True and I were talking about it before. There was a couple of men and women in the QS yesterday that were just getting like a couple of smaller range scores and then couldn't get out for like the last 10 minutes of their heat because they're just copping wave after wave on the head.
Yeah, I saw one of the earlier Pro Junior women's heats, and one of the surfers came in and said it took me 9 minutes to get back out into the lineup. They felt like they were on a treadmill just going backwards. So yeah, it is tough, but it's so beautiful down there. This coastline is pristine. We've got good waves on offer, and the good thing for these young guys who are developing their skill sets and getting into the grind of what it is to be a professional surfer is they're getting to actually surf live on a web as well, which is pretty incredible when you consider it's live on KO. The eyes of the world are watching them, and they're definitely raising that performance level. I saw Molly Pickland in a Pro Junior. That's amazing. And she laid down some huge numbers too. So the cream rise to the top. But yeah, it's good to see Molly still supporting that junior level and showing and leading the way for the next generation to come on through. So already we've got some those mid-range scores. They've been sort of the predominant score lines of today and yesterday. But yeah, we saw that the level raised definitely when Molly went out and just blew up.
That was pretty insane. We had True just doing a post-heat interview with her down on the beach, but she's just desperate to have heaps of time in the Rashi. Just obviously it's at her home break at Avoca, and she just wants to be out there, keep the Rashi on, keep getting the experience, and generate some momentum as because she's obviously still in the QS 3000 draw as well, and she'd be hoping to take that out and get some form going before the Rip Curl Pro at Bells Beach.
Definitely, she would have sat down and identified this event with Glenn Micro Hall as we see Surfer up and riding, and just decided, it's like a training pattern. You know
Absolutely.
What I mean? Normally Molly'd be at home training with Micro and getting it done and stuff like that. She's still in the queue. Some people might go, why would you bother do a Pro Junior? Well, it's just about eliminating those little nooks and crannies, in your performance level. And the other thing it does is if you can get yourself in a good rhythm and a good beat out there, you're going to also lock in some big numbers, and that also adds to that confidence. So, yeah, I can see, the positives out of Molly actually just deciding, even though I'm on tour, I'll do a Pro Junior, get some time in the Rashi, and I'm sure that Micro and her are working on little bits and pieces, especially at that level. When you coach at that level, you're basically really working hard on those little 1%ers, and I think it's important.
Absolutely. No, there's certainly a lot of benefits. I totally agree with you, Dimmy. And Molly jumping in and doing the Pro Junior as well. We've seen, a couple of scores drop through. Zalia Short with a 4.77, so that's the best wave of the heat so far. Talia Hurst, who was the local wildcard in the QS 3000, she's locked away a 3.67 in the green, and Gia Lorenzen just with a small 0.5 in the first 6.5 minutes of this heat. But we were talking before in the booth, Dimmy, just the extensive amount of talent in this women's Pro Junior draw, and so many of them are also doing the QS 3000. So, surfing the up and coming stars, it's in very good hands.
So it's about maximising. These are good waves. So if it was 1 foot and crap, you'd be going, why am I doing both? Because you're going to have to fight it. You know what I mean? But when you got good waves on tap, it's well worth just grabbing that rashie and utilising it. And the more hits you surf as a young surfer and a developing athlete, the more you just create that normality out of it. Instead of that, sometimes as we see wide up and riding, you can have, kids really struggling with a little bit of anxiety and it affects their performance. So you want, in my eyes as a coach, I suggest more is better. You know what I mean? As long as you're not cooking yourself.
Yeah, 100%.
Because you got to think too, Nathan, is that this leg is so mentally draining. There's so many events back to back. It's a very confined space. But I think the other thing, speaking to those guys who are coming through the QE, they said that, you just got to be aware of that, because in April, we're done.
Yeah.
If we're not on the Challenger, we are done. So you can't whinge and moan about the amount of events, because you want events. But it's how you actually separate that, get yourself nice and refreshed. There's so many elements to professional surfing to be successful. You've got to, the hydration levels, your ability to sleep. There's so many little increments that go into making a perfect competitor, and that's the challenge. A lot of it's not the physicality side of it. It's the mental drain and the ability to sort of break it all down and put it in that little confined space and just focus on the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of intricacies that the surfers do to try and make sure that they're at the top of their game, and sleep's obviously a huge one.
Huge.
And surfers getting up, so when we're setting up in the morning at 6 o'clock with all the Surf New South Wales crew, they're all there already in the dark, ready to paddle out. So sleep's obviously a massive thing. Going to bed, obviously I suggest they'd probably be going to bed nice and early, and then waking up fresh as the daisy, ready to go and getting that practice in before their heats.
Yeah, they'd definitely be doing that. And like I said, people say, it's only a 20-minute heat, but the amount of mental capacity and the thought that goes into it and all that energy and that, it drains your body. So, it's a 20-minute heat, and you see these grommets, they surf all day, right? But there's a major difference when you're surfing heats.
100%. So we can see Black trying to drop the hammer on that occasion. That was Zalia Short. She is currently our heat leader with that 4.77 as her top wave score. And Green having a look here, but pressing the eject button was Talia Hurst. We saw Taylor Green get that 2.5. This is Pink. Gia Lorenzen, she's had some really good results in the QS 1000s at Port Stephens and Boomerang, making I think the quarterfinals in both of those draws. So she's been doing really well and linking this one through all the way to the inside, showing a bit of heat experience here for a finish. So some good surfing there from Gia Lorenzen from Noosa. So 9.5 minutes to go, Sunshine Coast surfer. She'll she needs a 3.74 to go to second. I suggest she'll definitely get that score. And here's the wave replay powered by Regional New South Wales. Take us through it, Dimmy.
Yeah, nice. Very patient off the bottom and just trying to get into that power source. It's an important part of what the judges are looking for when you speak to Ty and the judges before each day. And I always try to get an idea of what they're looking at with every different condition. And they're definitely looking at that really fine line between, if you're going to go into the excellent range, it has to be point of difference. And traditionally in the last couple of days, there's been those waves that have gone below sea level on the lower tide that's really generated big scores because it's got more top to bottom in it. But yeah, it's more about not just connecting the dots, but also just making sure you tighten the pocket and really engage in your rail more often than not. If you're surfing flat, there's two sides of that. One, you're going to wipe off your speed, and two, you're not going to generate any really, crisp turn off the top and off the bottom. And when you're teaching grommets, I think the most important part of the structure and the body mechanics of surfing is how hard you come off the bottom, how much you engage that rail. And I always talk to our young guys about getting depth off the bottom, leaning into your turns and really engaging the rail, as we see surfing in and green up and right in lovely flowing style. I was asked just before about earlier in this round, there was actually an interference with two surfers in one of the earlier heats, and the way that basically works is a priority interference. The red, which was Nixie Ryan, had the actual priority, and the surfer in green, Jasmine, decided to have a roll. And what had happened was, I don't think there was a priority change a little bit earlier. I don't think she realised the priority had switched over. So it's very important to keep an eye on the tower and look at those priority board situations. And what happened was that she took off and basically surfed behind Nixie, but she went over a line. So basically, a priority interference applies, and you lose a full wave. Sometimes you can lose half a wave when it comes to a different kind of interference, but with a priority interference you lose a full wave, and that makes it so hard to get through a heat. And that all came down to the fact that Nixie had priority.
Yep, it's super important. Obviously, the surfers try and understand fully the rule book, and there is plenty of things that there needs to be run over with priority, and in terms of the surfers, knowing who's got priority, it's on the board, it's clear.
Yeah, it's pretty important too. This is the other point of that, is that you do keep your highest score. So in that situation, her highest score was a 4, right? And after that priority situation, she then needed a 9-1 because no one had got over 10 points combined total in the heat. So I've actually seen it where people have had priority interferences and got through on one wave. So I've seen it in the CT where someone has just got an interference. It's normally with the boys on the CT, it's more about how angry they are about the interference, and they go ham and they jag a 9 or something, and all of a sudden the other guy's chasing their tail with a couple of 4s. So yeah, it's a learning experience for the younger generation to work out not only having the ability to ride the wave and doing what the surfing red is doing, but also understanding the logistics of how important that priority situation is. And my advice is always keep an eye on that, the priority judge and where the priority board sits, because sometimes you may be in the water and you can't hear a change of priority. Because the priority judge, if someone actually paddles, it changes, right? But sometimes it won't change if it hasn't been deemed a proper paddle. So you can look at a wave and not go, but if you take an assertive kind of stroke into the wave, you'll lose priority. So it's important that all surfers actually keep well aware of what's going on with priority.
Absolutely. So yeah, we did see G. Lorenzen get that 6.17 score on her last one, so she went from 4th into 2nd place. She's only needing a 1.40 to go to first, so a very small score required. And Talia Hurst needing a 3.58. Her best is a 3.68 at this point, so definitely doable for the Central Coast surfer. And then Taylor Green needing a 4.75 to go to second, so still anyone's game as we draw just under the 5-minute mark in this heat.
Yeah, this is where it gets a little bit tricky for Jer, because she's got that 6.17 now, and that is sort of above the average of what we've seen over the course of today and yesterday. And you don't want to leave yourself short in a heat with a 1.07. You want to basically get straight back into it, and maybe even, because she'll have 4th priority, you may even want to just jag that little inside. And even if you get a 3, which is still difficult to do at this level, right? The judges aren't just throwing numbers out for nothing. You sort of want to back that thing and get rid of that 1.07 as quick as possible, because what can happen is what is it just rolling through the screen now, where a surfer can get a nice little runner down the beach and sort of put the pressure back on. So she only needs a 3.58. I do not know if that's enough,
It's going to be close, I think.
It'll be
Jimmy.
close.
Yeah, it's going to go close.
Then it'll put pressure back on to Gia, who is then going to have to really think about, like, if you take off and just fall off, well, you're not going to get a 1.07. You actually have to do something.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is the replay of Green's last one for Talia Hurst. Nice long-running left-hander. A bit of a smaller wave, but she really got some nice work done on that one on the inside. So we'll see how that score comes in. Did need a 3.58. Is it going to be enough?
I will say I felt like that final turn was cut short and just wasn't vertical enough to really, emphasise the whole ride. So she might get a little bit penalised by the judges just because of the fact that it wasn't 12 o'clock on that final turn, as we see the surfer in wide up and right in. And she's still in the game too.
Yeah, Talia. Taylor Green. So she's, needing a 4.75. I don't think that score is going to be it. So, Gia Lorenzen, she needs a 1.40 to go into first at this point. It looked like Talia Hurst last one came in at a 2.83, so it wasn't enough to put her into second. Gia needs to improve on that one to increase her the requirement for both green and white. With 2.5 minutes left, Zalia Short currently leading this one off. She'd be looking to also improve on that 2.80 low score so she can go further into the lead. But we're getting towards the pointy end of this one, and Zalia and Gia looking in the best position at this point. Next heat in the water is going to be the last heat of the Women's Pro Junior Division. Then we'll be going into the men's, and we'll see Charlie Stokes out there, joined by Shyla Short, Logan Dalton and Arabella Wilson. So another awesome heat to round out Women's Pro Junior action. And then we'll be heading into the Men's Pro Junior heats 1 to 8, which will see us out for day 4 here at the Central Coast Pro.
Yep, exciting. It's flown through. I feel like
So
I got
fast.
here yesterday, right? And it's day 4, but we're looking forward to an exciting finish to not only the Pro Junior, but the big guns. And they've all come out to play. If you look at those, the man-on-man with the men and then the two-surfer format with the women, it is looking so good. The matchups are just incredible.
Yeah, it is, Dimmy. So we're approaching the Mad Mex minute. It's getting towards crunch time. Talia Hurst and Taylor Green both needing a score, a small to mid-range score to go into second. G. Lorenzen to be looking at trying to improve on that back up of a 1.07. Here's Zalia Short. Opens up nicely on that first manoeuvre. Gets another good wrap around there. Really working this one over nicely on the inside.
Good flare.
Yeah, really like that. So
the visual is a lot of what the judges see too. People out in Webland, surfing's a lot to do with the technical side of it, but it's also got to do with the visual. And that's how you can get that point of difference from the judges. Look at the way she comes off the bottom and extends and even gets a little bit of drift in that tail. And the variety on the backhand is key as well. So the judges don't want to see the same turn done over and over again. So it's those little nuances of change-ups that the judges look for as we see the surfer in red. Again, we spoke about getting rid of that 1.07. I'm not a judge, but I reckon she might do that. Holding on to that 617, and we're down to the last 10 seconds. It's been another amazing heat.
yeah, it's been an absolute cracker, Dimmy. So looks like maybe someone lost. Oh no, I couldn't see the free surfer body. I thought someone lost their board in the background. But yeah, looks like Zalia Short has taken out that last heat, and Gia Lorenzen got the 2.9 on that last one. We're going to be back straight after this break with the last heat of the Women's Pro Junior action. We will see you after that.
Some say we've got engine oil in our veins. All that and a fair bit of dust. Sure, these wild utes are hard work, but it's no job. The roar of them. Pure. Takes some rare skills to settle one. A band of brothers and sisters. Where man learns from machine, learns from man. Those that visit are transformed. Almost as much as the V6 Amaroks. It's like this place rubs off on them. You gotta see it to believe it. The only ute reared for the road.
In the green. Oh, I can hear myself now. Logan Dalton in the white and Shyla Short in the black. So there we go. 5.17 for the surfer in the black. Charlie Stokes opened up with a 4.5. Surfer in green, Arabella 2.83 and a Logan a 2.01. So this morning, like obviously you said, you looked as though you were going to use your step up. How do you reconsider yourself, like the conditions when you turn up down the beach? It's not exactly what you expected. You thought the conditions were going to be bigger. You thought you'd be riding your step up. How do you then readjust the mentality and your approach leading into those heats?
Well, I guess, yeah, going for a warm-up surf before is, like, crucial, I think. Yeah, so I took a step up out, and then I was like, no, definitely not big enough to be on my step up. So then took my other board out, and, yeah, it was just heaps more suited to the conditions. So, yeah, then I got that board ready, and I had my step up there as well, but, yeah, obviously the swell's just not, yeah, hitting that range to take my step up out. So, yeah, definitely fun waves on offer. Yeah, it's just tricky, I guess, to be in the right spot. You keep seeing, like, good ones, but, like, it's so hard to be in that exact spot to take off in, yeah.
It is so important. Wave selection, positioning. It's easier said than done. We're sitting here, obviously, couch surfers, talking about it now. But, yeah, it's a different kind of approach when you're heading out for a free surf or you're heading out for a heat. Normally in the mornings, the contest bank is quite packed with QS and Pro Junior surfers. Can be really hard to catch a wave, but it does allow you the opportunity to find your position in the lineup, maybe line up with you know, things on the beach or down the beach to find your position for when you're actually going to surf a heat. And we've got live action here. Logan Dalton carves around that first little section. She's trying to keep the board rail to rail, hoping that it's going to stand up for her on this inside, and it does. So what she got, a big turn there and riding out nice and strong. The young woman in the white, she's looking for a 2.44 at this stage to move into second. So far it is Shyla Short with a 5.17. That was the right on her backhand. We have the regional New South Wales wave replay on the screen. Talk us through this one.
Yeah, I think, it's a smaller wave, and it didn't really do much for her there at the start. But, yeah, she kept going with it, I guess, and this end section really was where the money turn was. Yeah, I don't know. I reckon she'll get the score, probably, yeah.
I think it was a 2.44 she was chasing. Wait for that score to be locked in. Still early days, 13.5 minutes remaining on the clock. This, of course, is round 1, heat number 8 of the Women's Pro Junior. Coming up next, we have the Men's Pro Junior hitting the water. That will be the round of 48. In heat number 1, we'll see Max Grayling, Ariel Hutchinson, Will Clark and Jamie Davies. So we've got another 8 heats after the women's wrap-up. We have the surfer in green up and riding. Great first turn. She's working her way down the line, so she's opted to chase what's further down the line there. And a massive turn there for the young woman in the green. We do have scores for the surfer in white, Logan Dalton, a 3.33. So as you mentioned, she did get the score. She's now into first place. We'll wait for scores to drop for the surfer in green. She was only looking for a 2.35. Here is the Regional New South Wales wave replay. It's a bit of a late takeoff. A really nice first turn, but the wave kind of flattens out here. So instead of carving back and then trying to bounce through, she's probably opted for the best decision here, making the most of that last section. Conditions have changed a bit this morning. We did have the high tide and a full moon this morning, so the tide was really high, much more water on the bank than what it is now. I feel as though conditions are starting to improving as that tide starts to drop.
Yeah, for sure. Yep. I watched it for a few hours before. It's just been constantly changing so much throughout the day. I think, with the full moon or, even the other day for my heat, the waves changed so much within 2 hours that I'd been watching it, that even in my heat, it'd been predominantly a left the whole time I'd watched it before my heat. And when we paddled out right after the siren went, there was just a right that just came out of nowhere that it hadn't broken there all day. And one of the girls got that was wave of the heat pretty much. Oh, it's Charlie on that one.
So just a quick up and out for the surfer in pink. We did have a situation change, so just Shyla Short locked in a 2.93. She does have the highest single wave score of the heat so far, a 5.17 in her scoreline. Charlie Stokes was on screen there for a short moment. She's in second place, looking for a 3.61 to take the lead. Arabella Wilson in the green in third, and Logan Dalton in fourth in the white. With preparing for your heats, how many game plans do you have? Do you have a plan A, B, and C, or do you stick to a plan A and B, or just run with an A?
I tend to just run with an A because I can be indecisive and I like to know what I'm going to do when I get out there. But obviously, my coach hasn't been here with me, so I was on the phone to him beforehand, and it's hard to tell for people back home, watching it on the screen, because it's so different when you're out there. It can be frustrating. So, my plan was to sit on the left, but I actually did get a few rights. So, I guess it's good to have that plan B as well. I definitely wouldn't go with the C as well. I think that just, makes it more complicated than it needs to be. But,
I think that's definitely a smart option. I think when you bring, say, 3 options in, it just becomes way too confusing. You start to doubt yourself. It's almost like when you have different boards, you bring your boards to an event and you start to question, okay, how many boards am I going to bring? What's the conditions and forecast looking like? If you bring too many options down the beach, you start to kind of doubt yourself sometimes, and you've really just got to go, okay, I'm picking this one and I'm confident with my choice, and then just forget about the rest.
Yeah, for sure.
Up and riding, we have Logan Dalton in the white, looking for a 4.48, unfortunately just slipping off. Shyla Short in the black, in the lead with a 2.93 and a 5.17. At this stage, it is Charlie Stokes in the pink in second, chasing that 3.61. Here we go, Shyla Short on her backhand. Talk us through this one, Arabella.
Nice carve there. Oh, this wave's bowling up a little. Whoa, that's the money turn right there, and she's going to make it through this. 3 big turns right there for Shyla, and she's going to finish it as well. That is going to be, I reckon, wave of the heat right there.
It certainly is. I think that is going to be up into the excellent range.
Yeah.
Shyla Short, she's already locked in a 5.17, and that was also going right on her backhand, but she just went to town on that one just then. When we thought it was over, she just kept going.
Yeah. Yeah, the perfect wave. I reckon that's probably one of the best waves of the day, really.
I agree with you on that one, and it was a right, so conditions starting to change.
Yeah.
A flat section at the start there, but she's really just starting to set herself up there. Really steep section, drove hard off the bottom. She's come around the section here, straight into another turn, throwing a massive fan of spray. She could see that it had more to offer, and she put it up there on that last section, so there wasn't really much more that Charlotte could have done on that wave. Great wave selection and great read. Wait for those scores to lock in, and there it is, a 7.33 as Charlotte opts for the runaround.
Yeah, I actually saw Charlotte out in her free surf last night, and it was such hard work. Like, we just kept doing the runarounds, but like obviously it was a lot bigger yesterday. But she's gone for that strategy now, I guess. With the warm-ups, she knows what to do. Yeah.
I think, you guys have spent enough time in the water to read the conditions and know that sometimes it is better to do the runaround. And for those viewing the live webcast, the last 3 days, the conditions have been really tough on that inside section. There's been a lot more water moving. There's been a bit more swell. It was a bit lumpy and bumpy, and it started to be a bit questionable when you get caught on the inside, whether or not you do the runaround or make the paddle back out. We've seen a few heats throughout the week, and some competitors were taking up to probably 5 or 6 minutes just to get back out. So Charlotte Short in the black. Conditions have dropped a little bit, but she's made the choice to run around, and fitness coming into play. Smart choice there for the young woman in the black from the Illawarra region. The Gold Coast, I do believe. So explain to the viewers at home why the surfer in green is waving her hands in the air just like she cares.
So yeah, Green there's trying to get an update on the scores and the situation. I actually did that in my heat and didn't hear anything. It's so hard to hear out there. Like, yeah, sometimes you just have no idea what's going on, and you don't know if you want to sit out the back to wait for a bigger score, or if you only need like a 2, you're going to move in and try and get like a smaller one. But yeah, I think Arabella there's trying to get an update on what she needs.
Talk us through your approach. Say you can't hear quite clearly from the water, and you can't hear what you're scoring. All 4 competitors are going to be in the same position. What's your approach to that? Do you just scale it back and go, okay, I can't hear, but I'm just surfing for myself? Or do you try and really you're trying to focus on what the others are doing?
Yeah, well, I guess what I did, when I got back out the back, I asked one of the other girls, because it was a bit of a lull, and she had no idea what was going on either. And then I think I had second priority, so I was like, I'm just going to wait for a good one anyway. I knew I probably needed something decent, so I was like, I've got a few waves under my belt, so I'm just going to sit out here and try and get a good score. But yeah, I couldn't really hear most of the time. And sometimes you hear them calling it out as you're just duck diving heaps of waves. And it's like, I've got no chance of hearing this. So that's why, it's a good option, like waving once you get back out the back, because you can kind of I guess reset and know what you need to get and wait for that score.
It certainly does help. And well, it has been tricky over the last couple of days. The water's been swirling around. The swell was bigger, super windy. We even had a bit of rain throughout the week. So it has been tricky to manage. But here we are for day number 4 of the QS 3000, the men's and women's surf this morning. And we're into day number 1 of the Pro Junior. We have the women's round 1, heat number 8 in the water. This is the final heat for the women's division. Up next, we'll be moving into the men's division, round of 48, the men's Pro Junior. There are 8 heats in that round. Max Grayling, Ariel Hutchinson, Will Clark, and Jamie Davis. And while we have a lull in the action, one of the supporting sponsors of this event is, of course, Surfing New South Wales. They play a major role in this series as well as the event setup. I do know that they have the Her Wave initiative. Can you explain to the viewers at home what that is about? We know that you're an ambassador for it.
Yeah, so Her Wave's a new program that started up, I guess the end of last year. So it's about encouraging more females to get out there in the water. At any level or ability. It's just about having fun and encouraging that participation. I think we've got Shyla on a wave there.
Just a quick one there for Shyla. She's looking to improve on a 5.17, so realistically she doesn't need to take off on anything less than that.
Yeah.
So talk us through what you've been up to over the last few weeks with the Her Wave initiative and what's coming up.
So I guess a few weeks ago we had the launch at Maroubra. So launching the start of the 3 surf comps that we've got for Her Wave. So these Challenge Her Team Series events, There's 3 regional events. So the one coming up this month is in Newcastle on the 27th. And then we've got the South Coast event, which is in Kiama on the 30th of April. So that's a good one for anyone on the far South Coast because, yeah, I'm from Merimbula, which is a long way from anywhere really. So I know quite a few people. It's a good opportunity so they can get there and not have to drive 16 hours or something. And then, yeah, there's also another one in Lennox as well. And also, yeah, we've got... so the Her Wave in Newcastle is kicking off the Surf Fest, so followed by the QS 5000 event. So it's a good way for, more females in the water. And then following that, we've got Surf Fest, so everyone can hang around and, yeah, chill. But, so it's actually a teams event, so there's teams of 8. And, yeah, like, friends can get a team together, but you can also enter a teams pool. So I think we've actually got full entry on those ones. But it's also live streamed to everyone. And it will be on KO as well, so you're watching this on right now. And it should be a good event, fun times, and nothing too serious, so everyone can get involved and stuff, yeah.
It will be a great event, and I'll be down there at the first one in Newcastle on the 28th of March, so if you're around the region, be sure to come in and have a look, or if you're not in the region, like you just mentioned, you can tune in live to the webcast, catch all the action. It is the first of its kind in our state of New South Wales, so great to see Surfing New South Wales support women surfing through the Her Wave initiative. I've also been involved in other programs run by Her Wave, so we've had a grants program roll out to get her on board. There's been surf schools and board rider clubs that were successful in receiving those grants, and they've been rolling out programs since 1st of February, and I think it's till the 30th of June, so I had a fair bit to be involved in that. And great to see board rider clubs and surf schools promoting women surfing and really pushing that. And if you'd like to find out more, you can head to surfingnewsouthwales.com.au. Back to the live action in the water. Shyla Short still in the lead. She's increased that lead with a 5.5. She's also got a 7.33 in her scoreline. It is Arabella Wilson in the green in second, chasing an 8.16 for the lead. All eyes will be on the surfers in pink and white chasing scores. Charlie Stokes looking for a 4.11 and Logan Dalton a 5.27. This is Logan up and riding now. Bit of a frothy wave here. I'm not sure that's going to be the one that she's looking for. If you're in the water right now with just over a minute on the clock, what would your approach be?
We see Arabella on this one. I guess I'd probably be trying to move in a little bit, not sitting out the back, because it's a bit of a gamble with a minute to go whether a wave's going to come through. There's a lot of pressure, especially having priority. I think I had priority with a few minutes to go, but knew I needed a 4.8 or something, so I wasn't going to just take off on anything because there could be something behind it. So there's so much pressure to that wave selection and knowing which one to go on. Like, you don't want to go the first one of the set and the one behind it's better, but you also don't want to leave it down to the second. So yeah,
there we go. Talking about being down to the second, we are into the Mad Max minute. The burrito clock on screen. We've all just had our lunch, some burrito bowls and burritos. They were absolutely delicious. So we're pretty happy to have Mad Max on board as one of the supporting sponsors of this event. The QS, just wait for those scores to lock in for the surfer in green. She was in second place. It was a nice wave that she just caught on her backhand. There's 10 seconds on the clock. Might be the end of their competitive campaign here for Charlie Stokes and Logan Dalton. And there it is, we can hear the hooter. So wrapping up round one, heat number 8 of the women's Central Coast Pro Junior Division. Coming up shortly will be men's round 1, heat 1. We'll see you back here after a short break.
This is the motivation.
Some say we've got engine oil in our veins. All that and a fair bit of dust. Sure, these wild utes are hard work, but it's no job. The roar of them. Pure. Takes some rare skills to settle one. A band of brothers and sisters. Where man learns from machine, learns from man. Those that visit are transformed, almost as much as the V6 Amaroks. It's like this place rubs off on them. You gotta see it to believe it. The only ute, reared for the road.
Big standout heat for me was Molly Picklum versus Sierra Kerr. I don't know if you caught that one, but wow, those two, Australia women's surfing is in great hands with those two, and best friends, and they went tit for tat. Both picked up 8-point rides, and yeah, it's going to be an exciting next couple of days of surfing.
I certainly saw that heat. I was in the booth calling it, and well, I was making mention of the fact that Molly Picklum's on the World Tour, and great to see her in a Pro Junior event.
Yeah, it's pretty wild, isn't it? As we see Max Grayling taking off in his first wave. Yeah, touching on that, the funny thing is
I think 50% of the women's world tour could all be in the Pro Junior still. That's a crazy thing with the level of junior women surfing right now. There's a big changing of the guard happening. It's been pretty consistent the last little while, but I think with this new regional tour, it's really allowing a lot of the young women to step up, have a go in their junior tour, have a go in their junior or their regional QS tour, and then that Challenger Series is really getting a shake-up with a lot of the young women now, as we see. First wave, Will Clark, 5.5, backed it up with a 3.17 on that little right-hander. Who have we got? Jamie Davis in the green, 1.67. Max Grayling with just a 1-point ride, and Ariel Hutchinson looking to take off on his first one, and here we go.
Jamie Davis up on his backhand, getting a little hung up on that first section and just not quite getting to the second one. Currently sitting in second place, he's just locked in a 1.67. He'll make his way back out with just under 13 minutes on the clock and go regain composure, looking for a better way. So 1.73 that last one. Here we go, surfer in white, Will Clark. He has just gone back-to-back with his scores and unfortunately just going down on that last one.
Unfortunately, unable to ride out of that. I'm seeing so much Clive Warner in. Will Clark surfing incredibly well. We did unfortunately see Kai Warner bow out of men's competition in the round of 16 earlier this morning. But here we go. Replay of the surfer in the green. Jamie Davis, unfortunately, unable to ride out of that. Just been sent a little message from my good friend Kong from down at Beach Without Sand saying Arch Whiteman coming up in the next heat as an employee at Beach Without Sand. Big shout out to the guys down there. Got to support your local surf shops. Love those guys. And looking forward to seeing Arch come up in this next heat. As we see a surfer in the green, Jay Davis having a little crack at this one.
Looks as though the surfer in red also had a look. Max Grayling up on his backhand. Might have got the better of that exchange, but wait for those scores to be locked in. You did mention Arch Whiteman coming up in heat number 2 of round 1 of the men's Pro Junior. In that heat also will be Ash Jenner, Tian Cronge, and Jay Okalupo. So what a matchup for a Pro Junior event.
Yeah, this next heat is a banger. I can't wait for that one as we pick up this Destination New South Wales wave replay. Great to have the juniors up on screen, live vision. I'm sure all the parents, friends, families, and supporters of these young men and women are stoked that we're watching them. A big thank you to Mad Max, Volkswagen, and of course KO and KO Freebies for putting this event on live on your screens from wherever you're watching, whether it be your phone, your computer, or your TV. We're glad to be chirping away and watching some of the best young Australian surfers live.
Last of red, a 3.37, so it was enough for the surfer in red, Max Grayling, to shoot up into second place. 5.31 is what he requires to go into first. And there we go on the screen, the banner, Mad Max 2-for-1 burritos. So if you scan that on your phone, be sure to grab your 2-for-1 burritos. We've had plenty this week and there's still more to come.
Yeah, I feel like I'm about to turn into a burrito.
I think we all are.
But I wouldn't have it any other way. Mexican's one of my favorite things to eat, and Mad Max do some of the best burritos in the country. Awesome franchise and what incredible supporters of surfing here in Australia. So big thanks to Mad Max bringing you this webcast. Also supporting sponsors of this event, and they've been around for all of these New South Wales Vissla Surf Series. So big thanks to Mad Max. Make sure you go check them out. Plenty of local areas. Check it out on Google and you'll be able to find one very close to you and try out their amazing range. 2-for-1 burritos. If you scan that code, it will be coming up on the screen again, I'm sure, at some stage soon. So we see surfer in the red, Max Grayling.
Better looking left. He's managed to get 2 nice turns in there and finishing off strong. He looks confident riding out of that one. So Max Grayling looking for that 5.31 to move into the lead. It is, of course, Will Clark in the lead. We have the Regional New South Wales wave replay. Talk us through this one, Cooper.
Yeah, so taking off. I like that he went hard off the bottom here. Wraps it around in the pocket. Maintains good speed. A little bit of a fade again. I like that. It brings him tighter into the pocket. And this is the money turn for me. I love the little jab. Drops the fins out the back of that one. Rides out with speed. Complete wave. That's going to put him in a nice spot heading into the back half of this heat because didn't have anything super exciting too early in this heat. But that comes in as a 4.93. So that moves him up into a solid second place right now. He's looking for a 3.75 if he wants to take the lead, which is held by Will Clark.
While we have a short lull in the action, We'll cut down to a post-heat interview with Shyla Short. Take it away, Nath.
Hey guys, I'm down here with the winner of the last heat in the Women's Pro Junior division, Shyla Short. Congrats on the win out there. How'd you go?
Did all right. Found a couple good ones.
Nice one. What was sort of your tactics going out there? Obviously, the conditions have changed quite a bit today from early in the QSs and all that. What was sort of the tactics paddling out there? What were you hoping to do?
Get a couple rights. More like aiming for the big right with the good wall. Couple sections.
Very good. And what's the goal for the rest of the event? What are you hoping to sort of get out of it, you and your sister?
I just want to make it as far as I can. Not too worried about like winning or anything, 'cause still learning and stuff. Pretty young, got a few more years in it, so just trying to get as far as I can and serving to the best of my ability.
Shyla Short through to the next round of the Pro Junior. Back up to you guys.
Thank you, Nathan. What a ball of energy.
Yeah, the Short sisters are incredible. Seeing them bouncing around the last few events, and looks like they're having a great time. Really nice head on her shoulders there. The fact that she says, you know what, I'm not putting too much pressure on myself. I'm here just to have fun, to learn, and learn she will. She said she went out to try and find the rights. Both of her scoring waves were lefts. So adapting and realising she actually did one huge backside turn for a 5-point ride early in a heat. So great surfing there from Shyla, and we'll be seeing her in round number 2 coming up tomorrow for the Women's Pro Junior.
Back to live action in the water. Not much has changed. Ariel Hutchinson, starting to question whether he's out there looking for that 8.3.
I don't think he is, because we don't even have priority next to his name, unless we're about to see a score come in. Potentially a 3-man heat right now, as we see. Great first turn there by Max Grayling. Having to deal with a bit of foam here. Throws it up through the lip on that second one. Maybe getting around. Unfortunately, not getting the last turn, but I think the damage was done. We'll wait and see. He is looking for a 3.75 on that one if he wants to move up into the lead and put himself a little further ahead of the surfer in the green, who is down in third right now, Jamie Davis, to pick up this Destination New South Wales replay.
One thing that I really like about Max's surfing is you can see at the end of each turn, he really just pushes that little bit harder and adds that extra bit of flair and energy to those turns. Great surfing there from the young man in the red, looking for that score to go into first place. We'll wait and see what drops into the scoreline for Max. And there it is, a 4.5. So Max Grayling into the lead with a 4.5 and a 4.93. It is now Will Clark in the white in second place. He's got the highest single wave score of this heat, a 5.5. But he is looking for a 3.93 to go to first as we watch the regional New South Wales wave replay. Oh, maybe not. Bit of foam on the face there. And there we go, surfer in white. We have a replay here. Talk us through this one, Cooper.
Yeah, nice first turn up into the lip, coming around that section. Unfortunately, this one does taper off a bit. He sticks with it, trying to better that low 3. And that's what she wrote for the surfer in the white, Will Clark, who was sitting in the lead up until that last wave of Max Grayling, which just came in at a 4.5, so just what he needed. He needed a 4.4. He picked up a 4.5, so in the lead now with first priority. Max Grayling in second. Will Clark, 5.5 and a 3.83. He's looking for a 3.93 if he wants to move up into the lead and solidify his position. Right now in the green, Jamie Davis sitting down in third place on the chopping block. He's looking for a 6.83. Hasn't quite got the ball rolling just yet. And it looks like our surfer in the black isn't here, Ariel Hutchinson. So 3-man heat right now. Junior boys, junior men, dare I say. 5 minutes remaining. And yeah, stranglehold by white and red right now.
Well, there'll be another opportunity for the surfer in green. 6.83 is what is required to advance. With just under 5 minutes on the clock. I'll take this chance to thank our supporting partners for this event. Of course, Central Coast Council, Avoca Beach Hotel. So if you come to the area, be sure to check out Avoca Beach Hotel. Beautiful place to stay. Regional New South Wales, World Surf League, Surfing New South Wales, Mad Mex, Volkswagen, KO Sport and KO Freebies. And, of course, we have Vissla and Sisstrevolution on board for the QS 3000s as well. Great event here. This is, of course, day number 4 of the entire event period, but day number 1 of the Pro Junior.
Yeah, juniors kicking off today, peeking the absolute eyes out of the conditions. The juniors are very lucky. The first day they compete is the best day of the period, so I'm sure they're all licking their lips. I'm sure they've been hanging around watching the QS 3000. I know many of both the women and the men juniors have been competing both divisions. great opportunity for them to get plenty of practice here at Avoca, as we see surfer in red, Max Grayling, looking to extend this lead. Flying down the line, throws a nice turn up into the lip on that first turn. Coming from behind the section a bit and throwing another one up, trying to replace that 4.5. It's going to be close.
Seemed as though he wanted to kind of hit that first section and then decided against it and then raced down the line a little bit longer. Oh, Will Clark is coming unstuck.
Aggressive turn, unfortunately unable to ride out, leaving the door slightly ajar for Jamie Davis, but he is looking for the best wave of this heat. He needs a 6.83 if he wants to move up into the lead. Sitting there with first priority, Jamie Davis. So with 3 minutes remaining, tight first heat here in the first heat of the men's junior division. Just a 3-manner, and then we will be moving in to heat number 2 very shortly in just over 3 minutes with a stacked one. Arch Whiteman in the red, Ash Jenner in the blue, Tian Croget in the white, and Jay Okalupo, a last name that doesn't need any introduction. I'm sure Oki's out there watching somewhere. G'day, Mark. Hope you've been getting some waves up on the Goldie. I'm sure you've been supporting Jay from afar, and I saw you down there at Foster a few weeks back, so good luck to Jay in this next one. Looking forward to calling that one. It's a stacked heat, and there's going to be some firework surfing, I think, coming up in round 1, heat number 2 of the Central Coast Pro Junior.
I think there's going to be some firework heats throughout this entire round. We've got 8 heats in this round. This is, of course, heat number 1. And we'll be finishing out the day with heat number 8. So great opportunity for the Pro Juniors to hit the water. Probably the best conditions that we've had so far all week. And the Pro Juniors making the most of it. And you mentioned earlier they'd be licking their lips at these conditions. But I'll tell you what else they'd be licking their lips for. A Mad Mex burrito. It's lunchtime and it is absolutely delicious.
Yep, I just had a burrito bowl and it was great. I had a burrito this morning. It was great. And probably have a burrito for dinner and it'll be great. So as we see, surfer in white, Will Clark up and riding. Nice strong roundhouse cutback there to open that wave up. Brings it around the second. He wants to move himself back up into the lead, but with just 2 cutbacks, he's going to need a little bit more on this last section. Building some speed, throws the layback, unfortunately unable to ride out of that one. So 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. Here we go, surfer in red, off the end, Max Grayling. It looked like, wow, that's a strong first turn. Nice and vertical, aggressive. Holds his line very well through a bumpy, sudsy second section and throws it up for a third. So he's going to like that to finish off his heat, bring a bit of confidence into the next round. Because, dare I say, he might extend the lead a little bit with that one. I really like that first turn. Super aggressive and did very well to hold through, as we're going to pick up a replay, I think, of red. Here we go. Take us through, Britt.
Really frothy section, but he threw everything into that first turn, carved around for this second one here, hitting that whitewash, making the most of it and getting this last section. So strong surfing there for the surfer in red, really putting everything into it. As I mentioned earlier, just seems to have that little bit of extra flair in all of those turns. He really pushes with that back foot, adding that extra energy. The 4.77, so he has extended his lead ever so slightly. We are into the Mad Mex minute burrito timer. Will Clark with 30 seconds on the clock. Can he get the 4.2 required?
Yeah, it looks like Jamie Davis did pick up a right off that wave that Max picked up. Picked up a 3.27, his best of the heat. And here he goes again, looking for a 6.06. A little bit smaller requirement. One nice turn. I don't think that's going to be enough. And with 15 seconds remaining, first heat of the junior men's division, we're going to see Max Grayling and Will Clark moving on through. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. So great first heat to kick off the men's junior division here at the Central Coast Pro. We'll be right back with heat number 2 right after this break.
This is the motivation.
Some say we've got engine oil in our veins. Now that and a fair bit of dust. Sure, these wild utes are hard work, but it's no job. The roar of them. Pure. Takes some rare skills to settle one. A band of brothers and sisters. Where man learns from machine, learns from man. Those that visit are transformed, almost as much as the V6 Amaroks. It's like this place rubs off on them. You gotta see it to believe it. The only ute, reared for the road.
A warm welcome back to the Central Coast Pro Junior. We are into heat number 2 of the men's division. Out there in the red, we have Arch Whiteman in the blue, Ash Jenner in the white, Tian Cronje, and in the green, Jay Okalupo. My name's Cooper Chapman. I'm joined by my very good friend, Dimmy. I was about to call you Dimmy Papadopoulos. We were just talking about our golf mate,
Yeah.
Dimmy.
I wish I played golf like him.
And here we go. No Tian. What happened?
I don't know.
His name just disappeared off our screen. Maybe he got bumped up into the next round. Surely not. Someone in red might.
He's definitely here because he's from North Stain and he's been hammering me for days. So I've seen him down here watching conditions. So maybe someone has come out of the draw and pushed him up. But yeah, that's interesting.
But somebody in red would have got pushed up. Anyway, not our thing to deal with. You can work that out on your phone, and I'll talk about this heat. So Jay Okalupo kicking off first wave of this one, 5.67. I'm sure Dad's at home cheering on that one. Great start for Jay. He's going to need it because this is a tough heat. So, oh, there he is. Hello, we found Tian.
Well, I've just texted him and said, where are you? He's going to look at his phone later and just go,
what do you mean? I was out there, mate.
Dude? You haven't got much confidence in me if you're saying, where are you?
All right, so
big unit. You can't miss him.
Yeah, 4 minutes gone in this one and stacked heat. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing what they can come up with. Conditions are really fun out there right now.
Yeah. Did you see much of Jay Okalupo?
Seen a little bit of Jay surf. Not as much as I would have liked. I know he's stellar from surfing up at Snapper.
Yeah.
Seen him surf out there many a times. Haven't seen a whole lot in the beach break conditions. You get that a lot with the Gold Coast young fellas. I remember Jagger Bartholomew, so phenomenal out Snapper, taking a bit of time to work on his beach break game, but now he's incredible into the quarterfinals of the QS 3000. I'm sure Bugsy's out there potentially watching somewhere, but yeah, those young Gold Coast surfers, far out. You do not want to draw them in a right-hand point break, but yeah, they're all starting to build their game, work with some coaches, and yeah, pick up some really impressive skills in these beach break conditions too.
Definitely, and you got Arch Whiteman out there from the NASA Club at Avalon, very solid competitor, and Ash Jenner and Tian. So all these guys actually probably surfed each other a lot during their junior careers, as we see Tian Cronje up and right in, big power hacker. And the good thing about Tian's rail work is that the bigger it is, the better he goes. We had a junior teams event last year. He actually got a perfect 10 in that. So no bull just lit it up. But it's great to see him still competing because he went through a phase early this year when he just wanted to have some time off and just reset. And he's lifeguarding now, so he's sort of got, not taking it too seriously, but also wanting to still compete. So good to see him. He locked in a 6-point ride. He got pretty unlucky in the QE the other day. Just made an error on one wave, and that's all it took for him to get bumped. But yeah, he knows this is a big heat because you've got Jay out there and also Arch, who has been pretty phenomenal and, pretty amazing over the course of the last couple of years.
Absolutely. So like we said, this is a stacked heat, 5, 6, 7 for Jay, and Tian opening up with the 6. Just been sent in little bit of info from my Apple Watch on my wrist from my good friend Kong from down at Beach Without Sand, and he said, how's this for a coincidence? Dean Whiteman, Arch Whiteman's dad, and Mark Occhilupo used to compete against each other in the Pro Junior back in the day, and look at them. The sun's going at it right now as we see Arch Whiteman on cue. Nice first turn. Coming around a little bit caught on the second, bringing this third one around, and we see out the back as well, finishing nicely Arch and Ash Jenner. This is a jam-packed heat with some solid surfing, drifting the fins, unfortunately unable to ride out of that one. The surfer in the blue, Ash Jenner. So good start there for Arch, chasing down the boys up in white and green, who opened strong as well with a 6 and a 5.67 as we pick up this Destination New South Wales replay, Dimmy.
Yeah, definitely. Very solid foundation in his backhand surfing, and yeah, Dino was a good surfer in his own right back in the day. I'm pretty sure the boys have got him covered. they would say that anyway, both of them, Van and Arch. But yeah, like a very powerful, very stable, very good-looking foundation in his surfing. And here's the grommet just really getting loose. You can just see the froth as he was flying across this section, and just these young guys who are willing to take it to the older crew. When you were younger, and people don't really talk much about this, but in the Pro Juniors, you might get a guy who's like 14 or 15 taking on an 18 or 19-year-old. When you sort of first came in, did you find that really difficult because you felt like the age difference was really going to play a part?
Yeah, I think one of the things that I remember from back then was you go from getting scored as a junior in the under 16s and under 14s even, like you said.
And the scale's different.
And the scale's different. So you belt one and you're like, oh yeah, paddle them back out. And as well back then, there wasn't many commentary. Oh, there was a little bit in my 16s. But yeah, the main thing I remember noticing was that scale change and thinking like, all right, I'll get a 6 or a 7 for that, and getting a 3 or a 4. And the mental game of that was tough, as we see Arch picking up a second wave, trying to back up his 6.1, which he locked in on the first. So best wave of the heat, Archer's first one, and back to back, very strong turns, and throwing up a nice foam climb. Let's see if he can hold on to that one, and that's going to be a great backup there. So Arch Whiteman back to back 1 and 2, and he's going to lock in a solid heat combination to kick off his heat.
He'd be pretty much gassed right now because he just got straight back into the lineup, back into position, and lined up another really solid combo of turns. So we spoke about that earlier. How was the paddle out? Like some people just end up getting cooked on that inside and hanging in that sort of really foamy part of the actual bank for minutes on minutes, and some just get out.
Yesterday was a nightmare. Today, a little bit cleaner conditions. There's a few different rips that are out there right now. People can get sucked out, but yeah, you can definitely end up in annoying positions in the lineup for sure. I will say, I was speaking to Jacob Wilcox about it. We had a heat yesterday, and we were pretty much 5 metres away from each other, and he went to the left to paddle out through the right rip, and I thought I'd go up to the other way and paddle out the other rip, and it took us a good 7 minutes each as we see Ash Jenner. Looks like a little young John with the old O'Neill stickers on the nose, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's got a lot of spice and spark to his surf for sure. And that last wave, talking about spark, that's 717. So that is the kind of, mental capacity of Arch Whiteman. He's so good at just collecting and building on scores, and he'd be in a really comfortable headspace right now, knowing that he has 2 basic keepers in his wave score, and he would have actually dragged that 717 out of priority as well.
Absolutely, he would have got that pretty much underneath everyone on his way back out, and that's what can happen in surfing sometimes. First priority doesn't necessarily mean you're going to take the best wave. It means you get the first choice of it. But if the other surfer is down the beach paddling back out, as we know, the ocean is very unpredictable at times, and you can find your own little spot in the lineup. And we have seen another wave come through for Jay Occhilupo.
Oh, wow.
Fortunately, we haven't seen it on our screen yet. We may pick up a replay. If not, it was a 6.7. So he's shot himself up into second place. And exactly like we were saying, this was always going to be a very difficult heat. And right now, out in first place, Arch Whiteman, 717 and a 6.1. Shout out to Kong down at Beach Without Sand. I'm sure he's cheering away. And Tian, your boy from North Stain, a little bit caught on that first bottom turn. Still gets a nice top turn, and bit of a wobble there, looking for a 6.38. That's not going to be enough, and maybe that was the wave to do it.
100%. That thing looked so good when he took off, but you could just see that little bit out of rhythm on that first manoeuvre, really made him have to push harder for that second turn, and that board just skipped out. But he will back himself. He's still got 9 minutes. He knows he can drag a big score just if he gets the opportunity. But like you said, this is a really stacked up heat with Jay, Arch and Ash all pushing for spots in that next round of the Pro Junior. So these are the events for these guys who are serious about competing at a QS level already. These events are more about, you know, fine-tuning exactly what they're trying to do in their performances. And as I said, Arch just really got the ball rolling and he's building on that performance, and he's got first priority too. But it's fun for Ash.
Nice looking left-hander. Great back leg style. I love it. Hard off the bottom, hard off the top. That is a nice looking second turn. Very impressive stuff here by Ash Jenner. It looks like a bit of a grommet, but wow, that is pure, mature surfing, and tries to hold on. Will potentially get a little replay of that to see if he held on to that last turn, because it was critical. There was a few great first turns. If he could hold on to that last turn, he's going to put himself right up into this heat, something maybe up into that 5, potentially 6-point range, and yeah, it will give us a bit of an opportunity. Here we go. Take us through it, Dim.
Look at this, just really hard off the bottom, nice and patient, whippy into the pocket and up there again. That second turn was just really on point. Comes around a little bit disconnected on that third manoeuvre, but this guy looks very sharp, very John. Like, I wouldn't say it's a micro grommet, but see the difference in this. Very deep. Arch Whiteman lines his bottom hand turn up and gets nice and 12 o'clock. So you can see the variances of the way these guys surf. Arch a little bit taller, but really, really patient off the bottom. That depth off the bottom hand turn is there for all to see, because he's able to hold that inside rail so well.
As we see that last score coming in through for Ash Jenner, 4.83. Unfortunately, not riding out of that last turn, but it is his best wave. Does give him a smaller requirement than what he was looking for. Right now, in third, Ash Jenner looking for a 7.54. Tian down in fourth in the white singlet. He is holding on to first priority, looking for a 6.38. Right now, out in the lead is Arch Whiteman, surfer from down at Avalon Beach on the Northern Beaches. 7.17, 6.1, very strong heat score. And then Jay Okalupo, I'm sure Dad's up there. Bummed that we didn't get to see that 6.7. I'm bummed, but we're doing our absolute best to get as many waves filmed as possible. 4 surfers in the water makes it quite difficult. 6.7 and a 5.67 for Jay. Tian.
They're just blowing up. That's unusual.
How's that? Hothead.
No, look, he's getting a lot better with that, but it's really difficult. You said it yesterday. It's so difficult to hear the commentators, and when you're trying to analyse exactly what you're trying to achieve out there, it's so hard if you just don't know what's going on. Because when you look at this heat, you know, you've got 3 surfers who have actually got 6 points or better in this heat, so they're all in the game. It's so important as an athlete to be up on to speed when it comes to exactly what you need. He'd probably be pretty peeved off about that ride he got, where he just got a little bit disconnected and stuff like that, but he's got 6 minutes to go, and I'm sure that Jay's hoping that the next opportunity doesn't really evolve for Tian out there now. But yeah, it's the game you play.
Yeah, like you said, those one missed opportunities can prove to be the huge difference in these surf competitions. Like you said, Tian, same thing, one little mistake in the QS cost him, and let's hope that one little mistake here in the junior hasn't cost him as well, but still plenty of time. Here we go, bit of a paddle, and what's that?
Oh wow,
that's a mistake.
Okay, so that is a priority error. So if you're not in tune with how that works, he's going to go to 4 priority, and you could just see the frustration building in his body language basically out there. But he's still going to have an opportunity. But yeah, that was dead set. That wave sort of looked like something, but we've seen it a lot in the last couple of days where guys have just been caught and haven't been able to get onto the wave. He only needs a 6.38, and when you consider how good he surfs, he's easy. Same with Ash, like they can easily get these scores. So I'm sure that Jay and Arch are out there right now, just knowing that, you know, with 4.5 to go, this is still game on.
Yeah, I think Tian's one of the strongest surfers in this junior draw right now. It'd be a bit of a bummer to see him bow out in round number 1, but with the likes of Arch Whiteman, Jay Okalupo and Ash Jenner in this heat, we did say from the start it's a very tough one. I'd love to see Tian get an opportunity that has the potential for a 6.38 because his surfing is well and truly capable of that. Yeah. But the wave is everything that's going to matter with this last 4 minutes of this heat.
Yeah, I think Jay's pretty smart too when it comes to working out exactly what he's looking for as well. So he's going to use that priority to his advantage, and it's great to have like the pedigree coming through from father to son as we see Arch up and right in. I love how deep he got off that first bottom man turn, driving into that inside rail, getting to work, just power and flow in those 2 turns. Unfortunately, I would have loved to seen that line up on the inside for just that 1, 2, 3 combo. But yeah, Jay Okalupo out there right now holding first priority. He's holding all the aces. And check this wave replay out from Destination New South Wales. What do you like about this, Coops?
Yeah, I love how he faded here and went up vertically. Would have seen down the line there's a bit of a fat section, so he's like, I've only got 2, and he really leant into that one, drove all the way around. I'm a big fan of that wave. Nice vertical, bit of release. Maybe just better his 6.1, maybe not. Judges are really appreciating a critical closeout. Didn't get that opportunity, but it was a strong 2-turn combination.
Yeah, they are. When you think about what we've seen in the last couple of days, analysing, those scores,
doesn't have that impact to finish. There it is, a 5.4. So still a good score for today, but he's already had 2 better ones than that. You think back to his right-handers, 3 to 4 turns on the wave. That one only had the 2. If I think back to his first 6, I kind of like that better. Just a 2-1-2 punch rather than the first turn was nice on his first one, and then he kind of just had to connect the dots at the end of it. But I'm not a judge. I'm just sitting in here talking dribble.
I love the patience of the way he surfs, and that's what stands out in my mind, how patient he is.
Real mature approach.
Yeah, he doesn't really rush what he's trying to achieve. He knows exactly what target he wants to hit, and that's really important for any young developing surfer. As we see the surfing white there sort of having a look, and now he's in that predicament where Tian's going to have to look for basically, a buzzer beater to get himself through where he had an opportunity and unfortunately just came unstuck. So it's a tough predicament to be in, but he's still got the class to get through as we see the surfer in black. I'm sure he was turning to Ash Jenner.
Don't count out Ash Jenner either.
I like the way this kid surfs.
Yeah, he surfs so smooth and nice on that long left-hander. Real unfortunate. If he makes that last turn, he probably has something close to Tian 6 and a little smaller of a requirement, but right now he's looking for the best wave of the heat. As we see Tian, a bit smaller of a wave. Nice first turn. This thing's going a little sudsy. He's going to need something explosive, pardon me, on the inside. Ties together a few nice turns. Smashes that end section. I just don't think it had the criticalness that we wanted. And speaking of critical, Arch Whiteman trying to get real loose with that one. Tian surfed that wave incredibly, but the wave mightn't have been enough for him.
It wasn't the quality of the performance, but I think it's going to be the quality of the actual wave itself that's going to hinder that scoring potential. And as I said, he put together 4 nice turns, but there was no real point of difference. And unfortunately, I think he just had to roll the dice. And a 4.83, exactly what you said, just not enough spice in that wave to allow him to give him the opportunity. So he'll be disappointed if he doesn't get through this heat, but I feel like he's on point. Same with Ash. I think both those guys have been on point. But when you take the likes of Arch and Jay, who are so confident, as we see Jay Okalupo up and right in, love the flow in his surfing, and he's just reading this wave as it sort of filters down the peak. And these are the things with these rides, Coops, where some really wall up and some just fade into a deeper section.
Yeah, I love the patience at the start of that. He kind of just drifted over that first section, looked as calm as all hell, and there we go, a little kickflip to finish. But that will round out this Mad Max minute. Looks like we're going to see Arch Whiteman and Jay Okalupo, very strong performances by the 2 young men. Moving on through to round number 2 of this men's Central Coast Pro Junior. We'll be right back with heat number 3 after this break.
Some say we've got engine oil in our veins. All that and a fair bit of dust. Sure, these wild utes are hard work, but it's no job. The roar of them. Pure. Takes some rare skills to settle one. A band of brothers and sisters. Where man learns from machine, learns from man. Those that visit are transformed. Almost as much as the V6 Amaroks. It's like this place rubs off on them. You gotta see it to believe it. The only ute reared for the road.
And welcome back to the Central Coast Pro. The Pro Juniors are lighting it up this afternoon here at Avoca Beach. I'm in the box with Jess Sarlin, who was one of those impressive performers earlier this afternoon. I got to commentate the beach on your heat, and you look very, very switched on.
Oh, thanks so much. Yeah, it was a fun heat to surf. Actually, the waves were really fun, and yeah, it felt good to get through. I've actually never made a heat in a Pro Junior before.
You serious?
Yeah, I've always had like shockers in Pro Juniors, so...
You look really powerful out there. That board looked very much on point, and even though it's pretty tricky, those scores in the extra range were hard to come by. You look pretty comfortable in your skin out there, as we see the boys in the lineup right now. Luke Doogi's out there in the red, Tom Whitpan out there in the blue, Josh Levy in the white, and another young grommet from North Stain who just has come off the Ripcord Grom Search final. He won it down at the wave pool. Sol Gronlin. You watch this kid surf. He says,
I've actually think I've seen him surf a fair bit, and maybe a few times out northy as well, and he rips. Yeah.
You letting him out northy?
I know. Stamped his passport.
Yeah, stamped his passport. But yeah, this is going to be another cracker heat. Here we go. Red up and right in, the young man from NASA, and he is another one of these young stars who are starting to come through the junior ranks and putting together a series of really good results. Look at this.
Wow.
Up. That is green. Or it should be black, really. That's young Tom. So really nice and powerful on that left. So we see the Destinations wave replay there for the surfer in black. And tell us about the conditions, how tough it was trying to find yourself in the lineup. Could you hear the commentators? Because yes, they struggled with that. Was it easy to hear everything, what you needed to be doing?
Yesterday, I actually surfed a heat yesterday and today. Yesterday, you couldn't hear a thing, and the wind was a lot stronger yesterday. But today it was a bit better, and you could hear a little bit more as we see black up and riding. Beautiful tail drift, Willie right out. Oh, so close. But yeah, there was moments where you couldn't really hear it. There was a lot of paddling going on. It's actually a lot harder to get out than it looks.
I spoke to some of the girls, and they said, seriously, it took like 8 minutes.
Yeah.
If you got caught on that inside, and that's a fair chunk of a 20-minute heat.
Yeah, it was. The lefts are a lot easier to get out than the rights, and my game plan was stick to the lefts, and I ended up getting a bomb right and ended up on the inside for so long. I was like, wow, I got out the back and I was puffed. I was like, oh my
100%,
goodness.
because the thing with that too, you've then got to, drop your heart rate down and get that energy level so your body's ready to go for your next opportunity. So even though on the screen it looks pretty much playful, it's definitely not playful.
No, it's a lot harder than it looks, but I think that's what keeps all the heats interesting today. It's anyone's game, and if you get stuck on the inside, it kind of allows your other competitors to turn on a few more waves.
Is it worth coming out, running around and trying to head back out to the point? Because even that side of the point is pretty tough, as we see Tom Whitpain looking. So he's keeping really busy in the first 5 minutes of this heat, and I love the power this young man possesses. And you could just see him just sort of disconnect as he tried to pull in that rail, as we see Josh Levy up and right in and putting together a combo of turns. So yeah, it's tricky, because if you get caught in the wrong spot, Cooper was talking about this before, you can really get caught for a long period, and then at other times you can just get shot out through that little rip.
Yeah, it was even in the free surf this morning. It's honestly, it probably is worth doing a run around if you have time. Definitely not in the last couple minutes, but even this morning the paddle out was hard. It's been hard all events, but as I said, keeps it interesting, and it's survival of the fittest. I I reckon, out there.
I will say one thing about the New South Wales leg of the series so far. The waves have been absolutely pumping. We've had some horrific weather in New South Wales and Queensland. A big shout out to everyone who has lost homes, who's doing it tough. We really feel for you guys. But the one thing it has produced, all that rain, has produced really epic waves. And what it has done at a lot of beaches is broken up the banks.
100%.
And what's Northie been like? You've been up the coast.
I know, but Northie has been good.
Yeah,
I do keep my eye on home a lot, and I always talk to people back down at home. But yeah, I currently reside in Cabarita, and that's where the next event is. And the banks have been pretty good.
Where do you reckon they'll have it, on the point?
Yeah, the headland. There's not too many banks down Soft Rock Way, and I have a friend at home who's been keeping me updated with how it's been. But yeah, the banks at the headland, it's almost been kind of Lennox-esque, the right of the headland. So hopefully it stays good.
So as someone who's trying to build their, their career and stuff like that, how important is those 5,000s going to be?
Yes, super important. Even just to make a few rounds, if you get a good couple rounds, you get the same amount of points as a 1,000.
Yep.
So I'm excited. I'm really excited for the 5,000s. I've only ever done one before.
Well, we're going to throw over to an interview as we see young Sol Gronlin up and riding, and that's his first ride. So it's good to actually see him having a crack at the Pro Juniors because he's only 14 years of age and just signed a deal with Hurley, so part of the Hurley team. Couple
Amazing.
of North Stain guys. Saxon
Well
Reba.
deserved. Very well deserved.
Sol and Saxon both signed a deal with Hurley, so a shout out to Josh and the crew at Hurley, and he's definitely starting to develop. He's a world champion if you put him down to frothing, because he is an absolute frother.
100%.
But we're going to throw off to an interview from that last heat, so boys are going to throw to the interview right now, and we'll just have a couple of minutes.
So we're into men's Pro Junior action here with the winner of the last heat, Arch Whiteman. Congratulations on the win, mate. Talk us through your tactics in that heat. You're absolutely on fire.
Yeah, thanks. I just started off on that right and thought I should get one good wave there and just move to this middle bank and just catch as many waves as I could, and seemed to work. It was fun just having good conditions again, just to build some confidence, because I've been having some shockers, so it feels good.
Awesome, mate. And tell us a little bit about why you love coming to Avoca so much. Beautiful area. Tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, well, I've got a couple really good mates here. I'm staying at a house with a guy that I met when I was traveling WA, and he's got the coolest house up there, and just there's always waves for some reason, so yeah, it's pretty fun. And I really want to surf the point. I'm really keen to surf that wave, so yeah.
Arch Whiteman was the man in that heat. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, so Arch on fire, looking very happy with his performance, and it's funny when you interview Arch, he's always smiling, he's half laughing at himself.
He's the happiest guy around.
But he is a
100%.
serious competitor. When he puts his game face on, he's on, as we see surfer in white. That is Josh Levy, really going through a couple of really nice turns, and just the speed and the timing of that wave looked pretty sweet indeed. So I reckon that he's going to build on his 3.67. I'm not a judge, but could be his best wave. But I love the fluency of that attack.
I think it's interesting as well, as we're coming down to the halfway mark, that no one's really locked this heat away yet. We haven't seen a score over a 4.67. And I think if a couple of boys had landed their last turns, we might have seen a different scenario right now. So it's kind of interesting. It's still an open playing field, and I'm excited to see how it plays out.
Yeah, you're correct there in the way you analyse what's happened so far, and I feel like the opportunities have been blown at some times, as we see the Surfing Red up and riding, and the Dujic boys really are connected with the surfboard there. But yeah, it's about not wasting opportunity, especially in a 4-man 20-minute priority heat. You've got to be so careful to to not surf safe, but you also got to be careful to put it together and finish your waves. I spoke to Coops about it earlier, where the judges are really analysing each and every wave, and they're looking at guys who are finishing, the completions, the start and the finish for the visual for the judges are just as important as anything in a heat.
100%, yeah, I definitely agree. And I think as well, for a lot of the competitors out there, we touched on how hard the paddle out is. So it's important to have you know, in beach breaks you want to turn lots of waves, of course, but it's important to have a bit of a better wave selection today because the paddle out is a bit longer than usual. But some of these boys are almost pretty much men for some of them, so they should be stroking out easy.
They surf all day, every day. But, yeah, it's a different beast when you're in a heat compared to when you're just free surfing. And that last wave, I spoke of just the flow of that wave, and it netted a 4.90, so that's the best wave of the heat so far. As we see, it looks like, here we go, Sol up and right in.
Beautiful first turn. Oh, just ticked the...
I actually felt like when he was coming up the bottom there was a little skip, as we see Josh again. So he's found himself the corner that he wants to work with, and again, you can just see there's no sort of slowdown in the transition from rail to rail in his surfing, and that's what the judges want to see. They want to see, you know, that fluency of the attack, because when you think about what the judging criteria is, power, speed, flow, major manoeuvres in the most critical part of the wave, that is exactly what Josh has been putting together on waves that, you know, normally wouldn't be netting huge amounts of scores.
I think as well, Josh he locked in that 4.9 on his last wave, so he's really starting to build a bit of rhythm in this heat. And you can see he's probably got his backup wave on this one. As I was a little nervous he was going to lose it on that end turn, but lucky he held on, and he was running out afterwards. I'm not sure if you saw that.
Oh, just like a little ever-ready buddy out there. So that last wave again building on the performance of 4.1, and had that wave really stood up, that top to bottom, and yesterday and the day before we saw a lot of those big scores, Jess, came from those waves that were basically below sea level and really stood up on the bank. So there was a couple of heats in the men's today. Cooper's was one where I felt like the waves really dictated the scores, where there wasn't a lot of errors, but it was more about the quality of the wave on offer with that fat kind of high tide, as we see Tom up and right in the black, and looks like a really solid, powerful kid, and love how he just extended through the body on the backhand there and went to work, and might get a little inside runner as well.
Yeah, hopefully he can finish on this one, because this is a good score. That was a good looking wave for Tom. He was super busy at the start, and then I think he went a little bit quiet waiting for this one. Wow, what a way to end a wave.
100%. I feel like his power game is going to take him a long way in this heat and in this event, and just the fluency of his performance as well. Very solid indeed. So I'm calling that's going to be the best wave of the heat.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you on that one. It was beautiful. Like, he did a couple awesome arcs at the start of this wave. There was the first one, and then that one he really laid into it.
Lovely extension as he really lent into that inside rail, and you talk a lot about it with younger kids about really getting depth out of every turn. That big U kind of shape that you're looking for, and
that old school kind of Andy Irons bottom turn.
100%.
Yeah.
Like, I reckon that is honestly the key to anyone's setup, and it controls the speed and the flow of every guy's every female and male's kind of setup is important, and it comes from a lot from what they do off the bottom. 617.
Oh wow! Yep, you called it. You know who does that so beautifully, and I love how he's still competing, is the Hog, Nathan Hedge.
Yes.
I just adore his backhand.
And the thing with Hedgie too is that just the patience. It's like you know, that time stops when he comes off the bottom. There's no rushing with it, and he's got a really awesome ability to really find that line.
100%, and I think it's really epic that he's still around in these events, and even though he got knocked out, he was hanging around, he still came down and watched everyone's heats, and I was pretty lucky to have him in my corner for a couple of my heats at the early events, and I was frothing. But yeah, he's just got knowledge that not a lot of people have on the QS and Challenger Series right now, so I think we're really lucky to have him around.
Yeah, definitely. He's got so much gratitude towards everyone. He comes along, he thanks you, he'll talk to you and go, Dimmy, thanks for commentating my heat, you're doing a good job, and he's got so much positivity in the way he goes about his business. And if you listen to Coops' podcast, actually, Hog talks about that a lot. His story is just so unique, and it was that brutally honest. It was epic to watch that potty, because there's no crap with Hedgie. Like, he'll tell you exactly what he's done right and wrong. It's the way he is. He's always been that way, and it's great to have him still around to give feedback back to surfers like you who are coming through the ranks and just giving back to that next generation.
And you know what? He's probably got just as much froth as these younger Groms do
Or
as
more.
well. Or more, 100%.
Every time at the ABB, it used to be like the polar opposite would be Noodles, who could walk asleep, you know what I mean, standing up. But the froth and the passion that comes from Nathan Hedge at that level is just amazing. Little spot he wants to take off, and the patience. We spoke about Hedgie on the backhand, and he sort of looks a little bit hedgy where he holds that line and really feeds off the bottom. So another solid two-turn combo for the man in black.
He looks really solid on his feet as well. He looked like he was going to make that wave at the takeoff. He was like, no, I'm going to make something of this wave, I thought. But I really enjoyed the surfing from Sol on his last wave. That was the first wave he's really completed, and that first turn was really critical. So hopefully he only needs a 4.58 to make through this heat, and 1 minute 30 doesn't sound like a lot, but it's actually a fair bit of time in a heat, and there's plenty of waves out there.
I feel like Josh, Sol and Luke have all kind of made little errors, and that has sort of gone towards, you know, as we see, here we go. This is going to be important ride for Red. Comes off the bottom, and again you can just see how that wave sort of filters across the bank and not offered a lot of scoring potential, and there was someone behind him having a look, but it looks like Luke Ducci is going to go again, so he's just rolling the dice now going, oh come on, give me a break. You can see the frustration.
And as we saw, that last wave of Tom came through at 6.83.
Wow.
Pretty solid surfing. I think that's a super fair reward.
100%. I think that's a great indication of how dominant he has been in this heat against the Groms. He's really put together a fantastic two-wave combination, 13.00, and yeah, he's been rewarded for the power and the flow of his surfing. And with 25 seconds to go, Luke's called it a day, but will Sol get another opportunity? I'm pretty sure Josh Levy will be sitting on him going,
no,
hello, champ. How you going, champ? How's your day been?
Oh, 100% if that was me. That's probably what I'd be doing. You're like, leave me alone.
Oh, hold on. The Grommet is up.
That was a pretty phenomenal first turn.
Oh, he'll be filthy at that. But we didn't really get to see. Was that the first turn or was that his second turn? But we'll have to wait and see what the judges saw. But they do not like it when you do not complete your waves. And we're going to be throwing off to a break here down at Avoca Beach on a beautiful day, day number 4 of the Central Coast Pro for the Pro Juniors, and we'll be thrown to a break.
This is the motivation.
Hello and welcome back to another heat here at the Central Coast Pro Junior. My name's Cooper Chapman. I'm joined by the lovely Jessie Starling, who made your heat before?
I did make my heat
You
today.
did? Very well done.
Thank you.
Nice two-turner, I remember at the start of your heat. I was in here calling that one with your sister, actually.
Yeah, I got a message from her at the start of the end. She was like, I'm commentating, but I'm cheering for you.
I gave her a little hall pass so she's allowed to cheer for you silently in the booth. But right now we are into junior men's action. Stacked heat out in the water. In the red, we have Xavier Bryce from down at Longreef. In the black, Jamie Thompson, North Narrabeen local, Dane Duchik in the white, and Ethan Long in the green. So once again, stacked heat, and Jamie Thompson kicking this one off with a 6.33. Previously an Australian champion, under 18s, a couple of years back. So Jamie Thompson, a force to be reckoned with.
100%.
I think he's been pretty disappointed with his performance so far in the regional qualifying series. He had high hopes, and I had high hopes too. He's been surfing so phenomenally, doing some great work with Matty Cattle down at North Narrabeen. Unfortunately, it hasn't tied together a good result yet, but great to see him having a crack in the Pro Junior, building a bit more confidence and kicking off this heat with a 6.33 right how he wants to.
I was actually just sitting with him before his heat, before I ran in here and jumped in here, but he was saying that Narrabeen's been really good. The lefts at home have been really good, and he said, I've just been going left for like 3 days straight. I hope the lefts are out there. So I'm curious to see if the 6.33 was on his forehand or backhand, whether he stuck to his plan or not.
Yeah, I wonder. It's funny. Charlotte Short came in a post-heat interview and said, my plan was to get good lefts and get good rights, sorry, and both of her scores were on a left. So doesn't always go to plan, as we know, but right now Dane Duchik in the white, opening up with a nice little backside turn. Wave steepening up here and squares it up. Unfortunately, overcooking that one and going down. That's first wave there for the surfer in white, Dane Duchik.
As we see Jamie up on another right-hander, whether that was his first or second turn, it was a pretty awesome one. So good backup score. He'll probably sit and wait for a better one now.
Yeah, Jamie sitting pretty out in front right now. Just 4 minutes gone in this heat. 6.33 opening wave for Jamie Thompson. Surfer in the green. Ethan Long opening up with a 2.67. Dane Duchik just dropping a 2.17, and Xavier Bryce just a quick in and out 1 point ride to open up his account. So yeah, it's been a great day down here. Long day. Everyone surfed. We had the women's qualifying series, Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro earlier this morning, round of 16. Not crowned. Found our quarterfinalists in the women's division. Straight into the men's qualifying series, Vissla Central Coast Pro. Some fun waves. High tide this morning. Quite tricky for us. I had a shocker, but yeah, we've been into the women's junior division, which you got to compete in.
Yeah, it's actually a lot harder. I was just talking to Dim about it. It's a lot harder than it looks out there. But I actually want to pick your brain. When you did the Pro Juniors, was Subway sponsoring it? I remember I used to go to a few when True was competing in them.
No, I was before Subway. And here we go. Xavier Bryce finishing off a nice one there. No, that's how old I am. I was before the Subway Juniors. Who sponsored them when I did it? We had a really good junior tour, actually. We had quite a lot of events. I got to go and compete in Tahiti. Where else? We had a couple in New Zealand at one year. We got to travel a little bit more. It was really very blessed. But yeah, we used to have one up at North Stradbroke. Was really fun. Yeah, we had a pretty stacked tour. But Philippines, we had one. That was fun. Cloud 9. I won my first ever Pro Junior in the Philippines, which was pretty cool. Cloud 9 was pumping. We had the first 3 days was like firing, like stand tall barrels. It was the most insane event ever. And then it went really small for the finals day. And I had Oni Anwar in the final, I remember. And it was like 1 foot and we're doing like little airs. And yeah, I took that one out. So that was my first victory in the junior series. As we see surfer in the green. Ethan Long, unfortunately, coming off unstuck there. As we see Jamie Tomo building a lot of speed. Big section here. Drifts over that first section. It's just going to be one turn, but like you said, second turn was quite nice on that wave before for Jamie Thompson. Locked in at a 5.5, off to a flyer in this heat.
That's how you want to start a heat. 11.83 in the first 6.5 minutes, pretty much. That's pretty sick.
Absolutely. But yeah, thinking back to my junior days, like in this event, we have 48 juniors. I remember having to surf, I think, round of 128. I'm sitting looking at Britt Nickel as well. Back in our junior days, how many were there in the juniors? There's 128 guaranteed. There was like
You had to surf
Wow.
5 rounds to get to the main round. It was crazy.
And people from all different like nationalities and stuff
Yeah,
as well.
obviously now it's a bit more regional, the junior tours, but yeah, it used to be huge, the junior series. It used to be a lot of fun, and I think that's why we had such great... There was surfers from all around the world. I remember Geordie Smith and a lot of those guys coming over to compete on our junior series because there was such a huge talent pool, and there still is a huge talent pool, but maybe just not as deep of a field nowadays. But yeah, things have changed a little bit with the junior series. We went back to under 18s. How special is it for you knowing now that... Well, you can probably explain it to me better. What did it go from? It went from 21 back to 18. Where are we at now?
So it was 21 and under, and then it went to under 18s. And the year I wanted to start like properly competing, COVID happened, and I turned 18 that year, so I couldn't compete in the juniors anymore. And then they just raised it back up to 20 and under, and I'm 19, so I can compete in it now. So
There you go. You get 2 years. So
yeah.
big goals. Trying to make it on to the World Juniors. Is that the
Yeah,
plan?
that's my goal for this year. I wanted to focus a bit more on the juniors. And just kind of refine my competitive surfing a little bit more because I am still kind of new to the whole competitive game. And then next year come back swinging for the Challenger Series. But I've actually made a couple heats that I personally think have been hard heats on the QS. So who knows? I'm excited for these 5,000s. So
Yeah, it's been interesting. Looking at the women's junior draw, one that sticks out, Nixie Ryan leading the qualifying series, bowed out in the first round of the junior. So both divisions very stacked, and speaking of stacked, this heat out in the water right now with 11 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Out in the lead, Jamie Thompson, stranglehold, 6.33, 5.5, showing his maturity out there right now. And in second, Dane Ducic, 3.77, 2.17. He's looking for a massive 8-point ride if he wants to move up into the lead. And in third right now, Xavier Bryce, 3.83, 1-point ride, just looking for a 2.11 if he wants to move up. And Ethan Long in the green, 2.67 and a 1.77. He's looking for a 3.28 if he wants to move up into the lead.
Xavier Bryce from Longreef. Yeah, he actually competed in his first Australian Border Ice battle this year in the finals. And he did really well, personally, I thought. I thought he was one of the standouts for Longreef.
Yeah, Xavier's a really good surfer, I'm sure. Nick James is out there. All the crew down at Manly Surf School have been fostering such a talent bed of young surfers down on the northern beaches. So shout out to you legends down there. Zave is one of the best up-and-coming kids. I've been lucky enough to spend a bit of time coaching Zave back when I used to live on the northern beaches. His talent has grown so much. Once you get that sponsor sticker on the nose of your board, it can really bring a lot of confidence to a young kid. And now Zave is looking like he's on some really good boards. I believe he's riding Mayhems and looking really fast, looking really sharp, and he's really matured into his surfing, I think. He's gone from a little bit flicky to now really driving through turns, has a really solid air game, and has a lot of flow in his surfing. So would love to see Zave on a nice wave, but right now, Dane Ducic in the white.
First turn into a second, and he completes that wave. It would have been a bit of a bigger score if he had squared up on it a bit more, but it'll be a keeper. He's currently in second place, so I think it'll replace his 2.17, I'd say.
Absolutely, and Jamie Tomo up and over, unable to ride out of that one. Yeah, we'll wait and see what Dane picks up there. It will replace his 2.17, and Zave Bryce on a bit of a froth monster in and out. So Dane Ducic, 3.67, does extend his second place right now, leaving Xavier Bryce looking for a 3.61, and Ethan Long looking for a 4.77. Just gone past that halfway point in the heat. It's battle for second right now. Jamie Thompson very comfortably out in the lead.
100%. And I think as well, like in the heats, most of the people who have got through have been turning heaps of waves. I think there is a bit of victory at sea out there as well. You can get too picky, but there's opportunity on all the waves. So if some of the boys could just start swinging, get a couple scores under the belt, we could see a pretty interesting end to the heat.
Yeah, every heat has been very interesting. To finish this whole event, both in the men's and women's divisions, we are, of course, at the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series. Great times the last few weeks. It's nice to see the first junior event was up at Lake Macquarie earlier. Lake Macquarie? Yeah. Lake Mac a couple of days ago. That was taken out by Marlon Harrison and Ellie Harrison.
Yep.
Which is pretty
and
cool.
they're not related.
Yeah, not related. And here we go. Ethan Long flying down the line on this one, looking to get something up. Unfortunately, just late to coming around the section. Gets a nice cutback and coming through the back of that one. So he's going to need a little bit more. He'll be charging back out the back and trying to replace that 1.77 with something up into that 5-point range if he wants to contest in this heat. This is, of course, the Central Coast Pro Junior. Massive thank you to all of the sponsors of this event, making us young surfers get to showcase our surfing. So here on the Central Coast. We could not be doing it without our supporting partners, the Central Coast Council, also Avoca Beach Hotel, some great accommodation there. Also, if you're in the area tonight, come on down. Swell-ins are doing their podcast live. Ross Clark-Jones will be there. I think tickets are $50. We are almost sold out. Make sure you come and check it out. It will be good fun. Always a laugh. Also, Destination New South Wales, World Surf League, and Surfing New South Wales. As we see, Jamie Tomo, bit of a click there. He's going to go something big, or he's going to pull out the back. And, of course, our webcast partners, a massive thank you to Mad Mex, Volkswagen, and KO Sports, KO Freebies. It's great to be bringing live surfing to you all around the world.
100%. You know what I think the best part about this event has been is the weather.
I thought you were going to say the burritos.
Oh, seriously though. On another note, those burritos are next level. But yeah, it's nice to have a couple of sunny days. It's some really, I mean, we've had pretty much pumping waves the whole run of events so far, but for everyone up the coast, heart goes out to you guys. Hope everyone's recovering okay. And even back down in Sydney, they got hit by a big bunch of rain, so it's nice to have the sun out for an event. As we see, Red Xavier Bryce clipped the nose but recovered really nicely on that one.
Yeah, he did well to pull the nose back out there. I think the judge might cruel him a little bit for that. We'll see if he can pick up that 3.61 and move up. Great recovery, like you said, but judges tend to get a little bit antsy, but not with that one. They liked it. 5.23, Xavier Bryce, 3 turns. A little bit of a catch on the second, but he moves up into second place with that one. Dane Ducic now down in third, looking for a 5.29, so interesting score there.
Yeah, I liked the first and end turners, and I think if maybe he didn't have that little bubble in between, that score definitely could have gone higher. But as we said, he's a very talented surfer, so...
Yeah, I want to see Zave on a nice clean one. His surfing has come so far in the last few years, and it's so impressive to watch. So hopefully with 6.5 minutes remaining, we can see a few more shots from all of the competitors. I'd love to see Dane and Ethan get a good opportunity, as we see Ethan up and riding here, bringing this roundhouse all the way back to the phone, very patient, and clicking that second turn, timed that one perfectly. That's going to be his best wave of the heat, and he's going to have a smaller requirement now going into the last 6 minutes.
100%. If you were out in the heat right now, what would be your game plan if you were white or green?
If I'm white, I'm sitting there with first priority and knowing that my next wave has to at least be better than my 3.77. That way the requirement will be smaller going into the last few minutes. But yeah, definitely 5.29, very achievable score for the likes of Dane Ducic. So I'm thinking probably one more good throw of the dice, pick the eyes out of it, find something, 2 big turns, job done. But with Zave having that 5.23, it is important to note that if Zave can back up his 5 with something a bit higher than his 3.8, that requirement is going to go up for Dane. So that's why I was saying that 2-wave can sometimes be quite tough, because looking at it right now, if Zave gets another wave, Dane's going to need to get 1.5 points higher than whatever Zave's next wave is, as we see a replay here of Ethan Long's wave. Nice second turn there. We did see the score just come in for that one. It did make his requirement a little bit less going into the last 5 minutes of this heat. So last wave for Ethan Long, 3.47. He's looking for a 5.59 now. So achievable scores for both white and green, but time is ticking away.
Yep, 100%. We are creeping towards that Mad Max minute. But yeah, no, I love the insight on that one, because some people would like to break it down in 2 waves, especially with 4.5 minutes to go. Still plenty of time, but I agree. I think 5.29 is a very achievable score, especially for a 5.59 as well for Ethan. So see how it plays out.
Yeah, both of the Northern Beaches surfers sitting out in first and second. Jamie Tomo, a bit sleepy since those first 2 waves. He knows he's sitting in a pretty position right now. Top 2 scoring waves of this heat. He'd love to throw down a bit of a warning shot to his other competitors, I think. He hasn't really taken off in these first few events, and here he goes, taking off right now. Let's see it, Jamie. Nice big first turn, wraps it all the way around, gets something up a bit late. Unfortunately, a little bit late on that one. I liked how he pulled the first one all the way back around, but in hindsight, maybe could have pulled it a little shorter and got to that second section a little bit earlier. But good indication, so that first turn, really aggressive, great flow through it. So we'll pick up this Destination New South Wales, Regional New South Wales replay.
As we see that beautiful first turn, yeah, he definitely brought it round the whole way and then just got a little unstuck on that second one, which I think he's had a really great start to the heat, but the last few waves he's definitely struggled on that second turn. So it'll be interesting to see if he can get one more opportunity for himself. He may be going to last priority now. Who knows? That paddle out is kind of brutal. whether Ethan is back out there or not. Oh, Jamie, third priority, so Ethan is still paddling.
Yeah, sometimes you can find a little bit of a sneak back out after the right there. The right having a bit more of a channel than the left to get back out. I saw a few of the ladies struggling through the left to get back out. I had the exact same thing happen to me yesterday. But today, conditions have dropped, maybe just slightly, a little bit more manageable, less wind. We've had great conditions all day today. It's been an incredible day down here at Avoca Beach. We are right in front of the Pines, about 200 metres down from Avoca Point and Avoca Surf Club at the south end. Very lucky, blessed with great conditions, and here we go, Jamie Thompson on the backside, quick in and out.
Yep, he's definitely lucky to have those first two waves. He's become unstuck on those last few, but yeah, as you said, we are a bit further down today, and yesterday in my heat as well, I struggled with that rip. I think I had like a 4-minute paddle back out after one of my waves. It was ridiculous.
I reckon I had one that was 7. I promise you. Me and Jacob Wilcox were right next to each other. I spoke about this earlier on the webcast. And it was a good, 7 minutes is 35% of a 20-minute heat. And it was brutal. Got out so buggered. There we go. That's a nice turn for Ethan Long. Unfortunately, just the one turn, and that's not going to be the score that he's looking for. But just looking through this junior men's draw, you look at the second round, because we've got our top seeds are seeded through round 1. Pretty much looks exactly the same as the draw in the men's QS. Looks like a handful of them are in the top rated. So we've got Joel Vaughan coming up in heat 8. Round number 2. This will not be today, but I'm just looking at this draw for everyone out there watching. Make sure you tune in tomorrow and the next day, because we've got a lot of great surfing coming towards you. We've got Marlon Harrison, winner of the first event of this junior series. We've also got Oscar Berry, I think still going. No, I think he lost last minute, but made it to the round of 16 of this QS 3000. Taj Stokes, Jarvis Earl, Axel Rose Carrotta, Lennox Smith, Ty Richardson, Coda Colon, Len O'Chell, Kobe Clements, 3 quarterfinals in a row for Kobe Clements in the QS 1000s. Saxon Reba. The names are just everywhere in this junior men's draw. It's going to be really fun. A couple days of surfing, going between the junior men's and back over to the men's and women's qualifying series 3000. Far out, I'm excited. I'm bummed that I'm not surfing. I'll get my free surfs in the morning. I'll eat my burritos during the day. But then I'll also be in here calling some heats, because there's going to be plenty of action coming at you from here at Avoca Beach.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting couple of days coming up, that's for sure. Hopefully I can get some damage done in the junior rounds for the girls.
Cheering you on.
Yeah, thank you.
We'll get the Go Jessie posters down on the beach.
100%. Put him in the pine trees.
Absolutely. As halfway through this Mad Max minute, Jamie Thompson looking for a bit of a victory lap here. Great strong first turn, hard off the bottom. There's that backside practice. North Narrabeen iconic lefts, as we see Ethan Long last ditch effort, a bit late on this one. Let's see if he can get some sort of scoring potential. And out the back right now, Dane Ducic unfortunately not getting a shot there, and we're going to count this one down with just 5 seconds on the clock. You are watching the Central Coast Pro Junior Men's. That was heat number 4. We'll be right back with heat number 5 very shortly after this break.
Some say we've got engine oil in our veins. All that and a fair bit of dust. Sure, these wild utes are hard work, but it's no job. The roar of them. Pure. Takes some rare skills to settle one. A band of brothers and sisters. Where man learns from machine, learns from man. those that visit are transformed, almost as much as the V6 Amaroks. It's like this place rubs off on them. You gotta see it to believe it. The only ute reared for the road.
Good. A little bit tired. Couple more heats to go. It's been a long day. And here we go. Replay, Tane Dobbin. He's been ripping in the free surf. So just quick in and out there. And surfer in white. Oliver Heinz. We might pick up that replay. Or maybe not. So 17 minutes remaining in this one. We do have 3 more heats left after this one to finish off what has been a jam-packed day here at Avoca Beach. We've had this morning the women's action of the QS 3000 coming at you very hot. And here's a replay of Oliver Heinz in the white. Nice first wrap, leaning into that second turn. Love the commitment to these forehand carves. Coming up to the end section and tonk, 4 nice turns, 4.67. So great little start there for the surfer in white, and that was Oliver Heinz. So kicking off his campaign nicely. But yeah, as I was saying, Britt, it's been a big day for all the work crew. Myself included, working all day and surfing a heat, losing a heat, but here we are, smile still on our face. But yeah, as I said, women's action this morning, we kicked off with the Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro, presented by Mad Mex. Round of 16 for the women, 4 heats, jam-packed this morning. Straight into the men's Vissla Central Coast Pro, presented by Mad Mex. 4 heats of the men, round of 16, and then we've just kicked off both the women's and the men's Central Coast Pro Junior. Nice to have them live on screen, giving them a bit of airtime and seeing some of the world's and Australia's best junior men and women surfers competing. Have you been impressed or what, Britt?
Oh, I certainly have been. There's been a few absolute cracker heats in this Pro Junior, in both the men and the women's. The standout earlier this afternoon in the women's side of the draw would have had to have been Molly Picklum and Sierra Curtis going back-to-back with excellent scoring waves. I think both of them had a high 8 in their scoreline. And, well, Jamie Thompson was a standout in that last heat, Cooper. Really strong surfing, really mature.
Yeah, Tomo put together a bit of a clinic in that last one. Started early with a 6.33, backed it up with a 5.5 and took out that heat wing alongside his fellow Northern Beaches mate, Xavier Bryce. So good to see the 2 Northern Beaches boys marching on through round 1, heat number 4. But right now, out in the water, we have another stacked heat. Tane Dobbin in the red, Ben Walsh in the black, Oliver Heinz in the white, and Tom Thomas in the green. So a few more heats to run today. It's been plenty of action. We're going to be back again tomorrow with even more action. Getting down to the pointy end of all 4 divisions that we're running here. Big shout out to Surfing New South Wales and the World Surf League for assisting in this incredible event. Also, all of our sponsors. We would not be here without them. Massive thank you to the Central Coast Council, Avoca Beach Hotel, Destination New South Wales for bringing all of these great replays of the waves ridden in the event, and also the webcast partners bringing it to you live from all around the world. Mad Mex, Volkswagen and KO Sports, KO Freebies. So big thanks to everybody. Wouldn't be here without you.
Well, you certainly wouldn't be bringing you all that live action without all those supporting partners for this event. This is, of course, day number 4 of the event window. First 3 days were the QS 3000 for both the men and the women. We also had them in the water this morning, but this is day number 1 of the Central Coast Pro Junior. So great opportunity for the Pro Juniors to get that airtime. Family and friends from all around the world and all around the country, I'm sure they're tuning in and able to watch these competitors surf. It's actually good for the juniors as well to have that opportunity, because they can always go home and just reevaluate their heats from the screen.
Yeah, for sure. I went back yesterday and watched my heat back, and it does give you a little bit of insight. If you're doing well,
what your board looks like if you're not doing too well. And there we see Tane Dobbin and Dom Thomas.
Wow.
We're going to have to wait and see what happens here because the boys are going tit for tat. They're not happy.
I'm so confused right now.
Somebody's getting an interference from the looks of it. All right, this is what I reckon happened. I'm in the commentary booth, so we can have a bit of a play around here. Dom Thomas hasn't caught a wave. If he paddles for a wave, he doesn't lose priority because priority hasn't been deemed for black and green. Whereas if Tane paddles for a wave, he loses third priority and goes to fourth. So I reckon green's paddled for a wave. Red has thought, oh, that means he's lost priority over me, but he doesn't lose it until he stands up. So both of them thinking they have priority there, and my estimation is red is going to pick up an interference here.
100% I agree with that situation there, Cooper. I honestly do think that the surfer in green's paddled.
Not caught one.
Because priority hadn't been established between green and black yet. So 3 surfers have to catch a wave for priority to be deemed. And because
although if you stand up, you get deemed third and fourth priority. So you actually get a shot of paddling without standing up. But once priority is deemed, paddling loses priority. So it's a little bit of a, not a grey area in the rule book. If you know the rule book, it's actually very simple to work out. But we'll wait and see what happens here. I think there's going to be an interference called. And in my opinion, it's probably going to be on Tane Dobbin. But we'll see.
A bit of a heavy situation. So Tane Dobbin not going to be what he was hoping for in this event. You could just see the confusion between both surfers. As you mentioned, Cooper always pays to know the rules.
Yeah, it is a... Since we've added priority over the last... I mean, it seems like it's only just been added. I've been doing this for so long, but it's been here for quite some time now. I remember the very first event they tried 4-man priority was at... back then it was called the Prime, and it was at Saquarema in Brazil. I remember they sent us down there the day before the event and they said, hey, if you guys want to practice in some of these heats, we'll send a few of you guys out there. And I was actually in one of the first heats because I'm a very curious person when it comes to surfing and heats and tactics and strategy. And yeah, I got to be in a few of the guinea pig heats where we went out and they tried to iron out kinks like exactly that. And that's what they landed on. So yeah, looks like Tane Dobbin has picked up an interference, and it will be a priority interference. So right now, he loses his second scoring wave, which makes it very difficult to progress through a heat. So he's going to be battling for just one wave. Right now, his top wave is a 3.83.
Unfortunate situation there for the surfer in red with just over 10.5 minutes remaining. You can see him looking back to the beach there. Surfer in green making his way back out into the lineup. There we go. 4.6.
Last event up in Port Stephens. Smoked me in the semis. Smoked me again today. I'll get him. I think he's got me 3 in a row. I think he got me twice up at Port Stephens, but nah. I'm a huge fan of Mikey's surfing, so it's great to see another young Australian talent who's destined for big things going deep into the event. And here we go. Oliver Heinz looking to back up that 4.67. Nice drive off the bottom. Great first turn in the pocket. This one fizzling out into the foam. And he'll be back out there in the little rip coming from the right. And there we see... I don't know what we saw just then. Didn't see anything.
This is, of course, the men's round 1, heat number 5 of the Central Coast Pro Junior. Surfer in black, just a quick up and over that section. Coming up next, we will have heat number 6, Winter Vincent, Oliver Reisenbeek, Finn Hill, and Jed Ashton. We have the Regional New South Wales wave replay. Great turn there from the young man in the white. Just the one turn.
Tell you what, this next heat as well, once again, stacked. Coming up in the next one in the red, heat number 6, we're going to see Winter Vincent in the white. We're going to see Oliver Reisenbeek in the white, Finn Hill, and in the green, Jed Ashton. So, once again, stacked. This junior draw, you look left, right, and centre, and there is serious talent everywhere. So, right now, with just over 6 minutes remaining in this one, bit of a low-scoring heat. Anybody's game right now. Unfortunately for Tane Dobbin, he is looking for a 7.77 due to the priority interference. Ben Walsh hasn't really got going yet in this one. Top score of a 2.2, but he's still in it. He's only looking for a 5.57, so look to see Oliver and Dom try and extend that lead and back up there. Top scoring 4s with something well and truly over that 4-point range to push the limit a little bit further.
And if you missed the first half of this heat and you're just tuning in, unfortunate for Tane Dobbin in the red. He did receive a priority interference. Scratching into this one now. Up on his forehand, generating a heap of spray. Really laying into that carve, grabbing the rail. Comes hard off the bottom again. Great second turn. And a third. So strong surfing there from the man in the red.
Body language. Not happy. Tough one when you get a priority interference early in a heat. Makes it very hard to make it. That was actually a really good looking wave. I like the idea with the grab carve, but he could have belted this thing. That first section was gone begging, and then this one, nice second turn there. Unfortunately, this one fizzling out. He is looking for that 7.77. Maybe see him head up into the air and go for something huge, because he has got a lot of fighting back to do right now. Trying to chase down Dom Thomas and Oliver Heinz. Benny Walsh, bit of a quiet heat. He is sitting with second priority. 4.5 minutes remaining. Time's ticking away to be able to get 2. He'd love something very shortly to bring himself back into this heat and bring that requirement down just a little bit, because total of 7.77, very achievable.
He, no joke, looks like a small Mikey Madonna. Just a dead ringer for it.
Has a very similar style too. Same Rip Curl sticker on the beak. And here we go.
Which is an absolute
Bang.
compliment.
That is a huge turn. That's going to better his 3.77, I'm going to say, because full aggression, drifting the fins, a little bit of a layback. I like what I'm seeing. Unfortunately not getting a second turn, but here we pick up this regional New South Wales replay. Taken off, a bit sudsy. He took off on the wave before, so we just picked one up straight behind it. He knew there wasn't much. Bang, drifts the fins. And just the one turn. Solid aggression though, so we'll wait and see if he can better that 3.77. Maybe I went out on a limb and went a bit high, but I really like the aggression in that turn. Think back to his 2 lefts, 2 turners. Maybe we'll wait and see if he can better that 3.77 with the 1 aggressive turn.
Just under 3.5 minutes on the clock. It is Dom Thomas out in the lead with that 3.77 and a 4.33. Oliver Heinz in the white, looking for a 3.43 to move to first, so really not much of a requirement to take the lead. And Walsh in the black, chasing a 5.57 and Tane Dobbin a 7.77. We did just see a priority shift there, so the surfer in black did make a committed paddle, didn't catch the wave, and unfortunately gone into 4th priority now.
Big blunder there. You want to be making sure you utilise that priority very wisely, because with a 4-man heat, it makes it quite difficult. When you move from 2nd to 4th priority, you kind of lose that opportunity, especially when you're at the very tail end of a heat looking for a score that is not what you want. But might be able to break away, give himself a bit of an opportunity. There's only going to be one more shot now, I think, for him. So with 2.5 minutes remaining, looking for that 5.57, Ben Walsh. And here he goes. He's found a bit of space. Nice looking wave. Clicks the first turn clean off the top. He's coming around the section. A little bit late. Foam hitting him in the chest on the way up once again. And that wasn't what he was looking for. And here we go. There we go. There's a Mikey Madonna full rail carve. That is Dom Thomas, of course. Throwing the big punt. Can he hang on? Unfortunately not. I like it though. I like what I'm seeing. He's throwing absolute recklessness at every section. And I think it's going to pay dividends when he starts sticking him in the next round, because he's looking pretty for a spot in round 2. Pick up a little replay right now of Ben Walsh. First turn, nice click. Wave just losing some juice, and here we go. Great first turn. I love that he brought it all the way around. Could have maybe gone up and clicked the second turn. I do like what he went for. In my mind though right now, I'm not safe yet. There's 3 minutes, I'm only trying to bet it a 3. And we see this wave here for Oliver Heinz. If I was Dom, I would have tried to just back that one up, but here we go. Oliver Heinz, that is going to be his backup score, I believe, and that might move him up into the lead and leave Dom a little bit on the chopping block. Ben Walsh will be looking for something up in that 5-point range still. With a minute remaining, Mad Max minute, anything can happen once again. There we go, last wave score for Oliver Heinz, 4.63, straight up into the lead. Dom Thomas down into second, looking for a 4.97. Probably would have done it if he just got a nice second turn, but he went for the air. All good. Ben Walsh now down in third, looking for a 5.67. And Tane Dobbin with that priority interference early on in the heat. He's now looking for an 8.10. Needs to do it with one wave. Very capable though. But 30 seconds on the clock. Time is absolutely the enemy right now.
Will there be another opportunity for the surfers in black and red? Well, black's up and riding, looking for a 5.67. He nearly caught rail there on that bottom turn, but he made up for it. Bit of a frothy section in front of him, and just unfortunately bearing a rail again on that one.
Pretty good wave selection. He got a shot. Unfortunately, wasn't quite enough. And here we go. Last ditch effort. Tane Dobbin needs something huge. Looking for an excellent wave score. He's got a bit of a ramp here. Can he throw it? Throws a massive floater over the top. Comes through to the inside. He's going to need something more than that, but very well surfed floater right there. Can get something else on the inside and throws it up. Throws a little spinner. Oh, you've got to say, if he didn't have that interference, he's probably making this heat with that floater into reverse. But unfortunately, with the interference, a little too late for Tane Dobbin. We're going to see Oliver Heinz and Dom Thomas marching on through to round number 2, coming up later tomorrow. My name's Cooper Chapman, joined by Britt Nicol. We'll be right back after the break.
This is the motivation.
Some say we've got engine oil in our veins. All that and a fair bit of dust. Sure, these wild utes are hard work, but it's no job. The roar of them. Pure. Takes some rare skills to settle one. A band of brothers and sisters. Where man learns from machine, learns from man. Those that visit are transformed, almost as much as the V6 Amaroks. It's like this place rubs off on them. You gotta see it to believe it. The only ute, reared for the road.
Coast Pro Junior, we have men's round 1, heat number 6 in the water. Winter Vincent, Oliver Eisenbeek, Finn Hill and Jed Ashton. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Adam Hennessy. How you going, Adam?
Yeah, long day, but an exciting day, and we're going to wrap it out with a couple of heats of Pro Junior men's to finish off. It's been a wonderful day, good waves, good surfing, and a couple of scores. See what happens when you go to a break. An 8.5. Gets locked in. That's a bomb, dude. That might be the best wave I've seen, other than Molly Picklin. I reckon that's the best score we've seen.
Definitely in the Pro Junior anyway. This is, of course, the first day the Pro Juniors have hit the water, and great conditions here at Avoca Beach. We are set up in front of the pines. I'm sure Elkie
would be at home tuning in. I know she's getting here tonight, I think, for dinner. So Oliver in the water, an 8.5.
Should be stoked with that.
Should be at work cheering.
Yeah, Finn Hill, of course, had a very, very tight battle in the QS. He was pretty bummed not to get through that heat, and he saw him a little bit early. He was nice and fired up. Winter Vincent, well, he's from Queenscliff down at Manly, and what an outstanding young surfer he is. He doesn't need to get fired up because he's that good. He makes it look so effortless. He's so smooth and such a young talent. So with Jed Atchison out there, this is such a cracker.
I mean, all of these heats have been stacked, but I feel as though this heat in particular is just, it's ridiculous. It's like a final on paper.
And it's only the first round. So these guys, if they get through this round, they'll get into the round of 32. And, yeah, exciting times for these juniors to first of all have the opportunity to be able to compete at this level on their live web. They'll be able to go back and analyse, as we see Jet up and right in on this left, just pinching through that first turn, lines it up there and elevates himself over that little foam ball. So a nice little second wave to find his feet and find his rhythm as he starts to build house out there.
It's crazy to think that the men's juniors right now, we're in round 1. We haven't even hit the seeded round yet. So this is the round of 48. Our seeded round is actually the round of 32. So there's top seeds waiting in that next round for these surfers to progress.
Chomping at the bit when you got the likes of Joel Vaughan, Marlon Harrison, Saxon Reaver, Oscar Berry, who's had a great run through this event. You know, Lennox Smith, just to name a few. Kobe Clements, who has been so impressive in the last, say, year and a half, 2 years, as we see the Destination New South Wales wave replay. And here we go. This might be the 8.5. Look at him just leaning into that turn. What's that remind you of?
Wow.
That's what it reminds you of. Wow.
Far out.
Yeah, I love those guys who lean into those turns and sort of drift but have full control.
He's backed it up with a 5.5, so off to a flying start, the man in the black, Oliver Reisenbeek. We have the regional New South Wales wave replay here. The surfer in white, Finn Hill, floats over that section. He's looking for it to stand up on the inside here, and he manages to get that connection. It's a great series of moves here from the man in the white.
Love how close to the power source he kept himself there on that second turn. He really had a lot of depth into his turn and really elevated him through that close to the pocket kind of turn. So that's going to be a 5.77, so that's going to put him in a strong position. So as we head into the back end of day number 4 down at beautiful Avoca Beach, it's been so good to see the waves just on point. The surfing has gone to a new level, and definitely at the QS level you can tell that now the big boys have come out to play and they're ready to roll for this QS 3000. Same with the females. The girls are absolutely blowing up as well.
There is certainly a lot on the line, and you can feel the tension around the contest site. I feel as though with the QS 1000s that we've previously have, everyone's a little more jovial, they're happy to hang out and, you know, have a few laughs. But walking around here, you've still got that, but I just feel as though the stakes have been raised and people know what's on the line.
What's on the line is 3,000 points if you win this event, and along with $8,000. That's a big chunk of travel fees, and yeah, this is the thing about this regional travelling compared to what the boys used to do, where they'd have to go internationally, and the cost is such, such a dramatic increase when you travel overseas. A few of the juniors were saying in interviews, it's been so good because they basically get to perform at the highest level at home, and the costing is more manageable.
Definitely agree with you on that, Dimmy. I know we've got the pro juniors in the water, but a lot of them are doubling up with the QS. And as a QS surfer for obviously a lot of years, Dimmy, you realise that. But I used to have to travel overseas just to do the event. So for surfers to now have that opportunity at a younger age as well to surf in their region, rack up the points, and then qualify for that Challenger Series, which is then the step onto the World Tour. I just think it's great that, like you just mentioned, it is a lot more cost effective. We've got this whole New South Wales leg. they're comfortable at home, they can travel in their own country, and they can really just fine-tune themselves and get ready for that next leg.
Yeah, I've heard a little rumour today that even Burleigh Heads has added a 1,000 to the schedule, and along with that event that actually had to be cancelled down at Maroubra, I'm pretty sure that is now going to actually go into the 2023 regional points allocation. So it's great to have another event at Burleigh as we see winter on an absolute smoker. Just opens up just with lovely flare. And what about that projection over into the lip and into another turn? He, as I said a little bit earlier, it just looks so effortless. Such is his skill set.
This, I feel as though, is the heat of the round, for the round one of the men's Pro Juniors.
Yep,
absolutely stacked.
I'm sure you have plenty of people online supporting him, as do all these surfers and family, friends, their club mates at QBC for winter. Shout out to Ethan Dodson out there, who's a good mate of Winters, and they do a lot of travelling and surfing together, and it's so good to have that kind of support. As a surfer yourself, how important it is to have, you know, that support and someone and a lot of people to bounce off.
Oh, it's crucial, Adam. Like, you know, like just to have that support network through everything that you go through. It's not something that you do alone. Yes, you're competing. It's an individual sport, and I guess with your other competitors, you're all competing for that same thing. But there's so much more that goes into it behind the scenes. You've got your family, you've got your friends, you've got, you know, some surfers have got nutritionists and psychologists and strength and conditioning coaches, surf coaches. Like, there's so much that goes into building a competitive surfer.
100%. There's a lot of little increments that have to come together to make an athlete, you know, perform at the highest level and perform to their optimum kind of performance levels. So yeah, there's a lot to it, and I think more you sort of rely on those people when you're going through the bad times, because it's easier to be on fire when you're winning and to take that confidence away, but it's when you're actually struggling and to have people reinforcing, you know, your talent and your skill set and giving you that confidence. Yeah, I've had a bad run, but I can continue to go with it. That's more important than anything, I believe, as a surfer, because it's such an individual sport. It's such a lonely sport at times.
It is, you know, you're all competing for the same thing, and it can be quite a selfish sport as well. But yeah, to have that support network and have people at home and friends and family, and for some surfers they do have normal jobs back at home as well, and having that support from an employer and being flexible with them travelling all the time and then coming back and working and then travelling. There's a lot that goes into it, as well as board shapers as well. You know, your equipment. You don't have good equipment, that's key.
Yeah, definitely. And it's all these things we speak about that come together to allow, you know, these athletes to really develop, and it's so important. And like just the Pro Juniors, I've always found the stepping stone of any really serious competitor has come through the junior development programs within each region around the world. You don't see many guys come through like no Pro Juniors, no juniors, and explode onto the scene in any region in the world. There is such you know, a production line of key elements to make you the competitive beast that you need to become to perform at the elite level.
Especially, I mean, I'm going to be biased here, but especially in Australia, like, we have such a strong depth of talent throughout our entire country, not just in New South Wales, but the entire country as a whole. You know, so we do have a lot of talent here, and we do have a strong Pro Junior series and a strong Pro Junior field, as we watch Oliver just take to the air there. And it really is the stepping stone, Dimmy. You said it yourself, and it allows those competitors to really just find themselves, get used to competition, and a lot of the time they're finding themselves in heats like this. They are hard heats. There's no easy heats. And it really just primes them for those QS events, for then the Challenger, and then hopefully the World Tour one day.
Yep, big shout out to Mad Mex, who have been one of the supporting partners. The 2-for-1 burrito up on the screen there, and to say I haven't been indulging in the Mad Mex would be an understatement, as early this morning I rocked up and sat down and went straight through the plastic box in the commentary.
We all had a good giggle.
Yeah, it was a good way to start the day for me, just to feel like the idiot that I am. But yeah, no, great to have Mad Mex and all our supporting partners along with Volkswagen, WSL, the Central Coast Council, just to name a few. And yeah, it's been a great week so far. And the positive to come out of this for me is that the fact that the swell, even going into final stage, looks like it's going to drop off a little bit, but the winds are going to stay favourable, and there's going to be good waves.
We've been absolutely blessed with conditions over the last few weeks with all these events that we've been running. And, well, the Pro Juniors have been pretty lucky because this is day 4 of our event window. We did start with the QS 3000 for both the men and the women. And this is the first day the Pro Juniors have hit the water, and they've managed to score the best conditions this week so far. Clean conditions earlier, a few hours ago. There's a little bit more wind and chop on the face now, but as you can see by the scoreline on the screen, still plenty of scoring opportunity.
Yeah, it's pretty light wind, and we made the move up from the Shark Tower, or the tower, down the beach towards the north, up towards the southern corner, towards the point. And definitely in the last, say, day or so, I reckon we've picked the eyes out of the banks for sure, and it's offered up so much scoring potential for everyone. So everyone's had an even playing field in that sense, but it's just been whether you've lucked into, you know, those good waves. I think the performance levels have really raised in the last couple of days from those, especially the top female and male competitors on the QS level, and now it's up to the juniors who just get that froth on to get the job done.
They are absolutely frothing. There's been plenty of froth down the beach the last few days. It's been everywhere. Beautiful part of the world. Well, there we go. Surfer in green, Jed Aston, throwing it up there on that second turn. You can see once more what's he got on this inside section. And just unfortunately blowing the tail and going down on that one.
He surfs a lot like Dion Atkinson, that guy. I don't know if mate, what a surfer he has been in his career. Dion from South Australia, from Seaford, and when he took off then, it sort of reminded me of how strong Dion is off the bottom as well. So we'll get an action replay here for Destination New South Wales, and this is a nice little combo as well. So good exchange on the right, and pretty sure that's Finn, isn't it? Just blowing up. And like I said, he was pretty disappointed with the QS, but here it is. Bang. Just attacking the lip. That timing was just perfect. And he even was nice and patient, but that turn there, you could just see him grab a rail. So that's unfortunate for the young man. Long day, eh?
Just had to take a moment for a yawn. Nothing to do with the action in the water, because there's plenty of excitement out there. I know. You need a few coffees, I feel like, on a day like today. So we have had a 24-heat day today. We started with the QS 3000, which were 25-minute heats, and now that we're back into the Central Coast Pro Junior, we're back into 20-minute heats. This is, of course, men's round 1, heat number 6. This is an 8-heat round, so if you're tuning in, stay tuned in for at least another 45 minutes, because we do have another 2 more heats remaining for the rest of today. And at the moment, Oliver Reisenbeek in the lead in the black with a 5.5 and an 8.5. Excellent score there. Surfer on screen having a look. This is Winter Vincent, currently sitting in 3rd place, chasing a 7.04.
Nice little carve to start with, but he's going to have to get to work, and he might throw an air just into the mix and still creating some down the line. So Winter just a few little change-ups, and he needs a 7, and I don't feel that's going to go into that range at all. But he's still got 2 minutes to go. You can see him looking at the beach, trying to work it out. But what a sensational young surfer, and I'm sure if it doesn't go his way today, it doesn't matter, because at the end, he's going to be really a force to reckon with in the next couple of years.
He certainly will be. And as you mentioned earlier, Dimmy, he just looks so effortless. Puts so much into it, but just makes everything look so easy.
Yep, he's a cool cat.
There we go, 4.6, and not the score he was looking for. Not sure he's going to make it back into the lineup with probably just over a minute and a half.
Felt like the actual paddle out's got a little easier with that dropping tide, and that swell is due to drop by 0.3 from the start of today to the end of the day. So I'm feeling that with that dropping swell, it's a little bit easy. So he might be able to chip shot himself into another one. We saw it a little bit earlier with a couple of those heats where I think it was Arch Whiteman got one and straight back into another one and just consolidated that first ride. But with 1 minute to go and Finn Hill dropping 6.27, so that extended his second place in this heat with the mad next minute. Love that burrito that spins around.
I feel like you just love the burritos in general.
Do you know what? Someone said what you should do is wrap yourself up in red alfoil tomorrow morning and just rock around and you'll become like a Mad Max burrito. I'm not that good with the black beans, I'll be honest.
We don't need to know that much detail, Dimmy. There's 30 seconds on the clock. Trying to hold my composure. You see Finn Hill on the screen there just separating himself from the pack. He is sitting in second position. I wonder if the surfer in red is over to the right and that's who he's making his way over close to. I'm not 100% sure. 15 seconds on the clock.
I think definitely if you were in that position and you knew who you got, in third and fourth, you'd be looking at that as we wind down another exciting heat. So we are going to be thrown to a break as we head towards a beautiful afternoon down here at Avoca Beach.
This is the motivation.
Some say we've got engine oil in our veins. All that and a fair bit of dust. Sure, these wild utes are hard work, but it's no job. The roar of them. Pure. Takes some rare skills to settle one. A band of brothers and sisters. Where man learns from machine, learns from man. Those that visit are transformed, almost as much as the V6 Amaroks. It's like this place rubs off on them. You gotta see it to believe it. The only ute, reared for the road.
Pro Junior, we are here at the beautiful Avoca Beach. 2 heats left today. Long day of competition. Right now we are into the Junior Men's Round 1, Heat number 7 out in the water. In the red we have Harry Martin, in the blue, or in the black dare I say, Jack Reagan in the white, Baxter Hurt, and in the green, Byron Stapleton. My name's Cooper Chapman. I'm joined by my good friend Dimmy Hennessy in the booth. Couple heats left. Big day, mate.
Yeah, it's been a good day and exciting day. Yeah, tiring, but the standard of surfing has been world class, and it's good to see these juniors get the opportunity to really have a crack as well, as we see Baxter
having a crack himself.
Yeah, from Longreef, coming through that junior development program with Nick James and those guys doing a great job down there, Matty Granger and the crew, and they've got a really strong club.
Absolutely, they're on their way up.
100%.
Led by Kobe Clements.
100%.
Kobe Clements put on a great showing down at the Board Riders Battle. Great to see Longreef in the national final, giving it a good crack this year. Like I said, led by Kobe Clements. 3 quarterfinals in a row to kick off his qualifying series campaign. We will be seeing him coming up in the Pro Junior, seeded into round 2. But he's going to have some great surfers to deal with in the likes of Baxter Hurt, Harry Martin, Jack Reagan and Byron Stapleton. The 4 surfers in this heat right now, they've been itching, hanging around all day. It's been a long day. We kicked off the morning with the Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro Women's QS 3000 round of 16, 4 heats. Straight into the men's Vissla Central Coast Pro, presented by Mad Mex. Men's QS 3000, 4 heats, round of 16. That's where I bowed out of competition. And then, yeah, we've been running through the women's and men's junior comp for the afternoon. It's been really fun to watch.
Has been amazing day 4. And if I was to throw it over to you to give me who you feel is the favourite, you've seen a lot of the heats in both the men's and the women's. Who would be your 2 favourites moving forward towards, finals day on Saturday?
Oh, I can't go past Molly Picklum in the women's, both in the junior and the QS 3000. She's been looking phenomenal. Men's, let me think. Jacob Wilcox is looking really good. He had an event win. Also Mikey Madonna, he's had an event win already this year. They're going to run into each other on the backside of the draw though, so they won't be coming up in the final against each other. So I think one of those 2 will be in the final, and then on the front half of the draw,
I reckon Kiyu Butler might be a real, throw a spanner in the works, because he hasn't had that many good results so far this year, because for someone who's so good.
Yeah, Geordie Watson, great to see him still running through. He had the top heat score out of the 16 competitors in the round of 16, so he put together a great performance. If he picks the right waves, he's deadly as well, and it's great to see him firing back up. I can't even think who was in the front half of the draw. It's been a long day, but nonetheless, yeah, they're my picks. Mikey Madonna, Jacob Wilcox, like you said, Kihu Butler in that front half of the draw as well. Stewie Kennedy's still going.
Yeah.
There's a lot of great names still going in the men's draw, so should be fun to watch. And then in the junior men's draw, far out. You look at the round 2, the seeded surfers' names, and it's pretty much been the pointy end of each of these QS 1000 Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series first few stops. All of those young men have been putting in a big showing in the QS, so looking forward to watching that as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a big couple of days to finish off the Central Coast Pro Junior and, of course, the Vissla QS 3000 event, and the Sisstrevolution. Yeah, so it's up for grabs.
Absolutely, it's up for grabs. And out in the water right now, Baxter Hurt opened up his account with a 4.5, 2 solid turns. And in the black, Jack Reagan, he opened up with a 2.5. So just the 2 waves ridden, close to 7 minutes got in this heat. A little bit sleepy. That last heat had plenty of action. So sometimes that happens in heats. We get heat on, heat off. And that last heat was most definitely on. We saw the highest wave score of the day, 8.5 ride coming through for Oliver Reisenbeek. Never seen him surf before, and far out, he put on an absolute clinic in that last one.
Yeah, 100% he did, and very impressive performance. And I'll be interested to see what happens in the next hour or so with the waves, because yesterday afternoon, when we finished up, it started pulsing again. It wasn't really due to pulse, but it just started to really pulse, and as we see Harry Martin up and riding, connecting the dots on that one. So I'm hoping that this swell doesn't drop off too much overnight and allow us to really utilise what's been a great bank out here at Pines.
Yeah, it's been amazing. We've been here since Monday. We were down the beach in front of the lifeguard tower, and then here we go, picking up a replay of the surf on green. Byron Stapleton, 1-2 combo, very strong. And yeah, opening up his account really well. Also Harry Martin in the red. This was, I like the way he's looking. This board looks spicy. Looks like a Julian board under his feet. Nice and clean. Sponsored by Vissla, trying to do his sponsor proud at their event. You see the Vissla on his back as well. Didn't get anything too critical on that one, but I like what I'm seeing from Harry Martin in the red.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I like about Byron. He's got just that unique ability to have such patience.
And the judges liked it too. 6.5 opened up his account.
Yeah, just 2 turns, but really patient and got himself really hard off the bottom into the lip of those 2 turns and really did not lack any kind of speed as well. So judges lapped that up. I'm pretty sure he's from here.
Is he?
Avoca.
Local boy.
Pretty sure he is. Because we've had him a couple of times at the Aloha Junior and no, he's sponsored by Quickie. But yeah, very impressive. I love the way he serves and no easy heats in this first round of Pro Junior.
Yeah, it's good to see the junior men's and junior women's Australian surfing and New Zealand surfing is in really good hands. We've got such a depth of talent. There's been some incredible surfing done all day today, and this is just round 1. And here we go, Byron Stapleton looking to back up that 6.5. A few ridges through this one. He's going to still square up. Nice turn. Unfortunately, nose diving on that one, but he'll be back out the back, still holding down the lead. High scoring first wave of this heat. And here we go, Harry Martin having a look. Unfortunately not taking off on that one.
Yeah, so priority does apply in these heats, and Baxter Hurt is in first priority right now, so he can have any wave he chooses in the lineup. And as a junior competitor, was that tricky to get used to priority? The only good thing about that, honestly, now is right back down to like the 14s and the 16s. Even at a club level, a lot of clubs are actually utilising priority to give these guys an opportunity to learn how to use it to your advantage in a heat.
As a junior, I couldn't tell you because I didn't get
You
it
didn't
until...
get it.
No, I was actually talking about this in a previous heat. So they brought it in. I couldn't tell you the year, but I remember the event because we were in Saquarema in Brazil for back then. It was called the Prime Tour. I believe I got 5th in that Prime. I got beaten by Noemar McGonigal. He got 2 9s against me in the quarters. Anyway, before the event, the day before, they were saying we're about to introduce this 4-man priority, and this is before it had been introduced, and everyone was all a bit up in airs going like, how the hell are they going to pull this off? We've only surfed 2-man priority heats. And I actually went down there the day before and they did a few practice heats, which is wild to think that we got a few practice heats. There weren't judges.
Did you jump in?
Yeah, and I was in one of the first ever dummy heats that we got to surf in Saquarema. So there's a little fun fact. And that was where it was introduced for the first time in the QS Primes. And it's just slowly worked its way back down divisions from the Primes. And then we didn't have it in the other QSs for a while. And then they went down to all of the QS events. Now, obviously, in the junior events. And that's a stepping stone. We need to, be implementing the same things that we've got up on the World Tour, down to the QS level, and now down to the Junior Tour, and like you said, into the board riders in some clubs as well.
Yep.
Far out. I hope they don't bring it to Narrabeen. 6-man heats with priority does not sound fun.
Wow. But I actually really believe that has improved the standard of surfing right around the world.
Absolutely. Wow, that's a very nice first turn for the surfer.
Jack Reagan.
Black, Jack Reagan. Real smooth. I'm so impressed by the maturity of all of these junior guys. Really taking their time, maximising their scoring potential by hitting the biggest sections, as we see Bax. A little late to that second one, does well to stick it. He'll be wanting a little bit more, but yeah, this has been really enjoyable watching the juniors all afternoon. There's been some stellar performances.
100%. Baxter there, probably wanting a little bit more meat on the bone in this situation, but he's definitely, I'll tell you, he's one of the most improved surfers coming from our region. He's starting to really find his feet as a competitor, and as we see the surfer in red at the back.
Little bump. Yeah, like you're saying, Bax. I put Bax in that category with Zave. I've done a lot of coaching with both Baxter and Xavier Bryce from down there in that Manly Surf School crew, down with Nick James, and 2 to 3 years ago back when I used to live in Sydney, and here we go, huge first turn there. I love that turn. Gets another nice little one here on the inside too, and unfortunately not really giving him anything critical after that big first turn. But yeah, I think Bax and Xavier, the 2.5 years since I've left, far out they've come a long way. It's really impressive to see, and the work obviously that they're doing with Nick James and Matty Granger down there, fostering the new hotbed of talent from the Northern Beaches. It's good to see.
100%. I think I think Xavier has been identified for the last couple of years as someone, you know, in those younger divisions that was just incredibly talented, and it's great to see him now stepping it up as well. But yeah, let me tell you, both those guys have really improved in the last, say, 12 to 18 months for sure.
Yeah, it's good to see him stepping up now into this into this pro junior level, moving out of that under 16s, under 14s, grommet comps, we like to call them here in Australia, and yeah, stepping up. I'm sure they're super pumped to be maybe some of their first ever live streamed heats.
Yeah, I just think they look a lot more comfortable in their surroundings.
Mm.
Like sometimes it can be a little bit daunting on the junior series, but yeah, I feel like the maturity level has definitely risen in the last couple of years as we see Jack Regan up, and he's just trying to hook that first turn and
looked a little bit wobbly from the start of that one. You saw him look right, checked back to the left, and it looked like his fins skipped a little bit, and he'd never really looked in complete control in this one. So let's have a look. It looks left. See that little skip there?
Yep.
And then he comes down the line. Maybe his foot wasn't in the perfect spot. Turn was nice, and then the foot slips off the back. So
when that happens and you feel that under you, does that create some doubt in your mind when you're looking at the next section?
Absolutely, sometimes as well. One thing that I like to note as well, if I fall on a wave and I kind of bump into my board underwater, and then my next wave, something like that happens, you get in your own head that maybe you crack the fin box or bump the fin out, and that can sometimes, when you have a little skip out, which we saw that was actually all wave, there was just a little bit of a rib in the wave, it can make you second guess yourself racing down the line a little bit. I remember in our event up at Port Stephens recently, I was paddling out for my heat and I clinked into a rock on my way out. Not too bad, but my first wave, I was in my own head. I did like one turn, I reckon the same thing as that happened, and I got through to the inside and I kind of just bottom turned and skipped out, and I tried to blame the equipment. Not a good thing to do. And then flipped the board over. Nothing was wrong with it. It was all in my head. So, yeah, it happens. But here we go. Right now, Harry Martin fighting back. Jeez, this heat has disappeared in time. 5 minutes remaining.
Just rapid fire, but it does go quick, 20 minutes even when you're commentating. I feel like this thing only started 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, it's crazy. So right now, here we go. Backs to hurt. Nice first turn up through the lip. Nice wide, stocky stance on his backside. I like to see it. Bringing it around and then squaring up for another little one. He needs his wave. Wants to back up that 4.5 with something a bit higher and finishing off nicely. So that's going to be Bax's, I'm not going to say best wave. We'll wait and see what the judges think. But right now, still a very wide open heat because Byron Stapleton, 6.5, big scoring wave. And speaking of big scoring waves, in that last heat, we had Oliver Reisenbeek absolutely go mad with an 8.5.
So I'm here with the winner of the last heat, Oliver Reisenbeek, who put on an absolute belter of a heat, highlighted by an 8.5. Well done, mate. That was absolutely epic. How do you feel?
Oh, mate, it feels amazing. I'm honestly speechless. Like losing it in my mind right now. I didn't think it was an 8, but I mean, when the judges give it, pretty happy with it.
Talk us through the wave. What you stood up. What were you sort of hoping to get out of the wave? It sort of stood up for you pretty nicely.
Yeah, well, I had a bit of nerves in my legs, a little bit J leg syndrome, but yeah, I was just looking for hopefully a steep section at the start, and then the wave just kept giving, and I kept trying to do my best, and yeah, stoked really.
Unreal. And you've been surfing in all the QSs in the New South Wales Pro Surf Series as well as the Pro Juniors here. What's sort of the goal, and what are you hoping to get out of it all?
Just the experience, the learning this year. The more heats I make, the better. The more learning I get, and even when I lose, it's still like you just get so much out of it. And I just want. Can I just say a quick thank you?
Yeah, of course.
Just thanks to my mum for coming down. All my mates, Freya, Ellie, Bodie, and all the chicks and everyone that's staying at our house. And thanks to Margie for looking after us with accommodation, and Surface Days for giving us the accommodation. So sick.
What a bloke. Through to the next round, Oliver Reisenbeek. Thanks, mate. Well done.
Thanks, Eve.
Cheers.
Love that kid. Full of froth. So nice to see somebody so grateful and really enjoying the experience. But also, I'm sure you're going to touch on this too, Dimmy, the idea of always continually learning and the idea of it being about the experience in these first couple of years. When you can come into it with that mindset and don't put that huge expectation, I feel like you can get a lot more out of it.
Yeah, I always feel like that was a classic example of someone explaining you can always take a positive out of a negative.
Absolutely.
And you can always grow and develop as an athlete if you have that mindset. What I do love about that was the gratitude. You speak a lot about it, and just how grateful he was for everyone who's supporting him, as we see. Wow, Baxter. Big man turn there from Bax. But yeah, I loved his froth and I loved his energy, and that was a very mature way to think about things.
I have to go and have a chat to him and get him on the Good Human Ambassador team, because I love that mindset. As we see, big turn from Bax to Hurt. Unfortunately, not getting something after it that's committed into the lip turn on that next pump. Unfortunately, going down, but we did see a score come through for the surfer in green. Byron Stapleton, 3.77, taking him up into the lead. Important wave here for Harry Martin. Looking smooth as hell on this one. Only looking for 4.63. A few nice turns. We didn't pick up the start of that wave. I'm not going to throw a score out yet, but Bax did pick up a 4.2 on his last one. Not the one closeout turn, the one before that. So he did edge a little bit further out in front. So we'll wait and see the scores here. Tight right now, and that last wave has come through for Harry Martin. It's just a 4.07. Unfortunately, not enough. Nice surfing, just too small of a wave, I think.
Yeah, I just felt like the quality of the wave really hindered his scoring potential.
Great
and
turn.
yeah, he definitely had some good flow.
And great surfing, great variety, but just it's so hard when you're on a wave that doesn't have the sections to allow the big turns, and that's what the judges are looking for. So he's going to be fighting to get back out with 20 seconds remaining. I don't think he's going to get another shot right now. All eyes on Jack Reagan, potentially a 5-point ride, but with 15 seconds remaining, we're going to say goodbye to you, Dimmy. You can get on the road and drive back down to Sydney. We're going to be calling you all into one last heat to finish off what has been an incredible day of surfing here at Avoca Beach. This is, of course, the Central Coast Pro Junior event. We'll be right back with heat number 8, last heat of the day, very shortly.
This is the motivation.
heat against Joel, but he's got a big task ahead of him because the other three surfers are on fire already to kick this one off.
Yeah, absolutely. So big thanks to Regional New South Wales for powering that wave replay. You can see a couple of scores have been dropped in. Sydney Masters with a 4.17, Huey Vaughan with a 4, Hugo Spindler with a 3.33, and Taj Turner with a 3. So all around about the same mark. And they'll all paddle back out the back, try and retain priority and get going in this last heat of the day.
Yeah, with just 16 minutes remaining, it is so important to thank the incredible sponsors we do have here for this Central Coast Pro. Massive thank you to the Central Coast Council for letting us grace your beautiful beach here at Avoca Beach. Also the Avoca Beach Hotel, if you're in the area, make sure you come down to watch the Swellians tonight. There will be a few tickets left on the door. It'll be an absolute cack. Ross Clark-Jones will be there having a chat with both Vaughan and Jed Smith. Also, Destination New South Wales. Thanks for always backing this New South Wales Surf Series. It's great to see competitive surfing in the limelight right now in Australia. Also, the World Surf League and Surfing New South Wales for putting on these events. It's been a crazy couple of weeks. A few weeks to go. The crew is having such a ball watching all these amazing surfers put down their best efforts. The conditions have been really good, almost every event. A few left, and yeah, it's been good fun. Big thanks to our webcast partners as well, Mad Mex and Volkswagen, and also KO Sports and KO Freebies bringing you live surfing. Great to have the juniors live surfing, and yeah, it's been a long day.
Absolutely. It's so cool for these pro junior competitors to be, you know, in this Central Coast Pro kind of waiting surfing period and get, you know, they're on TV, they get to see themselves rather than having, you know, the parents on the beach filming them, oh, this is what you could have done. It's all for everyone to watch. So yeah, big thanks to KO and Fresh Air Broadcasting guys for helping us out in delivering you all of the surfing from Avoca Beach.
Yeah, it was great to throw the juniors in the mix. It was a last minute throw into this event window. And yeah, I'm sure all the juniors are super grateful for Surfing New South Wales for making this happen. Getting to bump shoulders with all of the QS 3000 men and women. I mean, not to mention most of the juniors are doing both anyway. Yeah. As we see Sydney Masters up and riding, current heat leader, quick in and out on that one as the wave disappears into the channel. So yeah, I'm sure. I mean, we look at the draw. This is round 1 for the men. Round 2, there is some seeded surfers that the winners of these heats will be meeting up with, and the round 2 seeded surfers, every single one of them is in the QS 3000, and a lot of them have been putting a massive dent on this Australia Oceania regional qualifying series. So we are at stop number 3.
Would have been 4 if
it
we
would
didn't
have been
have
4
Maroubra.
if we had Maroubra, but yeah, we're at stop number 3 for the New South Wales Vissla Pro Surf Series for 2022. First event in the 3000 category, biggest event so far. We will be heading up to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro over the weekend and kicking that off on Monday. So if you're a surf fan, geez, you've been watching some surfing lately, and you've been listening to us talk some absolute dribble. But hopefully you've been enjoying it. A big thanks to everybody who has been tuning in. It's been great to be sharing with you these amazing young surfers, the amazing surfers on the qualifying series, and yeah, obviously big thanks to those broadcast partners. Here we go.
White Taj Turner utilising priority on this one. Good looking wave here. Wraps it back around to the power source, coming towards this inside bowl. Oh, it's cool. Good little bit of variation there from Taj Turner, but fortunately ditching those fins and just slipping out. But good to see Taj, you know, throwing a bit of variation in there. So you're going to need some good scores to get through a heat with such established great surfers like this one.
Yeah, this was a good looking wave on takeoff. Nice first turn. Maybe could have gone a little bit higher, but love the aggression into this second turn. Unfortunately, unable to hold on to it. I like what he's looking for there, though. So that was that first wave for Taj Turner. We did see another score come through for Hugo Spindler. 3.33, I believe it was. And that backs up his 4.3 and takes him straight out to the lead. So a few mid-range scores for all competitors right now. Nobody's broken out up into that 5-point range yet. We've been seeing that a lot in competition over the last 4 days.
I was going to mention that too at Boomerang. I remember there was that one day we were like, get out of the 5s and 6s, because there was like the surfing was epic, but everything was like very similar. The judges were like, didn't see any of like, they were wanting to see surfers go to the air, like we saw Joel Vaughan and some do a Boomerang and Port Stephens straight to the air, getting some really big scores. just that variation is where the scoring potential lies.
Yeah, definitely. So they're keeping it nice and tight for the juniors as well. It's a good opportunity for all of the surfers to realise that you need to push that little bit harder, really try and progress the sport, and I like what they're doing, the judges. It's making everybody work a little bit harder.
Yeah, it's good to see. So black had a paddle there, but I think green and white went back out in the lineup, so he'll just retain second priority. Huey Vaughan with priority, only needing a 1.10 to go to second, and you can see surfer in black only needing a 0.93, so
here we go. Look at this thing. Huey Vaughan has seen it. Let's see what this one eventuates to, because it looks quite nice on our screens right now. And here he goes, Huey Vaughan, just around the corner. Great surfer. Bang, straight up into the lip. Nice and patient. Hard off the bottom. Hawks it tight. Gives it a little bit of squirt at the end. I love it. Up and over the section, and that's going to be all she wrote for Huey, and I think that's going to be the best wave of the heat.
Yeah, I've seen him. Yeah, he's a good kid. I've seen him eating a couple of burritos and cruising with the Mad Mex crew. Obviously, one of his major supporters as a surfer, and yeah, we can see the replay here, powered by Volkswagen. Beautiful hit off the top there, and just really dug in deep to that second section.
Oh, I can't wait for Huey to start putting on a couple kegs, a couple more burritos into him, and then, yeah, he's such a phenomenal surfer. He's got all the right elements to be an incredible surfer. A couple more kegs on him, and I reckon we're going to be a bit scared of drawing Huey Vaughan up on that qualifying series. But right now, nice to see him dialing in his skills, working out the tactics, and putting his best foot forward in this round one, heat number 8 of the Pro Junior. Huey Vaughan will wait and see what that last score comes through at as we lose our graphics off the screen. And there it is, 6.5. Judges loving it.
Yeah, good score there for Huey Vaughan. He's going to be a junior for a while too. How old would he be? Like
15, I want to say. Maybe
15,
younger.
I reckon he'd be younger.
14 maybe.
Maybe, yeah. So he's going to
13.
be in the juniors for I reckon, a good 5+ years. So yeah, he's going to be a scary surfer to come up against with surfing like he just did on that last one, a 6.5. So he's jumped out into first with a 6.5 and a 4. Hugo Spindler in second with a 4.3 and a 3.33. He's needing a 6.21 to go to first. Taj Turner's in third place in the white with that 3 and a 2.10, needing a 4.63. And you can see surfer in black with priority with that 4.17 and 0.5, needing 3.47, so still very doable. 9 minutes to go, so we're under halfway through this last heat of the day.
Yeah, great wave there for Huey, taking himself right up in the lead. As we said, it's been quite difficult. You need something special, and that wave was quite special. Nice, smooth first turn. I love the patience off the bottom. I really appreciated on the second turn. He gave it that little bit of squirt at the end of the turn. He didn't just drift and cruise on the second one. Gave it a little bit more of a squirt, and then got up there for that third foam climb. As we see Taj Turner unfortunately digging a bit of a rail on that first turn attempt, and yeah, right now at the back sitting with first priority, Sydney Masters looking just for a 3.47. Second place wide open right now. Out in the lead is Huey Vaughan, as we'll pick up another destination New South Wales replay. Here we go. Hard off the bottom, clinks it off the top, real patient, didn't overdo that one. That one he gave it the extra bit of squirt, bit of a Kolohe squirt at the end, and then threw it up over, held on nicely on that foam climb. So great variety, really committed surfing, and the judges loving it. 6.5.
Yeah, good wave there for Huey Vaughan. Sydney Masters, in fourth place with priority.
What do we got here? Hugo Spindler, broken board or run around? What do you reckon?
Oh, I don't know. Run around, surely. Doesn't look like it. Looks like his board's pretty well intact.
Let's pick up a replay. We might be able to work this out. Here we go. Hugo Spindler, what a great name. That's the roundhouse. Looks back left. Hucks it up there. Clinks it a little bit. Doesn't look like it was a board. He could have probably paddled back out, but it must be doing the runaround. He wants to reposition in the lineup, find something a little bit better. He is in second place right now, looking for a 6.21 if he wants to move up into the lead. There it is, a little runaround. Go Hugo. Love the mohawk slash, not really mullet.
It's a good haircut, that one.
It is a good one.
Very
so
stylish.
Trying to hold onto his board, getting those little legs going. A couple micros in this heat between Huey and Hugo. The Hueys.
So here we go with white. This is Taj Turner. Just linking it back to that power source. This is bit of a smaller wave, not seeing much opportunity. And like I was saying before, Sydney Masters with priority in fourth. Here we go, taking off.
Free surfer.
Free surfer. Oh, bit of a wipeout, but yeah, Black's in an okay position here. We did see him on his first wave, that 4.17, just for that one big, powerful turn. I reckon if he can get another bigger one and have a good canvas to paint, he'll get a good score, and they're doing a 3.47, so definitely doable.
Yeah, absolutely. Not looking for too much right now. Huey Vaughan has picked up another wave off our screen. 5.5. He's shot well and truly out into the lead. And I tell you what, if he takes his heat out, he's going to be versing big brother Joel Vaughan, who is the current ratings leader of the Australia Oceania qualifying series ratings. Unfortunately, he did bow out quite early in the event here in the qualifying series, so he wants to do some damage in the junior series event. We might get a bit of a shake-up on the ratings, but as we speak right now, at the top of the ratings is Joel Vaughan in the QS qualifying Australia Oceania Tour. So Huey Vaughan, if he can manage to hold on to the lead in this one, he will be taking on big bro Joel Vaughan, both in the junior division, in round number 2.
Yeah, it's amazing to see. We were alluding to it quite a lot earlier, but so many of these surfers in the QS are also in the Pro Junior, so it just shows you how good surfing's hands are in Australia and the Oceania region, with so many up-and-coming stars of the sport.
Yeah, it's been such an incredible day of surfing and seeing lots of double duties going on. A lot of the women doing the same thing. We've seen, obviously, Molly Picklum, Ellie Harrison, just to name a couple.
Yeah.
Also, in the men's, I think we might have lost all of the junior men out of the draw today, but there was still a few of them left in that round of 16. And here we go. Important wave here. Sydney Masters coming hard off the bottom. Vertical attack on that first turn. He's going to need a second one. Throws it up and holds on. That is good surfing under a bit of pressure right there. We've just cracked under that 5-minute mark as we look at the beautiful Avoca Point. Doesn't that look fun?
Yeah, it looks pretty fun out there. It's going to be interesting to see where this score goes. What do you reckon, Coop?
I think he gets it for sure. I love this first turn. Really attacked it vertically. A lot of spray. Patient off the bottom, threw it up, got the nose well and truly up over the lip. It was a tough section, and I'm going to go out on a limb and say that's probably, there it is, 4.73. So he gets a stranglehold on second now, leaving Hugo Spindler and Taj Turner down in third and fourth, searching for a 4.61 and a 5.9 respectively. So here we go. Taj Turner having a look, first priority, looking for a 5.9. Sets it up with a little setup carve, throws up a better turn on that second one. Bit sudsy this wave. He's going to try and get something up there. Unfortunately, that section was quite difficult to deal with, so that might not be the score that he was looking for, but he's going to have enough time, 3.5 minutes. He'll get back out the back and maybe get one more shot at it as we pick up the regional New South Wales replay. So little setup hook to start this. Comes hard off the bottom, bangs it nicely into the lip on that second turn, and unfortunately that left coming back at him with a little bit too much energy to be able to ride through and ride out cleanly. So he's going to need a little bit more than that. Taj Turner, he's looking for a 5.9. Right now, all eyes on Hugo Spindler, sitting in third place right now with third priority. You got to think that run around, would he be in high priority if he tried to paddle back out? But with 3 minutes remaining, he's looking for a 4.61. You can see Sydney Masters, we call this in surfing, sitting on him.
Yeah, it's probably a good call by Hugo to probably try and get away from Sydney. He's
going to follow him though. It's tough.
He is, yeah.
It's a really fine line balancing when you're in third priority or with somebody above you in the scores. So somebody's beating you and they have priority over you. They're going to sit next to you no matter what.
Chase
so
it.
it's an interesting one because you try and break away and you try and move to a different part of the bank and they follow you anyway. And then you're in a part of the bank that you don't have the scoring potential. So the thing that I've been trapped in a few times, I remember really clearly, I had a heat with Kalohe Andina actually in the Azores years ago. And I made the decision to try and run away from him, and I paddled down to this average part of the beach, and he followed me. And then looking back in hindsight, I was like, I should have just stayed on the peak, tried to sell him on one, and then waited for the second one, because down on the peak that I moved to, there was no opportunity to get the score anyway, and then he was there with me anyway. So it's a really fine line. You want to break away, but if they're going to follow you, sometimes the best bet is to sit there and hope for two waves, which can be tough unless you've got some crazy paddle power, but everybody's pretty fit nowadays. So that's a little bit of an insight into my mindset with it. That was I guess that was a mistake, but something that I've learnt along my journeys. And here we go, Huey Vaughan using first priority, trying to better at 5.5. Bang, very nice first turn, huge second turn. Huey's feeling it.
Yeah.
Love to see it.
Putting on a clinic on these couple of waves, Huey Vaughan. So it's looking likely he's going to meet his brother in the second round. Just doing almost a victory lap, but there's still a minute to go. Things can change. Sydney Masters needs a 7.27, so it's going to be a pretty solid score, but Huey Vaughan may improve on that low of a 5.5.
Yeah, we'll wait and see. Unfortunately, didn't get the completion, but a few nice first turns. I love the patience right now. Bang, vertical, bit of release, straight off the bottom. Once again, nice little release on that one. This one kind of went a little bit flat. We'll wait and see. The judges have been a little bit harsh if we're not getting a big, aggressive closeout manoeuvre. And he just went for a little lobster down there. Unfortunately, not getting the completion. We are counting this one down. Just a 4.67 for Huey Vaughan. So that doesn't go into his top two, but he still does have a stranglehold on this heat. We are going to count this one down very, very shortly. This is, of course, the Central Coast Pro Junior here at Avoca Beach. Last heat of the day. It's been a huge day. I'm going to count in the last 10 seconds of this one, and it looks like we're going to see Huey Vaughan and Sydney Masters move on through to round number 2. That's the last-ditch effort here. Hugo Spindler only looking for a 4.61. Wow.
Going to go down to the wire.
He found a bit of space, like he said, moved away from him. Where was Sydney Masters on that one? Did he get a turn before those two?
Yeah, that's
And look at that, it's come in as a 4.3. Unfortunately, agonisingly
so
short.
close.
Gave it a good shot though. He found a bit of distance, and yeah, this second turn was great. Maybe the best turn Hugo put down in that first heat, but unfortunately, that will not be enough. We will be seeing Sydney Masters and Huey Vaughan moving on through to the next day of competition. We're going to wrap it up today. It's been a beautiful day down here at Avoca Beach. Big thank you to everybody who's tuned in today. We'll be back tomorrow with more action from 7:30 in the morning. Make sure you tune in. Can't wait. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
This is the motivation.